powerful explosion nearly swept away an entire group of adventurers. The source of the blast was a platinum rank monster that had been tearing through everything around it. Even the strongest adventurers present were completely outmatched and could do nothing meaningful against it. Standing before the exhausted and battered group, an enormous dragon let out a thunderous roar and declared with contempt that humans were utterly powerless before dragonkind. One bloody knight from the group barely managed to keep himself upright, using his sword to steady himself against the ground. Then, from behind a cloud of dissipating smoke, the dragon sensed something approaching. A large and heavy-set man wearing a tuxedo and glasses stepped out of the smoke, carrying nothing but a baseball bat. He spoke in a casual and unhurried tone, excusing himself and noting with mild surprise that there were already people in the area. The exhausted knight snapped around to face him immediately, demanded to know who he was, and told him to leave at once. The knight was baffled by what the man was wearing, and seeing that he carried only a bat, wondered where on earth he had wandered in from. The dragon roared again and declared furiously that it was going to reduce every last ignorant human in the area to ash. Without any particular urgency or show of effort, the tuxedo man swung his baseball bat in the direction of the dragon. What followed left every adventurer present in a state of stunned disbelief. The dragon burst with blood from the impact. Before anyone could even begin to process what had just happened, the enormous creature collapsed to the ground and was dead, brought down in a single hit. The tuxedo man remarked to no one in particular, in a completely relaxed and offhand way, that it had made a satisfying sound. Somewhere else entirely, on an ordinary morning at a place called Tokyo Adventure Book Company Sales Department, a pair of slender hands tapped steadily at a keyboard. The man behind them was Keita Sato, a thin man with glasses who was focused entirely on his work. He was 41 years old, unmarried, and by his own assessment, nothing more than an ordinary office worker at a publishing company. In the background, someone exclaimed in frustration that an event had been canceled at the very last minute. Keita turned toward the noise and found his manager on the telephone, venting her frustration loudly at whoever was on the other end. He watched her quietly and listened. When Keita had first joined the company 18 years ago, fresh out of university, fantasy novels and manga had been at the height of their popularity. The industry was booming, and landing a job there had felt like a stroke of good fortune. He watched his manager continue ranting in the background as she hung up and complained that a group called Vergood had apparently caused another problem. Vergood was a well-known group of dungeon streamers with a large following among younger people. Keita genuinely could not understand what the appeal was, either in becoming famous by streaming dungeon adventures or in watching other people do it through a live broadcast. The world of 2025 was in the middle of what people called the Great Adventure Era, a period defined by dungeon exploration on a massive scale. 18 years earlier, a sudden and completely unexpected dungeon disaster had struck, causing dungeons to appear across the entire world and forcing humanity to confront the constant threat of monsters. Defeating those monsters produced powerful items, and the people who did so became known as adventurers, celebrated as the heroes of modern society. It was entirely natural that the younger generation would look up to such people and aspire to live that kind of life. The young people of today had grown up in a world where dungeons had always existed, making them what many called dungeon natives, a generation that treated adventure as a form of entertainment and shared their dungeon exploits openly on social media. Because reality itself had come to surpass anything that fantasy could offer, the demand for fantasy publications had dropped sharply. Keita thought to himself that it was no wonder their book sales had fallen so far. In order to stay afloat, the publishing company had shifted its focus towards selling books and merchandise connected to popular dungeon live streamers. Keita reflected quietly that he had probably crossed the line into being officially old, given that he could no longer make sense of what young people found interesting. He continued tapping at his keyboard, finding the whole thing dull and uninspiring. His boss asked him if he was trying to head home. He replied simply that working hours were over. His manager then brought up the Vergood incident and told him they needed to go and offer apologies to everyone involved in the fallout. Keita pointed out that his colleague Hikari was the one assigned to handle that matter. His manager acknowledged that, but said they needed all the help they could get, and told him he would have to assist as well. At that point, a young woman politely cut in. It was Madoka Hikari, visibly flustered and on the verge of tears, insisting to the manager that she could not ask Keita to get involved in her mess. She felt strongly that it was her own responsibility to deal with it and did not want to cause trouble for her senior colleague. Hikari was in her second year at the company, having joined after finishing university, and was the person in charge of everything related to dungeon live streamers. Keita thought to himself that Hikari was far more capable than he was and had a deep and genuine sense of responsibility. He had also seen firsthand how the pressures of this kind of work had driven several people to leave the company entirely due to the damage it had done to their health and well-being. Keita smiled at her and told her calmly that he was happy to help, and that having two people handle it would make it easier on both of them. Hikari's face went red. The manager then turned on Keita and said he should have been more willing to pitch in from the beginning, and since he was an old hand who knew nothing about dungeon live streamers, the least he could do was get down on his knees and bow his head as part of the apology. Hikari muttered quietly that the manager was being a little harsh. Keita told Ukai not to worry about it, and said sincerely that she contributed far more to the company than he did, so if all he needed to do was kneel down and bow to be of some use, that was a small thing to ask of him. Ukai turned even redder and was clearly moved by what he said. Without the manager or Ukai noticing, Keita quietly extended one finger, as though he were keeping a private tally of something. Keita let out a quiet sigh and thought back to how much better things had been 18 years ago. Even his pay had been considerably higher back then. That evening, after ending up staying late and working overtime again, he walked through the busy and brightly lit streets on his way home. Something caught his eye and made him stop in his tracks, along with several other people nearby. A familiar piece of music played from a large digital billboard overhead, and Keita looked up to see what was on the screen. A live streamer named Swearin, who was an official streamer for a group called ZBK, was on the screen promoting and talking about a production called Doom, which was currently recruiting streamers for its third season. Keita had actually stopped because he had been looking at the sign for a 24-hour noodle shop located just beneath the digital billboard. His stomach let out a growl of hunger, but he grimaced when he saw that even a regular beef bowl cost 490 yen. He turned and walked away. As he did, someone behind him used fire magic out in the open street. The person's companions laughed and pointed out that using magic on the street could get him arrested. The young man responded arrogantly that it did not matter, reasoning that the more outrageous the stunt, the more likely it was to go viral. He said that without growing their subscriber count, they would not be making any money. The hooded young man who had used the fire magic glanced casually over at Keita and made a pointed remark, implying that he had no desire to end up as a boring corporate worker, grinding away like some old man, the way Keita clearly was. His companion laughed and agreed, finding it hilarious that Keita had just been standing there staring longingly at a beef bowl shop. Keita felt a flash of irritation. He quietly extended a second finger, adding to whatever private count he was keeping, and did not give the young man another look as he boarded the train and left. He had heard that these days, a person could earn significantly more money working as an adventurer than as a regular company employee. Keita closed his eyes on the train and shrugged the thought off. Their lives were their own, and his life was his own. A short while later, he arrived home and called out an apology for being late. A girl lying on the sofa and scrolling through her phone looked up, smiled, and welcomed him back. The girl was Hikari Amahara, 16 years old. She got up and asked him if he would like dinner, mentioning that she had made cheese curry. Keita thanked her and said he had been working late and had worked up quite an appetite. Hikari was his niece, the daughter of his older sister. She put on an apron and told him she would heat the food up for him. After Keita's parents had passed away, he had been living alone in the house he had inherited from them. But his sister had eventually come back to live there with Hikari after separating from her husband. Having his sister around was one thing, but sharing his home with a teenage niece was a different matter entirely. He glanced over at Hikari as she cooked and noticed with some awkward concern that her shirt was cut quite open at the sides, though he felt he was not really in a position to say anything about it. A little while later, Keita took a big mouthful of the food Hikari had prepared and complimented her sincerely, saying it was delicious. Hikari thanked him and then teased him with a smile, saying that watching him eat with such obvious enjoyment made her want to cook even more for him. Keita inwardly sighed and told her that meals were honestly his only real source of pleasure in his otherwise uneventful life. Hikari found that quietly depressing to hear. He then praised her by saying her cooking had improved a great deal. Hikari lit up happily and said it was because she put all her love into it when she cooked for him. Keita did not react to that particular comment, and instead remarked with genuine appreciation that the carrots had been cut into the shape of little stars, which he found charming. Hikari was mildly exasperated that her uncle still showed no reaction to her more heartfelt remarks. She glanced at her phone and told him he was very hard to read. Then something on her phone caught her attention. It was Very Good, the live streamers. She asked Keita if he knew of them, explaining that they were popular dungeon live streamers and that her friends were big fans. Keita thought privately to himself that he had just spent extra hours at work that very evening cleaning up after their mess. On the live stream, Very Good released a statement to their followers saying that they had no regrets about the recent controversy, that they had simply said what they wanted to say, and that they thought it was unfair that Japan had not accepted it. Keita's patience snapped when he heard them go on to say that they had not caused any trouble and could not understand why everyone was upset. Hikari herself cringed and found their attitude disgusting and arrogant, and then she noticed the dark expression that had settled over her uncle's face. Keita gloomily extended a third finger to his private count. He then abruptly stood up, thanked Hikari for the wonderful meal, and told her he was going out for a little while. Hikari asked with surprise where he was going at that hour. He told her simply that he felt like getting some exercise. He put on his jacket and told her it was getting late and that she should go to bed. She watched him head out and told him to enjoy himself, but after a moment, a slow smirk crept across her face. Out on the busy streets, Hikari had secretly followed her uncle from behind and was filming him with her phone. She had always thought her uncle was a strange person. He went out at odd hours and came back covered in blood, which had startled her more than once. She remembered a particular time when she had been washing his clothes and found an extraordinarily rare item tucked inside his shirt. When she had taken to be appraised, she was told that it was an item that could only be obtained from SSS-ranked monsters found in the deepest layers of a dungeon. Hikari had been convinced ever since that her uncle was secretly involved in something, despite pretending to have no interest in dungeon live streaming or adventuring at all. She had decided that today was the day she would finally catch him in the act. A few minutes later, she found herself standing in front of a large building, where a group of people were gathered outside protesting, calling for the reclaiming of Shinjuku and the freeing of the dungeons. Hikari was completely caught off guard when she realized she had arrived at a batting cage. She peeked inside and watched her uncle pay for an hour at the registration desk, and she smirked to herself. What Hikari had not let on was that she was herself a registered adventurer under the name Hikari Nindo, and that her main skill was stealth, ranked at SSS level. She slipped inside silently, keeping herself hidden as she trailed her unsuspecting uncle. She began to think that nothing seemed particularly out of the ordinary, but then she watched Keita open a door and step through it, and the moment it shut behind him, he simply vanished. Hikari was stunned. She second-guessed herself for a moment before concluding that the door must be an entrance to a dungeon. A notice flashed on the door revealing that the dungeon beyond it was recommended for adventurers at level 140. Hikari stared at it in complete disbelief. Keita had walked in without any visible hesitation or concern whatsoever. She could not comprehend why her uncle would spend a paid hour in a place like that. Even an adventurer with gold rank status would not survive 10 minutes wandering around inside such a dungeon. Hikari thought the whole setup felt deeply suspicious and unquestionably dangerous. She reminded herself that she would be fine as long as she used her stealth skill, and she followed him inside. Hikari watched with growing worry as her uncle walked through the dungeon so casually and without any apparent caution. Then an enormous frog emerged from the shadows nearby. Hikari recognized it immediately as a diamond frog, a type of monster known for blending seamlessly into walls and ceilings. She cringed at the sight of it. Diamond frogs were considered lethal weapons in their own right, their skin completely impervious to any form of attack. Hikari's breath caught in her throat and panic set in as she thought about what was coming. An ordinary businessman in a suit would be killed in an instant by something like that. As the diamond frog launched itself at Keita, Hikari screamed out a warning to her uncle, but he did not hear her. Then something shifted in Keita's expression. His glasses caught the light as his face turned calm and focused. As the frog let out a roar, Keita drew his bat and swung it squarely at the creature, sending it flying a great distance away with a single blow. Hikari stood frozen in shock at what she had just witnessed. Keita had taken down the diamond frog with complete ease, and he looked almost delirious with satisfaction as he remarked to himself that it had made a wonderful sound. Hikari could not believe it. Even the top dungeon live streamer, the CEO Owari, had needed 2 strikes from a 300 million yen sword to bring down a diamond frog. But Hikari quickly shook herself back to alertness, reminding herself that her uncle still could not afford to let his guard down. The reason diamond frogs were always spoken of in the plural was because they never traveled alone. They always came in groups. Sure enough, an entire swarm of diamond frogs descended on Keita from all directions. He planted his feet, steadied himself, and launched into a relentless assault. With each swing of his bat, he shouted out what each hit was for. One was for his obnoxious boss. Another was for those rude young men on the street. Hikari watched with her eyes wide open as her uncle tore through the frogs one by one in a single hit each, using the battle as a way to release every bit of frustration that had been building up inside him. For his final strike, he screamed that it was for those self-centered dungeon live streamers who caused endless trouble for other people simply because the only thing they ever cared about was themselves. Hikari stood there completely stunned, barely able to process what she was seeing. Her uncle was unbelievably powerful. When the last frog had been defeated, Keita exhaled slowly with a deeply satisfied expression on his face. Hikari had never once seen him look so full of life before. She stood there thinking quietly, wondering if this was how he had been releasing his stress all along, completely out of sight and without anyone knowing. She felt a wave of sympathy for him. Then a thought crossed her mind. What if she streamed it? She grabbed her phone and started a live stream. Almost immediately, a comment popped up congratulating her on her very first live broadcast. Hikari's face lit up, seeing that comments were already coming in. Someone in the chat asked where they were, pointing out that it did not look like the upper floors of a dungeon. Others quickly chimed in saying it had to be the deeper layers, given that Keita was fighting diamond frogs. Some viewers recognized the monsters from a walkthrough stream that another streamer named Swearin had done, noting that Swearin had managed to defeat diamond frogs, but only barely. Another commenter questioned why Keita was wearing a suit, where his party was, and what equipment he was actually using. Comment after comment flooded in, with some demanding to see Keita's face more clearly. The chat was growing fast and lively. Then, without warning, an explosion went off directly in front of Keita, and from it emerged an enormous serpent. It was a diamond boa, an SSS rank boss monster. The comment section erupted into panic, with viewers expressing fear for Keita and insisting he was in serious trouble. Hikari recognized the creature and cried out in alarm, knowing the diamond boa was a boss monster that was considered far beyond what most people could handle. She screamed for her uncle as the diamond boa lunged at him. But Keita, still deep in the process of letting out all his pent-up frustration, did not hear her. The sound of his metal bat rang out as he used it to deflect the boa's attack and swung back at the creature. The impact was so tremendous that the force of it sent tremors through the dungeon walls all around them. The viewers on the live stream went into a frenzy, many convinced that it was over and that Keita was already finished. Then the diamond boa suddenly stopped moving. The live stream chat fell into confused silence as people asked each other what had just happened and whether Keita was already dead. Hikari was startled to see her uncle still standing there in his suit, holding his metal bat, but somehow looking larger and more physically imposing than before. She could not understand what she was looking at. The live stream feed cleared up and showed Keita's buffed-up form to the audience, leaving everyone watching in a state of bewildered confusion. Keita settled into his stance and raised his metal bat, ready and waiting. He yelled at the diamond boa to bring it on. The creature hissed loudly and launched itself at him again with tremendous force, sending powerful winds surging through the dungeon. Keita closed his eyes for just a moment, and his mind drifted back to the past. He remembered being a young pupil, being ordered by a classmate named Shun to do the cleaning that day in his place. Young Keita had tried to remind Shun that Shun himself had said he would do it, but then Shun's friends had shown up with a soccer ball and called for him, and Shun had simply brushed it off and left. Young Keita had smiled on the outside, but inside he had trembled with quiet anger. He remembered how it had always been that way, how he always ended up with the unpleasant tasks, how everyone always came to him with their demands. Some of his classmates had felt sorry for him back then. Others had laughed and said it was fine because he always smiled and went along with things, so he must enjoy helping people. Then more recent memories surfaced. His manager calling him an old-timer who knew nothing about dungeon live streamers. The arrogant young man on the street saying he never wanted to end up as a corporate loser like him. And then Verigud's completely unapologetic statement, broadcast to the world while he had spent extra hours at work cleaning up the mess they had made without a single word of acknowledgement or thanks. Keita's grip on his metal bat tightened until his knuckles went white. He thought about every audacious and selfish thing that had been said and done to him, and something inside him reached its breaking point. He let out a furious roar and swung his bat at the diamond boa with everything he had. The creature burst with blood and was sent flying through the air. Every single person watching the live stream, including Hikari herself, was shaken to their core. The diamond boa crashed to the ground, defeated. The live stream exploded with reactions. Many viewers refused to believe what they had just seen, insisting there was no way someone could defeat a boss monster in the deeper layers of a dungeon using nothing but a cheap metal bat. Others declared with excitement that a remarkable newcomer had appeared. Though nobody had gotten a clear look at Keita's face, some commenters guessed from what little they could see that while he might be new to streaming, he looked like he was not a young man. Most of the comments poured in with praise, saying it was incredible and that the sound of the bat connecting had been deeply satisfying. Both enthusiastic and skeptical comments filled the chat in equal measure. Hikari's hand holding the phone was trembling with excitement as she watched the stream going viral in real time. She stared at her uncle in utter amazement as he stood there drenched in the blood raining down from the diamond boa. She thought to herself that her uncle was simply the best. By the time that night's stream was done, she had already gained over 10,000 subscribers. Keita, having finished off the boa, let out a long, satisfied breath and felt genuinely great for the first time that day. Hikari smiled to herself, already catching the overwhelming scent of money in the air. 18 years ago, dungeons suddenly appeared all over the world in an event that came to be known as the Dungeon Disaster. This completely unprecedented catastrophe threw Japanese society into a state of great confusion, and both the internet and mass media were flooded with speculation and alarm about what it all meant. The world was on the verge of changing forever. And yet, at that very moment, the ordinary office workers of Japan were doing exactly what they always did. They were working. Keita Sato was 23 years old at the time. On the very first day of the disaster, employees were allowed to leave work early. The trains had stopped running, and the air was thick with a sense that something extraordinary and historic was unfolding. But by the following day, the trains were running again, and workers were hurried back to their desks, as though nothing of any significance had happened. Japan was far too eager to restore a sense of normalcy. Keita had no particular drive or motivation toward anything at that point in his life. It was around that time that he first truly understood, now that he was a working adult, that having a hobby required both time and energy, two things that were in very short supply. The only hobby he had managed to hold onto was found at a batting cage in Shinjuku. That day, he was determined to earn the batting challenge certificate for hitting a ball thrown at 160 kilometers per hour. Some people might have thought it foolish to go to a batting cage when completely drained from work, but that time was something he could not bring himself to give up. It was how he relieved stress. He gripped his metal bat tightly as the ball came flying toward him at incredible speed. Meanwhile, on the other side of the batting cage, the storekeeper let out a terrified scream. Something other than a ball was bouncing and flying around the area. A man had been struck and impaled by something moving at a horrifying speed. As it rolled across the ground, a surviving bystander noticed something wriggling out of the impaled man. It was a small monster. Everyone in the batting cage erupted into panic, scattering in every direction and running for their lives. Keita, still fully focused on his challenge, was annoyed by the noise just as he was beginning to find his rhythm. He was deep in concentration when the tiny monster suddenly burst out from the wall directly in front of him. Without thinking, Keita swung his metal bat with precise timing, instinctively matching the speed of whatever was moving toward him, not knowing for even a second that it was not a ball. Instead of hitting a pitch, Keita had accidentally struck the metal slug, the very creature responsible for the chaos that had been unfolding around him. Metal slugs, as it happened, were known for yielding an enormous amount of experience points when defeated. Completely unaware of any of this, Keita was overjoyed at what felt like a perfect home run and let out a shout of pure delight. The metal slug he had unknowingly taken down lay on the floor nearby. Keita ran excitedly to the manager to ask for his home run certificate, but the joy drained from his face instantly when he took in the scene around him. Dead bodies were scattered across the floor. He had no idea what had happened. Keita was jolted awake by the sound of his alarm. He sighed and muttered to himself that he had sweated a great deal in his sleep. The ball he had hit by accident had been a monster. It sounded completely absurd, but it was the truth. And yet, just because something miraculous had happened by chance did not mean his life had changed in any meaningful way. Going to the dungeon was simply his hobby, nothing more. He remained, in every way that mattered, a perfectly ordinary office worker. He straightened his tie, composed himself, and walked out of his room. Waiting for him in the dining area was a woman who invited him to have some coffee. Keita said he would gladly have some. The woman then asked him why he was being so distant and formal with her, and questioned whether he was uncomfortable about the fact that she had come home unexpectedly. The woman was Hikari Amahara, formerly Hikari Sato, his older sister by 2 years and the mother of Hikari. Keita sat down and explained that with Hikari around the house, he felt he needed to carry himself like a proper adult rather than falling back into the casual way siblings spoke to each other. Hikari said it was mature of him, but then asked where he had been the previous night. Keita inwardly went on alert. Hikari recalled that when she had come home, the house had been completely empty. Keita felt nervous and thought quickly to himself that he absolutely could not tell her he had been going to the dungeon every single night to beat up monsters as a way of working through his stress. His sister grabbed him and shook him, telling him with exaggerated emotion that she had been terribly lonely and demanding that he greet her properly when she came home. Keita, confused, asked where Hikari had been, since he clearly remembered telling his niece to go to bed. With tears forming in her eyes, Hikari told him that Hikari had told her she was out doing a live stream in the dungeon. In the middle of the night, Keita was alarmed and told his sister firmly that it was dangerous and that she needed to put a stop to it. Teenagers were genuinely difficult to handle. After all, Hikari agreed, but then pointed out that live streaming was currently one of the most profitable things a young person could do. Keita looked through his phone and found that his niece did indeed have her own channel with 1,503 subscribers and 5 uploaded videos. He was not entirely sure whether that number was considered impressive or not. His sister said it was pretty modest. She then remembered that Keita worked in a field connected to this sort of thing and asked him about it. He agreed absent-mindedly. Hikari then said seriously that she did not want to be the kind of parent who crushed her child's dreams and stopped her from pursuing what she loved. Keita looked at her. Hikari continued, saying that in that case, she wanted Keita to be the one to stop Hikari. Keita told his sister not to make him play the villain in this situation. As he prepared to leave for work, his sister asked if he had eaten breakfast and offered to put something simple together for him. Keita declined and said he would pick something up at a convenience store on the way, then told her he would be back later. A few minutes later at the train station, he walked past a group of people who were talking about someone being called the Shinjuku batter. He overheard 2 high school students discussing how this Shinjuku batter apparently used nothing but a metal bat as a weapon. One of them asked the other whether the Shinjuku batter was a live streamer, and the other confirmed that they were. Keita listened and sighed, already feeling tired as he was reminded that today was yet another day he would have to go in and clean up the fallout for Vergood's mess. Just thinking about it made his stomach turn. The people around him continued chatting about the Shinjuku batter as the conversation spread. Keita thought to himself that since dungeon live streamers were directly connected to his line of work, it would probably be worth learning a little more about them. He found himself wondering idly what kind of person the Shinjuku batter actually was. He sighed again and glanced behind him, noticing that the businessman standing nearby looked absolutely exhausted. When Keita arrived at his workplace, a visibly shaken and disheveled Ukai greeted him with a good morning. He asked right away whether she had been up all night. She confirmed that she had, explaining that Vergood's apology video had gone viral once again and that their sponsors had been furious, forcing her to spend the night writing and sending out sincere apology emails to each of them. Keita looked at her pitiful state and covered his mouth. He reached into his bag and told her she needed to get some rest. He handed her some food. Ukai thanked him gratefully for the rice ball. Keita advised her that once she had eaten, she should take a nap and then have a shower, pointing out that she had been sweating quite a lot. Ukai agreed and remembered that the office air conditioner automatically switched off at night, which explained the state she was in. Ukai then brought up the question of what they were going to do about the Vergood situation. She explained that live streamers who belonged to major agencies like Dune tended to ignore their outreach entirely when contacted, and she wondered aloud whether there were any popular live streamers out there who would be willing to work within their budget. Keita mentioned cheerfully that his own niece had recently started streaming. Ukai asked how many subscribers she had. When Keita told her it was around 1,500, Ukai immediately apologized and said that it was simply not enough for what they needed. She sighed and said she hoped the person being called the Shinjuku batter would respond to them. Keita turned to her and asked whether that person was actually famous. Ukai lit up with excitement and told him that the Shinjuku batter had been the talk of everyone the previous night. He was a major newcomer who had surpassed 10,000 subscribers on the very first broadcast. Keita listened with growing astonishment. Ukai continued, saying it was an extraordinary debut for a solo streamer, and that the Shinjuku batter had gone into the deeper layers of dungeon alone for his very first live stream, and had defeated an SSS-ranked Diamond Boa in the process. She remarked with enthusiasm that this could very well be the beginning of something legendary. Keita went quiet for a moment. He thought to himself that the Diamond Boa was the very same monster he had defeated the previous night. He asked Ukai casually whether that monster was considered particularly strong. Ukai told him that very good had been completely wiped out by that exact monster before. The Diamond Boa possessed a 90% physical damage reduction ability known as Diamond Power, making it one of the strongest boss monsters in existence. Even a top-tier raiding party of more than 20 people struggled to defeat it in a coordinated raid battle. Keita thought back quietly to the previous night, recalling that while the Diamond Boa certainly had extremely hard scales on the outside, its internal structure was actually quite fragile. If one could deliver an impact precisely enough through the sweet spot of a bat, it was possible to transmit enough force to cause real damage. He turned the whole thing over in his mind, telling himself that the connection could not be right. The timing of the Shinjuku batter defeating the Diamond Boa the same night he had been there was surely just a coincidence. Besides, he had not been live streaming anything he did. Going to dungeons was simply his hobby, his way of dealing with the stress that built up day after day. It had to be a coincidence. He left it at that. A few hours later, Ukai and Keita stood together in front of their manager. The manager explained that Very Good had originally built their large subscriber base by repeatedly posting controversial content that constantly hovered on the edge of going viral, and that despite everything, they had been valuable to the company because they could be reliably assigned to projects. But her patience had run out. She told them with clear irritation that they were cutting those troublesome streamers loose, and she ordered Ukai to move quickly and find a replacement dungeon live streamer to work with. She warned them both to expect overtime work for the foreseeable future until a suitable replacement was found. Both Ukai and Keita looked as though the life had been completely drained out of them upon hearing the word overtime. Meanwhile, across the city at a school, Hikari was staring at her phone with barely contained delight. The channel she had secretly created for her uncle had already climbed to a whopping 17,000 subscribers. She kept quietly praising her uncle to herself, marveling at how incredible he was and saying she loved him dearly for making the numbers grow the way they were. Her friend sitting beside her looked on with mild boredom and asked whether Hikari had some kind of sponsor funding this whole thing, and then pointed out more seriously that a person could not just stream someone else without their knowledge or permission, and that Hikari was going to get caught sooner or later and find herself in real trouble. Her friend also recalled that Hikari's uncle was exactly the kind of man who did not like drawing attention to himself. Hikari beamed and said she was well aware of that, and that her uncle was the type who got secondhand embarrassment just from exposure to youth culture, and since he did not watch live streams at all, there was absolutely no way he would ever find out. Her friend commented that it sounded exhausting to be so completely disconnected from anything the younger generation was into. She then mentioned that she had done a little digging and found out something interesting, which was that the batting cage Keita regularly visited had apparently been directly affected by the dungeon disaster 18 years ago. Hikari asked her friend whether she was talking about the dungeon disaster. Her friend confirmed it and explained that many people had died at that location, and that even after the batting cage had eventually reopened, the dungeon gate that had appeared there during the disaster had remained in place. Hikari noted that this was fairly common, and her friend went on to explain that there were quite a number of such gates scattered around Shinjuku, and that while only a few of them were officially managed by the Japan Adventurers Guild, those were the ones that most adventurers chose to use. Hikari said it made sense since they were convenient and well-maintained. Her friend agreed, but then added something more significant. She told Hikari that the particular gate her uncle used was one that led directly to the deepest layer of the dungeon, meaning that even the highest-ranking adventuring parties could face death if they charged in without proper preparation and caution. Hikari was thrilled by this revelation and praised her uncle with admiration, thinking he was genuinely incredible. Her friend then shifted to a more serious tone and pointed out that Keita had been someone who had helped Hikari through genuinely difficult times in her life. She asked Hikari plainly whether it was really acceptable to expose someone like that to the public without his knowledge or permission. Hikari visibly felt a pang of guilt at hearing this. Her friend softened a little upon seeing her reaction and said she understood how Hikari felt, acknowledging that it would truly be a shame to walk away from a video that had already hit 1 million views. Hikari agreed and told her friend Mia that she would tell her uncle the truth. Mia said that was the right decision, but then Hikari added the condition that she would tell him the truth after she had become a billionaire first. That left Mia completely caught off guard. A little while later in the school hallway, Hikari told Mia that in the meantime, she was going to set up filters to obscure her uncle's face and personal information. Mia understood what Hikari was getting at, realizing that Hikari intended to continue live, streaming her uncle spontaneously in the future, but that once the footage was uploaded to the server, his face and voice would be made unrecognizable through the filters. Hikari praised Mia for understanding so quickly, saying she expected nothing less from someone as internet-savvy as her. At that moment, Hikari's phone rang. She looked at the screen and saw that it was her uncle Keita calling. She picked up immediately. Keita apologized and let her know that he would be working overtime again that evening and wanted her to be aware. Hikari repeated the word overtime with mild surprise and asked what that meant for dinner. Keita started to say he was going to go to the batting cage, but caught himself mid-sentence before the words fully came out and quickly adjusted what he was saying, telling her instead that he was going to go out for a drink that night. Hikari told him she understood. She then asked him in a deliberately casual tone whether he had his GPS location feature turned on his phone. Keita asked whether she meant the feature that shared one's location, and said he did not usually use it. Hikari told him it would be really helpful if he could switch it on when he went out late at night, saying it would let her know when he was on his way home since she got lonely waiting for him. Keita agreed without suspicion and said he would turn it on. The moment the call ended, Hikari celebrated internally. Mission accomplished. She now knew exactly how to track where her uncle was going. She immediately posted a notice on the channel she had created for him, announcing to viewers that the Shinjuku batter would be doing a live stream that night. She wondered excitedly to herself what her uncle would end up showing everyone this time. Meanwhile, at one of the deeper layer gates in the Shinjuku dungeon, a group of adventurers were gathered together, trying to figure out what to do. Someone addressed a member of the group, named Potato, pointing out that all the work they had lined up had fallen through, and they were left with nothing. A man named Mash said they were completely finished, and stood beside another member called Vinegar. Another person scrolling through his phone added that to make matters worse, an annoying newcomer had appeared on the scene and was drawing attention away from them. A man named Salt protested that they had already issued an apology and could not understand what more people wanted from them. He argued that there was nothing wrong with gathering weaker monsters in large numbers to level up efficiently, saying it was simply a more practical approach. Mash countered that according to people online who followed these things closely, gathering too many monsters together risked causing them to go berserk. Salt dismissed this and said it was not true, pointing out that they had done it many times before without incident. The man named Potato, who had been leaning quietly against a crumbling wall, changed the subject by asking whether that night was the night another streamer named Swearin was doing a live broadcast. Salt immediately perked up at the mention of Surin's name, praising her as both impressive and attractive. He asked Potato whether they should make an unannounced appearance during her stream and propose a collaboration, suggesting it could go viral. Potato said that a simple collaboration would not be enough on its own. Whatever they did needed to be big enough in scale to completely overshadow the controversy surrounding them. He suggested that if they could manage to dramatically rescue a live streamer who was in genuine danger right in the middle of a broadcast, that kind of moment would be powerful enough to turn public opinion back in their favor. The group in question was then revealed to be none other than Vergood themselves, the controversial dungeon live streamer group with 420,000 subscribers. Late that night somewhere in Tokyo, Ukai noticed Keita quietly counting something and asked if everything was all right. Keita said the situation was more frustrating than he had expected. He spoke seriously about how, if a company wanted people to work for them and deliver real results, those people deserve to be fairly compensated for their effort. That was simply how things should work. But their manager wanted high-quality performance at a bargain price, and the idea of being forced to work unnecessary overtime for that reason was something he could not stand. As he continued venting, his irritation grew with every passing minute. He thought to himself that if they were at least paid for the overtime, it would be bearable, but unpaid overtime was an entirely different matter. Ukai apologized to Keita for dragging him into work that was originally her responsibility. Keita assured her that there was no need for her to apologize. Ukai thought to herself that even though he said that, she still wanted to show her appreciation in some way. She spotted a ramen shop nearby and immediately suggested treating him to a bowl as a small gesture of thanks. Keita responded right away that he could not allow a junior colleague to pay for him. He adjusted his glasses and added that beyond that, from a workplace conduct standpoint, it was not really appropriate for the two of them to go out and eat together as co-workers of the opposite gender. Ukai thought privately to herself that since neither of them was married, there was really no reason to worry about it. Keita then added that carelessness in such situations could be very dangerous, particularly when it came to someone as attractive as she was. Ukai was completely caught off guard by the remark and felt her face go red. Keita bowed respectfully and wished her a good night before walking away. Once he was out of earshot, he shivered to himself, thinking that had been a close call. The last thing he needed was for rumors about unwanted advances or inappropriate behavior to start circulating around the office. He was relieved that he had managed to slip away from the situation so smoothly. A short while later, he arrived at the batting cage, paid his 500 yen entrance fee, and the storekeeper told him to enjoy himself. He walked toward the dungeon entrance, completely unaware that his niece was trailing behind him. Hikari grinned to herself, having been waiting for him, and was already looking forward to capturing great footage that night. She summoned a familiar, a spirit drone that took the form of a small cat. Her skill, known as Stealth SSS or Perfect Invisibility, was so powerful that even with her otherwise poor combat ability, it allowed her to move through dangerous areas without being detected. With the drone she had been given access to, she was confident she could film her uncle without him ever noticing. Then Keita suddenly turned around, his gaze moving directly toward where Hikari's invisible familiar spirit was hovering. Something had made him feel as though he was being watched. Hikari went tense with nerves. Keita was known to have exceptionally sharp perception, and she noted this with quiet alarm. He suddenly swung his metal bat, and it landed just beside Hikari, coming dangerously close to hitting her. Hikari's heart nearly stopped. She was terrified of being discovered. Keita felt that something was definitely there. Then by accident, the tip of his metal bat made contact with something directly in front of him, poking it in a way that confused him completely. He muttered to himself about what the strange, squishy surface could be. He turned the possibilities over in his mind, wondering whether it was some kind of monster or perhaps a slime, before considering that it might be something else entirely. Hikari stood frozen, desperately trying not to make a single sound or movement. Then, from deep within the dungeon layer below, a loud siren suddenly blared out. Keita let go immediately and turned his attention toward the source of the sound, heading off in that direction. Hikari exhaled with enormous relief. Meanwhile, down in the Shinjuku dungeon at the border area of level 140, an adventurer named Swearin had just made a terrible discovery. What had appeared to be a treasure box turned out to be a trap. Her teammates immediately alerted her that it was a serious situation, as diamond frogs had begun gathering around them in large numbers. One teammate pointed out that even a single diamond frog was a difficult and exhausting enemy to deal with. Another girl on the team panicked and asked how many there were, quickly concluding in her panic that they were all going to die. Swearin snapped at her team and told them firmly that they would do everything possible to survive before talking about dying. The comment section of her live stream was going absolutely wild with reactions. Swearin noticed some inappropriate comments coming in and reported them with irritation, making clear that she could see everything they were writing and reminding everyone that they were not going to die. At that moment, one of her teammates was grabbed and bound tightly by the tongue of one of the diamond frogs, crying out that this was not the time for Swearin to be dealing with comments and that she urgently needed help. Swearin assessed the situation and realized that if things continued this way, they would be completely wiped out. She drew her sword and summoned a water-based spell, chanting the name of her attack as she unleashed a powerful torrent of water at her target. To everyone's shock, the attack appeared to have no effect whatsoever. Not a single point of damage. Before Swearin could react, a diamond frog lunged at her and bound her tightly with its tongue, squeezing harder and harder. Just as her situation became truly desperate, Keita appeared from behind her, fully powered up and ready. In an instant, the frog that had been restraining her was completely obliterated, freeing Swearin immediately. The comment section of her live stream erupted into chaos at the sight. Keita's face appeared on screen in a blurred and distorted form, as the streaming system automatically applied an AI filter to obscure the faces and voices of any adventurers who had set their accounts to private or any general members of the public who had not given their consent to be shown. What the viewers saw was a man in a suit, holding a metal bat. The question exploded across the comment section almost immediately. Was this man the Shinjuku batter? Swearin herself stood there in stunned silence, staring at him. Keita stood positioned in front of Swearin and her teammates, facing the remaining diamond frogs. Above them, Hikari's invisible, familiar spirit hovered with its camera. The live stream had already climbed to 32,055 viewers. Hidden behind a wall, Hikari was giggling to herself as the view count continued to surge by the thousands. She thought her uncle was absolutely the best. The fans watching the stream were going wild, with some arguing about whether this was a planned collaboration, while others insisted it could not be, that Swearin and the man in the suit had simply happened to be in the same area at the same time. Hikari was delighted that she had thought to leave a link to her channel in Swearin's comment section, though she also found herself marveling at how fortunate her uncle had been to randomly cross paths with a top streamer like Swearin. She laughed to herself, realizing that because Swearin's stream had been dramatically interrupted, more and more people were being funneled directly to her channel. She could practically hear the sound of money rolling in. Back where Keita stood, Swearin and her teammates watched everything unfold in complete disbelief. Swearin thought to herself that the three of them had struggled enormously just trying to deal with the diamond frogs, and she could not begin to comprehend how Keita was capable of what she had just witnessed. He was frighteningly strong. A gem rolled across the ground as the last of the frogs went down. Keita wiped the sweat from his face with his handkerchief and remarked casually to himself that this area was essentially a beginner's level and was perfectly fine for some light and casual fun. Swearin told him flatly that he was talking complete nonsense. Keita replied that he felt he could say the same thing to her, and asked her what she had been thinking, setting off a dungeon alarm in the border area. One of her teammates quickly explained that they had not done it on purpose, that they had simply opened a treasure chest, and the alarm had triggered on its own. The chest had also been completely empty, which had left them as confused as anyone. Swearin backed her teammate up and told Keita that they were the victims in this situation. Keita asked whether she could actually prove that, making it clear he was not simply going to take anyone's word for it, since letting his guard down, even for a moment in a place like this, was not something he was willing to do. Swearin studied the man in front of her, taking in his absurd level of strength, his metal bat, and the fact that he was wearing a suit of all things. Having heard what he said, she told him that since they were live streaming, he was free to check the footage for himself and see that they had done nothing wrong. She was quietly thinking to herself that there was no longer any doubt in her mind. The man standing before her was without question the Shinjuku batter. Keita considered what she had said and concluded that the girls were indeed telling the truth, which left him wondering who the actual culprit behind the trap might be. Swearin told him directly that she recognized who he was and that he was the incredibly strong individual everyone had been talking about recently. Keita replied without missing a beat that he was simply an ordinary civilian who happened to be passing through. Swearin and her teammates were taken aback and pushed back, pointing out that ordinary civilians did not venture into dungeons alone. Keita responded with dry humor that their assumption was called prejudice. He then politely asked Swearin and her team that since they were live streaming, he would appreciate it if they could be discreet and respect his privacy. One of Swearin's companions quickly assured him that the stream was already over. The girls then turned slightly away from him and whispered among themselves, commenting that someone was live streaming on the Shinjuku batter's channel and had even posted the URL, and yet he was standing there pretending not to know anything about it. Swearin whispered back that she genuinely did not understand it either, but pointed out that he had helped them out of a very dangerous situation, so they should keep quiet and not say anything about it. The others agreed. Keita watched them whispering in front of him and assumed privately that they were probably commenting on what a gross old man he was. He thought to himself that young girls were deeply intimidating. He was also well aware that Swearin's channel was affiliated with a major agency Doom, making her someone even he recognized. He had a growing feeling that the more he stayed and got involved, the more troublesome things would become. With that thought, he turned and started walking away, leaving the girls confused by his abrupt departure. Swearin immediately ran after him and called for him to wait. Keita turned back to her with a flat and unenthusiastic expression and asked what else she could possibly want. Swearin told him not to look so irritated and said that she at least wanted to do something to thank him for what he had done. Keita responded by laying out a hypothetical situation. He described a scenario in which a bicycle runs a red light and darts into the road just as a truck comes barreling toward it. He asked Swearin whether in that situation, the bicycle was the one that had darted out recklessly. She asked if that meant they were the ones who had done something careless. Keita continued, saying that a person watching could reach out and prevent the accident just before it happened, but that it would feel genuinely unpleasant to deliberately look the other way and let it happen. He concluded by explaining that he had helped them simply so that he himself would not feel like a bad person, and therefore there was no reason to thank him, as the whole matter was too much trouble to draw out any further. He turned and walked away. Watching his retreating figure, Swearin felt a flash of irritation. She thought to herself that he was obnoxious and incredibly annoying. Her teammates voiced similar feelings, saying that just because he was powerful did not give him the right to speak to people the way he did. But then, still watching his back as he walked away, something shifted in Swearin's expression. A faint blush crept across her face as she quietly admitted to her teammate that he was actually kind of cool. Her teammates were caught off guard by the sudden change. They quickly reminded her not to get carried away just because the live stream had ended, warning that if her fans ever saw that dreamy expression on her face, she would be in serious trouble. Back on the live stream that Hikari had set up, the viewer count had skyrocketed to 51,427. Comments poured in praising Keita, with some saying they deeply respected his choice not to show his face. Others expressed disbelief that he had actually managed to rescue Swearin. One commenter said dramatically that if Swearin ended up in a relationship with an older man because of all this, they would not be able to handle it. But another comment quickly appeared saying that Keita was genuinely strong and honestly kind of cool. Hikari looked at the flood of comments with a satisfied smirk, thinking that it was entirely in keeping with her uncle's character, and perhaps even beyond what she had expected, that when approached by a cute girl, he had brushed her off completely without a second thought. It was very typical of him. As Hikari rested for a moment, something about the trap began nagging at her. She knew that when adventurers first learned a skill, they were taught to think about it using an analogy. Imagine a tree growing straight upward. The thick trunk represented the main skill, the core ability that every awakened adventurer was required to learn. In Hikari's case, her trunk was Stealth SSS, a remarkably convenient ability that allowed her to conceal both her appearance and her presence entirely. Just as branches grew outward from a trunk as the tree matured, adventurers could acquire sub-skills as they leveled up. For instance, Hikari had a sub-skill called Ninja Art B, which she could transform into a drone-like familiar. Beyond that, she also had access to an ability called Appraisal. Hikari used Appraisal on the treasure chest that had triggered the alarm. The viewers watching her livestream praised her for trying it, but then someone in the comments pointed out that the chest did not look like the kind of treasure box that normally appeared in the border area. It looked noticeably worn and out of place. The rest of the comment section quickly agreed, with someone adding that it looked like it had come from an upper layer and speculating that someone must have physically brought it down there and placed it deliberately. The comments immediately filled with theories that someone had intentionally targeted Suerin and her team. Hikari thought deeply about this and concluded that someone had attempted what was known as an MPK, or monster player kill, a tactic where a person used monsters as a weapon to attack other adventurers. Whoever had done this had specifically targeted Suerin's scheduled livestream, and that thought sent a chill through her. Then an idea struck her. She stood up and reasoned that if someone had planned and carried out such a deliberate act, the culprit might very well still be hiding somewhere nearby. She immediately summoned another of her familiar spirit drones and sent it searching. A few moments later, a grin spread across her face. She had found them. Hikari's familiar spirit drones managed to capture footage of an anxious Potato while his teammates crowded around him in a panic, pressing him about what they were going to do next. Potato snapped at them not to ask him, cursing under his breath about why on earth such powerful monsters from the deeper layers had been drawn to the area. Watching the feed on her phone, Hikari was shocked when she realized the group looked familiar. Both she and the viewers commenting on her live stream recognized them at the same time. They were very good. Meanwhile, Suerin was still hurrying after Keita, pleading with him to wait because she had not even had the chance to properly thank him yet. Keita declined without breaking his stride, saying it was not necessary. Suerin insisted that she at least be allowed to express a small amount of gratitude, but Keita declined again. Growing increasingly flustered and red in the face, Suerin finally gave up on the idea of thanking him and instead asked if he would at least give her his contact information. Keita's expression became even less enthusiastic than before as he refused her absolutely. One of Suerin's teammates watched the whole exchange and remarked that it was quite a scene to witness. Another teammate felt relieved that their own live stream had been cut off before all of this unfolded. But then she stopped as she noticed that the Shinjuku Batter channel was still actively streaming everything. She stared at her phone in shock as she saw Vergood on the screen, completely unaware that they were being filmed. Suerin's teammate listened as Potato's voice came through the feed, cursing and saying that they were supposed to have been the ones to heroically save Suerin from danger. His teammates tried to console him by saying it had simply been bad luck and was not their fault. Suerin's teammates were barely containing their fury at what they were hearing. The people watching the live stream were similarly stunned, recognizing immediately that Vergood had made a catastrophic mistake. They apparently had no idea they were being broadcast to thousands of viewers. The audience also noticed that one of the Vergood members was visibly carrying the same kind of treasure chest that had set off the alarm and triggered the dangerous situation in the first place. Suerin's teammates called out to both her and Keita, alerting them that the people responsible for planting the treasure chest were nearby and that they were going to go after them. Suerin understood immediately. She raised her hand and cast a water-based spell she called Water Mirror, sending ripples spreading outward through the surrounding water. Keita watched with quiet interest, recognizing that the spell functioned similarly to sonar, using the ripples to detect the positions of everything in the surrounding area. Almost instantly, Suerin announced that she had located them. She chanted again and unleashed a second, far more powerful spell called Great Vortex. A massive churning torrent of water surged outward and caught every member of Vergood completely off guard, sweeping them up before they could react. One of Suerin's teammates murmured that perhaps it had been a little excessive. Keita observed quietly that the spell created a large vortex capable of restraining enemies across a wide area, that it worked in coordination with changes in the surrounding terrain, and that its particular strength lay in how long it could sustain its effect. He told them it had been exactly the right call to make. Suerin felt genuinely pleased to hear him say so. Then both Hikari watching through her stream and Suerin standing beside him noticed something shift in Keita. A heavy and oppressive aura seemed to suddenly surround him, filling the air around him with a dense and unsettling pressure. Meanwhile, the members of Vergood were struggling helplessly against the powerful water magic that had engulfed them. Potato was furious and could not understand why this was happening to him. He ordered his teammates to get out of the area as fast as they could. His panicked teammates shot back that escaping from a raging torrent of that magnitude was impossible, even with the enhanced physical abilities that adventurers possessed. Potato told them harshly to be quiet. He declared through gritted teeth that he would never forgive whoever had put him in this situation. Then one of his teammates spotted Keita moving through the chaos toward them and called out in alarm, demanding to know who he was. Potato's expression hardened, and he ordered his team to open fire on Keita immediately. His teammates complied without hesitation, unleashing a barrage of magic attacks directly at him. The smoke and force of the impact looked devastating, and for a moment they believed they had hit him. But as the smoke cleared, Keita was standing completely unharmed. Every single member of Vergood went still with shock. Potato composed himself and ordered them to target Keita's footing instead. They attacked the ground beneath him, and as the surface gave way, they believed for a moment that they had finally succeeded in bringing him down. Keita fell, dropping toward the massive vortex churning below him. Potato braced himself for what he assumed would be the inevitable outcome. What he witnessed next was something he could not believe with his own eyes. Instead of plunging into the water, Keita landed on its surface and ran across it as though it were solid ground. Everyone watching, both in person and through the live stream, was left in stunned amazement. A voice from deep in Keita's memory surfaced at that moment. It was the voice of a former boss, a thoroughly unpleasant man who had once told Keita that he was going to teach him the secret art of working overtime. The memory came back with painful clarity. That boss had told him that even when his body reached the very limits of its physical strength, as long as he had not yet lost consciousness, he could keep going. He had told Keita to keep moving his hands, to keep working, right up until the moment he blacked out. The former boss had explained it to Keita using the analogy of running on water, saying it was like lifting the left foot just before the right foot had time to sink beneath the surface, and then immediately doing the same with the right foot before the left could sink. By repeating this endlessly without pause, a person could run across the surface of water indefinitely. At the time, Keita had assumed it was nothing more than a metaphor for pushing through something that seemed impossible. His former boss had insisted that if a person kept doing it without stopping, they could effectively work forever. Now, running across the churning surface of the vortex, Keita confirmed to himself that his former boss had actually been right. Even so, compared to the unreasonable and grinding daily workload he had been forced to endure at that job day after day, running on water felt like the easiest thing in the world. Keita arrived directly in front of the entire group of Very Good members, and the sheer force of his presence drained the color from every one of their faces. Screams rang out all around the area. Without a great deal of ceremony, Keita swung his bat and struck Potato squarely across the face. He then excused himself in a completely casual and unhurried tone as though nothing significant had happened. Potato clutched his broken nose, visibly shaken and frightened. Suerin hurried over to Keita and addressed him respectfully. Keita frowned at being called sir. One of Suerin's teammates leaned close and whispered to her that Keita's channel was still live streaming and that she should be very careful about what she said. Suerin looked guilty and acknowledged that she understood. The same teammate began scanning the surrounding area, searching for any sign of the device being used to film the stream. She could not spot anything at all. She reasoned quietly to herself that whoever was operating the camera on Keita's behalf was almost certainly someone with a very high-level stealth skill, and that person would need to be exceptionally skilled to remain completely undetected in a place like this. All of the Very Good members were shown sitting slumped against the rubble on the live stream. Suerin turned to face them and scolded them sharply, telling them that she and her teammates could have been killed because of what they had done. Then Keita quietly knelt down in front of the group. Potato demanded to know what his problem was. As Keita looked at their faces, he knew with complete certainty that he was not mistaken. These were the very people who had been the cause of his relentless overtime work for days on end. The oppressive aura around him intensified as he clenched his teeth, looking at them. He reached out and grabbed Potato by the collar, lifting him clean off the ground. He demanded that Potato answer him honestly about what exactly they had been doing down there. Potato panicked and tried to tell Keita to calm down. He quickly glanced at something nearby and immediately insisted that Keita had the wrong people and that they had not done anything. He argued that Keita could not simply use force and attack someone out of nowhere, and threatened that he would report him to the guild. Potato then shifted from defensive to aggressive, hurling insults at Keita and declaring that people his age with no manners were exactly the type he felt he needed to teach a lesson to. Keita thought to himself that something was seriously wrong with this person. Potato then threw his sword directly at the treasure chest, which triggered yet another dungeon alarm. The viewers watching the live stream were furious and now completely convinced that Very Good were without any doubt the culprits behind everything. They cheered for Keita to make sure they got what they deserved. Potato laughed and began calling out for whatever strong monsters the alarm would summon to emerge. He taunted Keita not to get so arrogant just because he happened to be a little stronger and continued piling on insults, mocking him as a middle-aged newcomer who was getting far too carried away with himself. Keita quietly began counting. He extended one finger. Potato told him to go to hell. Then, somewhat anticlimactically, what emerged from the triggered alarm was a tiny, peanut-shaped monster. The people watching the live stream burst out laughing, commenting that it was an utterly weak and harmless little creature. The small monster began throwing tiny punches at whatever was around it. The comment section immediately nicknamed it Peanut Boy. Potato was visibly thrown off by this outcome and scrambled to make excuses, telling Keita that the whole thing had been planned and was just a harmless prank. Keita was not buying a word of it. Potato pressed on, trying to convince him that the original plan had simply been to trigger an alarm and then defeat whatever monsters appeared alongside Suerin as a form of collaboration. Keita looked thoroughly bored by the explanation and asked Potato plainly whether he was seriously claiming that he had recklessly endangered multiple people's lives purely for entertainment. He extended a second finger. Potato grew more frantic and tried to insist that they had intended to save everyone in the end, and that was precisely what they would have done. Keita thought to himself that through all of this, Potato had not once offered even the smallest apology for what had happened. Potato nervously asked if Keita was going to forgive them, admitting that it had all been part of a plan, but insisting it was meant as a joke and that nobody should take it so seriously. Keita extended his third finger and said nothing for a brief moment. Then he drew back and sent Potato flying through the air with a single powerful swing of his metal bat. After delivering the blow, He told Potato in a flat and composed tone not to act so smug after causing so much trouble and harm to other people. Watching Potato's battered face on the live stream, the comment section erupted into laughter, with viewers saying he was absolutely finished and calling it a home run. Suerin's teammates looked on and snickered at the state Potato was in, though one of them thought quietly that Keita had perhaps gone a tiny bit too far and expressed some hope that Potato was not actually dead. She pulled Suerin's attention and said they needed to get out of there, but Suerin was not paying attention. Her face had gone a deep shade of red as she stared at Keita's retreating figure, quietly thinking to herself that the Shinjuku batter was incredibly cool. The following day at the Adventure Book Company's sales department, Ukai came over to Keita and informed him that it appeared very good had been expelled. She held out her phone to show him. Keita kept his eyes on his computer screen and said he was not particularly interested. Ukai went on to explain that Vergood had apparently made a serious mess of things during a live stream, and as a result their adventure licenses have been revoked and they've been expelled from the guild entirely. The news of their expulsion was spreading across every outlet. Keita glanced at his own phone and felt a quiet wave of relief wash over him when he confirmed that his name was nowhere in any of the coverage, and that it appeared Suerin and her teammates had kept their word. His mind drifted back to the previous evening in the dungeon. Suerin and her teammates had been discussing the situation and concluded that Vergood was completely finished, predicting confidently that their adventurer licenses would be revoked. Hearing that, it made Keita go on high alert. He had worried anxiously that being present at the scene might drag him into the whole mess. That was the last thing he wanted. All he had ever sought was to quietly enjoy his hobby without any fuss or attention. He had turned to Suerin with some hesitation and told her he had a favor to ask. Suerin had responded warmly and said he could ask her anything at all. Keita had requested that if anyone came to her asking about what had happened that night, she keep him out of it entirely. Suerin and her teammates had been visibly surprised by this. Suerin had told him she could do that, and then smiled and said she had a favor to ask in return. The way she smiled had made Keita feel uneasy about what she might be planning. Back in the present, Ukai excitedly shared with him that the Shinjuku batter had already surpassed 80,000 subscribers, and said she wished someone like that would be willing to work with him, since the big-name streamers affiliated with Doom always ignored their outreach. She felt increasingly hopeless about ever finding anyone capable of replacing Vergood. At that moment, a message from Suerin appeared in Keita's inbox. He stared at it with a troubled expression, wondering what she was up to. He had ended up exchanging contact information with her, and he already felt it was going to be nothing but a headache. Ukai noticed that Keita looked bothered and asked whether he had been spammed with something. Keita agreed that it was something along those lines, vaguely describing it as a young girl trying to rope him into some kind of dating app situation, and said he found the whole thing distasteful. Ukai responded with surprise and said she had received those kinds of messages too. She shared that she had once been contacted by someone posing as an idol asking to be friends, and that a friend of hers had actually been scammed through something similar back in junior high school. She then asked Keita whether he used a particular messaging app. He said yes and mentioned that it was convenient for staying in touch with his family. Ukai lit up and said she used the same one, then asked cheerfully if they could exchange contact information with each other. Keita reacted with quiet alarm. He began frantically searching his mind for a polite way to turn her down, mentally scrambling for any reasonable excuse he could land on. Ukai smiled brightly, saying she was glad she had managed to ask him so naturally, and admitted that she had been wanting to exchange information with him for some time. Keita was growing more anxious by the second and could see no way out when her manager suddenly called for both of them to come over. Keita leapt at the opportunity, immediately telling Ukai they had been summoned and practically pulling her along as he hurried over. He was privately grateful that his boss had unknowingly rescued him from the situation. Moments later, they stood in front of their manager, who looked visibly dejected. Keita sensed immediately that another problem was on the way. Their manager asked whether they had found a replacement for Vergood yet. Keita answered that it had only been one day and they had not heard back from anyone. The manager acknowledged that and then held up a magazine for them to look at. She said the situation was bad, genuinely bad. Keita recognized it as their company's flagship magazine. Their manager explained the problem. Vergood had been scheduled to have an exclusive full-color article serialized in the center spread of the magazine, starting the very next week. All of the surrounding advertising space had already been filled with related merchandise and sponsor placements, and the company had been counting on that to give them some breathing room financially. Keita pointed out that the content itself was the editorial department's responsibility, not theirs, since they were in sales. The manager acknowledged this, but said the editorial department was already completely overwhelmed with their own workload. She got straight to the point. She ordered Ukai to go and make a sales pitch directly to Doom Pro, and told Keita to support Ukai in delivering that pitch. Ukai asked to confirm whether she meant Doom Production, the company that managed multiple streamers each with over 1 million subscribers and the leading company in the entire industry, with Suerin's channel among its roster. The manager confirmed that was exactly who she meant. Ukai then asked whether they had been given a larger budget to work with for this. The manager said no, their budget remained just as tight as before. She smiled and told them that this was precisely where their sales skills were meant to shine, and said she was counting on both of them. Keita and Ukai slowly turned to look at each other with matching expressions of disbelief, and then both let out a cry of stunned protest at exactly the same time. Inside the offices of Doom Production, Keita and a visibly trembling Ukai sat across from Kinya Kachidoki, the manager of the company. Kinya held a cigarette and acknowledged that his visitors were from a publishing company. Keita introduced himself, and Ukai thanked Kinya for making time for them on short notice, and explained that they had come to propose a collaboration. He told Kinya that Ukai would walk him through the details. Kinya gave a nod and told them to proceed. Ukai gathered herself and launched into her explanation. After she had finished laying everything out, Kinya responded with open dismissiveness, calling the proposal boring and pointless. Ukai faltered. Kinya grinned and asked them plainly what Doom Production would actually gain from working with them. He went on to question what the point was of appealing to the relatively small number of readers their magazine reached. He told them to come back when they had tripled their circulation, adding with a boast that even their weakest performing streamer had more followers than that. Listening to him, Keita understood clearly that Doom Production had never had any real intention of doing business with them from the very beginning, and that it made complete sense given the gap between the two companies. Kinya continued, saying that in the current era, it was absurd to talk about media reach when they were dealing with nothing more than a print publication. He dismissed the whole meeting as a waste of everyone's time. Then Kinya's attention drifted to Ukai, and his expression shifted. He cleared his throat and leaned toward her, telling her that there was an upcoming party with an important industry figure and several live streamers, and that he could get her an invitation. He suggested she try talking to this industry bigwig directly, saying that if she could put him in a good mood, there might be some work in it for them. Ukai responded with genuine relief and asked if that was really possible. Kinya moved closer to her and made a lewd comment about her appearance, and Ukai grew confused. He continued, saying that if she could keep the important guest happy, it would also reflect well on him. He told her she was an adult and should understand what he was implying, finishing with a grin. Ukai's confusion quickly turned to alarm as she realized what he was suggesting, as she asked him directly whether he was proposing sexual favors in exchange for business. She pointed out firmly that what he was describing was a serious compliance violation. Kinya brushed this off, insisting he was not forcing anything on anyone and framing it as a casual offer that she was free to decline. He added that it would simply be the two of them in a hotel room, and that if she was not interested, there was no obligation. Ukai grew increasingly distressed. Keita let out a quiet sigh and rose to his feet. He thanked Kinya calmly for his time and told him they would be taking their leave. He reached out and took hold of Ukai's arm, guiding her toward the exit. Kinya called out for them to stop, saying things were just getting interesting. Keita stopped and spoke in a measured and deliberate tone. He pointed out that in the current age, anyone could share their thoughts with the entire world through social media, which made it very difficult for streamers with tens of thousands of followers to visit adult entertainment establishments without risk. Beyond the danger of going viral, he had also heard that the physical stamina of adventure-class streamers was so far beyond that of ordinary people that it placed severe strain on the workers in those establishments, leading to many such streamers being refused or banned from service entirely. He continued, noting that there had recently been a trend emerging where former streamers were being used as escorts at private hotel parties, where unsuspecting and inexperienced participants were coerced into situations they had not agreed to. He mentioned that a publication called Shubin magazine was allegedly sitting on a major expose about exactly this kind of activity, and that rumors have been circulating about it being published the following week. Keita then paused and asked with quiet subtlety whether it was possible that the story involved people connected to Doom Production. He added that he sincerely hoped it did not, and told Kinya to please disregard everything he had just said. He then told Ukai they were leaving. Kinya was visibly shaken and demanded to know how Keita had come to know any of that. Keita turned back to him one final time and said simply that outdated media outlets had their connections, then led Ukai out of the room. Staring at Keita, pulling her along behind him, Ukai felt her face go warm. Kinya erupted the moment they were gone. He shouted after Keita, furious at being spoken to that way by someone he dismissed as an old man. He grabbed Keita's necktie just as he was leaving and screamed at him, telling him not to underestimate a former streamer with 123,000 subscribers and demanding to know if Keita had a death wish. He added that smashing Keita's face would be no trouble for him at all. He was immediately stunned when Keita simply reached out and caught the hand gripping his tie without any apparent effort. Kinya winced as Keita's grip tightened around his hand. Keita thought to himself privately that Kinya was remarkably weak and wondered if this was truly the best he had to offer. He told Kinya plainly that the negotiation appeared to have broken down, excused himself one final time, and walked out of the room. A short while later, standing outside the Doom Production building, Ukai thanked Keita profusely for what he had done. Keita told her it was no trouble, but pointed out that since the deal had fallen through, they needed to brace themselves for a difficult conversation with their boss when they got back. Ukai immediately and wholeheartedly agreed. Keita quietly extended one finger to his private count. He thought about the enormous blank space that now sat in their magazine because of Vergood's expulsion and turned the problem over in his mind, wondering what their next move could possibly be. High above them, watching from his office window, Kinya stood with his teeth clenched in fury. His hand throbbed with the urge to hit something. A man entered his office and asked what was going on and whether there was something outside worth looking at. Without a word of warning, Kinya backhanded him viciously across the face. The man crumpled to the floor, and several teeth skittered across the ground. Keita stood over him and asked in a low and self-satisfied tone whether he was pretty strong, licking his fingers as he said it. He said he was afraid of nothing and asked the man if he understood. The man, now bleeding from his nose, answered immediately that he understood and muttered miserably that his front tooth had been broken. Keita crouched down beside him and told him he would deal with that later, then drove a punch into the man's stomach, telling him to shut up and serve as his punching bag. The man spat blood. Keita grabbed him by the head and turned his gaze back to the window, staring down at the figures of Keita and Hikari walking away below. He slammed the man's face into the glass with full force, leaving his victim's face in a horrific state. Keita snarled and swore to himself that he would make Keita pay for this. As they walked through the streets, Hikari asked Keita whether the story about Shubin magazine was actually true. Keita told her that at the moment it was nothing more than unproven industry gossip, nothing solid enough to publish, but that he personally was convinced there was truth to it. The rumors about Doom Production taking advantage of female clients who came to them looking for business deals, as well as streamers and fans hoping to collaborate, and pressuring them into sleeping with people, all seemed credible to him. He thought to himself privately that it was a dark side of the industry he had not expected to be uncovering simply by trying to chase down a business deal. Hikari then called his name and asked if he had any plans for the evening. She told him she wanted to thank him properly for what he had done for her earlier and invited him to go out for a drink. Hikari's face went red as she thought to herself that she had finally done it and actually asked him. Keita declined politely, telling her there was no need and that she should not worry about it. Hikari insisted that she genuinely wanted to. Keita told her that looking out for his colleagues was simply part of his responsibilities and that she had no reason to feel indebted to him for it. He also mentioned that he already had plans for dinner that evening. Hikari was caught off guard and immediately asked whether it was a date or some kind of singles event. Keita said it was nothing like that and explained that his sister and niece had asked him to take them out for a meal. Hikari stared at him and told him warmly that he would make a wonderful father. Keita laughed a little awkwardly and said there was no chance of that happening. After that, the two of them went and told their manager that the meeting had not worked out and apologized sincerely. Keita then immediately informed his manager that he was heading out for dinner with his family. His manager was visibly irritated and demanded to know how he could say something like that at a moment like this. But just like that, Keita managed to slip away and avoid another evening of unpaid overtime. At the train station, he realized he was running a little late. He checked his phone to confirm where they were meeting. Hikari had messaged him earlier to let him know that her mother was also joining them and had sent him the address of the restaurant. When he saw the address, he recognized it as one of those old-fashioned beer halls he had always liked. He thought to himself that his sister knew him very well. He boarded the crowded train and noted to himself how muggy the air was, though he thought that beer tasted especially good on days like this. He also reflected that his sister must be doing well financially if she was treating him to dinner in Ginza. He was mildly uncertain about going to a beer hall with his niece present, but then remembered that his sister had always enjoyed drinking too, so he figured it would be fine. His mind wandered happily to the thought of ordering an enormous king-sized beer that evening. While he was lost in this pleasant daydream, someone suddenly grabbed his shoulder from behind and told him in a sharp voice that they knew what he had done, demanding that he get off at the next station. Keita was completely baffled, as was the short-haired young woman standing beside him. The man shoved a phone screen into Keita's face, showing video footage of Keita's earlier expression of longing anticipation. The man identified himself as a live streamer called Pervert Repellent Mamoru, boasting 38,000 subscribers, and announced loudly that he had captured Keita's face on video. In a raised voice, Mamoru accused Keita of groping the woman beside him, declaring that there was no point in denying it because he had proof and that they were going to the police together. Keita was still entirely confused and pointed out calmly that both of his hands had been fully occupied. Mamoru shouted back that even brushing against someone with the back of a hand or an arm or smelling them was considered inappropriate behavior and was common knowledge. He introduced himself again with his subscriber count and announced that he had connections with several police officers in the area, demanding that Keita show his identification. The short-haired girl spoke up and told Mamoru plainly that she had not been groped and that the whole thing was a misunderstanding. Mamoru refused to accept this and insisted that sometimes people did not even realize they were being groped. He pushed his phone toward the girl and pressured her to agree with him that the video was clear evidence, wanting her to confirm his accusation. The girl told him he was being a nuisance and asked him to delete the video. Mamoru was unwilling and claimed he was acting for the good of society and that something like this could not simply be overlooked, insisting she leave the matter to him. The girl was left speechless and quietly furious. Keita sighed and sent a text to Hikari, letting her know something had come up and that he would be running late. Mamoru immediately snapped at him, demanding to know who he was contacting and telling him not to take any independent action, still loudly calling him a groper. Keita responded in an even and quiet tone, telling Mamoru to stop shouting because he was frightening the young woman. He then turned to the short-haired girl and politely asked if she could spare a moment. She said she could. Keita apologized and asked whether she would be willing to get off at the next station with him so they could consult with the station staff together, explaining that he had not groped her, that he would greatly appreciate it if she could testify to that on his behalf. The girl agreed readily and said they would clear the whole thing up together. Mamoru, who had been grinning up until that point, suddenly bolted. He shouted that he was done with this and dashed off the train before the doors could close, fleeing in the opposite direction. Keita called after him, but Mamoru shouted back for him to be quiet and called him a groper one final time before disappearing. The passengers remaining on the train began whispering among themselves, and the murmuring spread quickly. Some were convinced that Keita was guilty. Others expressed open disgust, telling him he was despicable. People commented that he looked exactly like the type, and that men with that kind of expression were usually gropers. Some wanted to take photographs of him to warn others. Keita noticed something unsettling about how quickly and uniformly the hostility was spreading, with people repeating the same narrative and ignoring the actual facts of the situation entirely. It occurred to him that some of those voices might not be acting naturally, and that this whole scene might have been deliberately set up to frame him. He thought immediately of Kinya. When he tried to think of who might be motivated to cause him trouble, that was the only name that came to mind. The short-haired girl said she had some idea of why someone like Mamoru might have targeted her specifically. Keita suggested to her that his own involvement had been coincidental, and that what had happened to him was more of a case of misplaced resentment directed his way. The girl pointed out that if the situation got messy, it could become very troublesome for both of them, and suggested they exchange contact information just in case it became necessary later. She noticed that Keita seemed quite reluctant about this. After a brief pause, Keita agreed and said she was right, and that they should exchange information just to be safe. The short-haired girl thought to herself that he had seemed genuinely and unusually hesitant about something as simple as sharing contact details. Meanwhile, at a convenience store not far away, Hikari looked at the message from her uncle and hoped he was all right, wondering privately what kind of trouble he had managed to get himself into this time. As for telling him that her mother was also coming to dinner, that had been a complete lie. Hikari smirked to herself. Tonight was her turn to do something nice for him. The table was covered with delicious food and cold beers, and Hikari told her uncle to raise his glass. They clinked their drinks together, and Keita drank deeply, his face filled with genuine contentment. Hikari asked him happily how everything tasted. Keita's face had gone red from the beer, and he told her it was wonderful. Hikari said she was glad he liked it, and told him that since he had been working so hard lately, he should drink as much as he wanted that night. Keita was moved by her thoughtfulness and thanked her warmly. He thought to himself that he needed to remain a responsible adult, but then the memory of what had happened on the train earlier crept back into his mind and made him want to drink even more. Hikari noticed something in his expression and asked if everything was all right. Keita shook his head and said it was nothing, but his fingers had already quietly counted up to 2. He told himself that this was a special occasion and he should put it all aside for now and simply enjoy the evening. He then asked Hikari where her mother was. Hikari twitched nervously for just a moment before telling him that her mother was still at work but had left money for them, so he should order whatever he liked. Keita said that if she was that busy, there was really no need to go to such lengths on his behalf. Hikari was relieved that her uncle had accepted the explanation without question. She thought privately to herself that this dinner was actually her own gift to him. Keita mentioned that he had been wondering for some time what his sister actually did for work. Hikari answered that she genuinely did not know, as her mother did not share much with her about it, and had only described herself vaguely as some kind of handmade artisan. Keita thought to himself that his sister was apparently keeping secrets even from her own daughter, and he wondered what exactly she was up to. The whole thing struck him as rather suspicious. Keita remarked that it had been quite a long time since the two of them had had a proper chance to sit down and talk like this. He asked Hikari how school was going and whether everything was all right. Hikari was amused and told him it was such a typical uncle thing to ask. Keita admitted that it might sound a bit stiff coming from him, but said he was genuinely curious and wanted to know. Hikari laughed and told him that she was doing really well. She had made friends, found something she truly enjoyed doing, and every day felt rewarding and fulfilling to her. Keita said that was wonderful to hear, and asked her what exactly she had been keeping herself busy with lately. Hikari went a little tense on the inside and scrambled to think of how to answer. She obviously could not tell him that she had been secretly running a live streaming channel where she filmed him without his knowledge and was racking up tens of thousands of views. At that moment, Keita's phone lit up with a call. Hikari immediately pointed it out to him. Keita told her it was his manager calling. He hesitated, drained the rest of his beer in one long gulp, and said he was tempted to pretend he had not seen it. Hikari told him firmly that he had to answer. Keita listened to her and excused himself from the table to take the call. His manager apologized for reaching out so late in the evening and then got straight to the point, asking him bluntly whether he had groped someone. Keita frowned in disbelief. His manager explained that he had been featured in a video posted by a streamer who ran a channel dedicated to publicly shaming gropers on public transport, a person who called himself pervert repellent Mamoru, though she noted that none of the videos on the channel were particularly convincing. Keita acknowledged that there had been some trouble, but pointed out that it had only happened about an hour ago. His manager said that the timing of everything sounded far too convenient to be a coincidence. She went on to explain that although Keita's face had been blurred in the footage and there was no information that would directly identify his place of employment, someone had somehow zeroed in on the company anyway. Despite the video receiving very few views, it had been singled out and connected specifically to their company. Keita was stunned. His manager told him that the company's social media account had received a direct message informing them that one of their employees had been accused of sexual harassment and asking how the company intended to respond. Keita was shaken. He told his manager plainly that it appeared he had been set up and apologized for the trouble it was causing. His manager asked him directly who he had managed to get on the wrong side of, because she did not believe for a moment that he was the type to grope anyone. Keita smiled quietly at hearing that. He asked her whether she trusted him. His manager replied that she knew Keita well enough to know that his instinct for self-preservation far outweighed any other impulse, and that he would never do something as reckless and self-destructive as groping a stranger on a train. Keita smiled again, thinking to himself that his manager understood him surprisingly well. His manager then said that the whole operation was too carefully planned to be the work of a small-time streamer acting alone. Keita agreed, saying that while it was still just his own guess, he believed someone with significantly more resources and influence was behind it. His manager thought quietly for a moment and said that given everything that had happened recently, only one name came to her mind. Keita spoke the name at the same moment she was thinking it. The Doom production manager, Kinya Kachidoki. Keita's manager was furious. She ranted that the largest company in the entire industry had made a deeply inappropriate proposition to one of their sales representatives, had been turned down, and was now retaliating through harassment. She found it utterly ridiculous and could not understand what kind of grown adult man would behave that way. Keita told her he agreed completely with her assessment, but pointed out that without any solid evidence, there was little they could do yet, and that they needed to think carefully about how best to handle the situation. His manager took a breath and calmed herself down, acknowledging that he was right, though she added that he ought to be more visibly upset about the whole thing. She told him they would discuss the best course of action the following morning and that he should not be late. Keita informed her that he had already obtained the contact information of the young woman who had been present during the incident and that they had both spoken with the station staff, so in terms of initial steps the situation was not in bad shape. His manager said that the video itself had very little evidential value and had not spread widely enough to cause significant damage, making it essentially impossible to hold him accountable based on it alone. Keita asked whether he could take that to mean the company would not be pursuing any disciplinary action against him. His manager confirmed that was correct and said she trusted him. She added with feeling that she had a deep contempt for people who use sex as a bargaining tool in business dealings, and an equal contempt for people who tried to exploit social justice causes to manipulate others. Keita told her he would come back to the office if it was necessary, but his manager told him he was in the middle of a family dinner and should enjoy the rest of his evening, even apologizing for having interrupted it before ending the call. Keita thanked her sincerely. He stood alone for a moment with his phone in his hand, thinking it through. There was no evidence. The video had his face blurred and contained no identifying information. He reasoned that whoever was behind it had deliberately kept everything at the bare minimum, likely because they knew the evidence was not strong enough to hold up under scrutiny, and that going after the Mammoth streamer through legal channels would probably be a waste of time. He thought bitterly to himself that people who operated this way always seemed to be very good at shielding themselves from consequences. He let out a disgusted sneeze at the thought of them. Behind him, a waiter noticed the heavy and oppressive aura radiating from Keita and called out to him nervously. Keita seethed inwardly. Being framed personally was one thing, but they had dragged his company, his colleagues, and his family time into it as well. He extended his fingers and counted grimly to 3. A few moments later, he returned to the table where Hikari was waiting, but the change in him was immediately obvious. He was visibly more imposing, radiating a dark and grim energy that made the air around him feel heavy. Hikari nearly choked at the sight and nervously asked what had happened to him and whether he was all right. Keita smiled at her and said everything was fine, though the smile did nothing to reassure her, and she found it deeply unsettling. She watched as he picked up a glass of beer and drained the entire thing in one long, unbroken gulp. He then admitted to her that there had been a small amount of trouble at work. Hikari stood up immediately and told him not to worry about her, that she would take a taxi home and that he should go back and deal with whatever he needed to. Keita told her it was very kind of her and pressed a banknote into her hand. Hikari protested that he did not need to do that, reminding him that this dinner was supposed to be something she and her mother were treating him to. Keita insisted that the money was his way of making up for having cut their time together short, and told her to keep whatever was left over as pocket money. Hikari tried once more to refuse, but Keita was already on his way out the door and not listening. Watching him leave, Hikari had a strong feeling about where he was headed. She immediately logged in to the Shinjuku Batter's official channel and posted a breaking news announcement that the Shinjuku Batter would be live streaming an intense batting session that very night. The comments section exploded immediately, with viewers saying they had been waiting for exactly this. Hikari kissed her phone with excitement and immediately called the waiter over for the bill. She did not know exactly what had happened or what her uncle was about to do, but she had absolutely no intention of leaving him to face it alone. Meanwhile, at the batting cage, Keita paid his entrance fee. The storekeeper told him it would be the usual 500 yen. But Keita had something different in mind tonight. He was still burning with fury as he thought about the industry leader who used the promise of business as leverage to coerce people into sleeping with him, and a streamer who had tried to frame an innocent person for sexual harassment on a public train. The kind of utterly despicable people who made a person genuinely wonder whether any functioning brain existed inside their heads. Keita told the storekeeper that tonight he would not be going to his usual spot. Tonight, he was going to the Incubus Palace, a dungeon area known for its lust-driven monsters. He was planning to beat every single one of them into the ground. The Incubus Palace was a dungeon that closely resembled the red light district of Shinjuku's Kabukicho area. One theory held that a warping of space and time during the dungeon disaster had caused the former red light district to merge with the dungeon, giving birth to this strange and volatile place. The area had been particularly chaotic during the initial disaster, and a great many people had lost their lives there as a result. Even within the broader Kabukicho dungeon, the Incubus Palace stood apart as something especially dangerous and unique, filled as it was with monsters and demons that had been born from the energy of sexual desire. The monsters inhabiting the place were shouting out their preferences as Keita arrived, one after another calling out various features they found attractive, hollering about average-looking men, beefy businessmen, dress shirts and rolled-up sleeves, and dorky glasses. Keita walked in and came face to face with these devils of sexual obsession. He went there from time to time. One of the monsters turned its attention to Keita and began repeatedly exclaiming about how deliciously large and muscular he was. When Keita felt the urge to swing, he sent the creature flying with a single powerful strike. The monster crashed violently into a building. Keita muttered to himself that he would give that one a perfect score. He thought privately that nothing quite matched the satisfaction of sending sex-crazed creatures flying through the air. He thought about everything he had been carrying with him, the abuse of corporate power, the sleazy business proposition, the sexual harassment, the false groping accusation on the train, and all the other forms of nonsense that had been piling up. He had been quietly bottling all of it inside himself, and now he was going to release every last bit of it on these monsters. He took another step forward. Behind him, Hikari was barely holding herself together as she tried to write a caption for the stream, screeching internally that the place was absolutely terrifying. There was no way she was going to deactivate her SSS stealth ability in a place like this. The monsters that appeared in the Shinjuku Incubus Palace were primarily demons, and they were particularly formidable. Not only did they reduce any incoming physical damage to less than half, they were also highly resistant to magic. And if a person was defeated by them, the consequences were deeply unpleasant regardless of the victim's gender. Hikari had not noticed that one of the demons had already positioned itself directly behind her. By the time she became aware of it, Keita had already charged toward it, shouting furiously about dirty creatures who grope people on crowded trains and declaring that he was going to make them pay for it. He swung and connected with devastating precision, and the demon let out a pained groan. Hikari reacted loudly to herself, thinking that her uncle was clearly going to be completely fine and that she had nothing to worry about. Then there was another enormous boom that made her jump despite herself. In the comments section, viewers were noting that Keita seemed to be in a particularly dark mood. Others speculated that something unpleasant must have happened to him. Some mentioned that riding trains had become genuinely uncomfortable in recent times. One commenter suggested with humor that Keita might have done something he felt guilty about, which drew a confused response from another viewer. Hikari thought to herself that her uncle was extraordinarily powerful, and that just knowing he was not in any danger of dying made everyone watching feel relaxed and at ease. Keita shouted furiously as he swung again, directing his rage specifically at the type of people who demanded sexual favors in exchange for business opportunities, and another crashing impact rang through the dungeon. The comments section declared it looked incredibly satisfying and speculated that he must be feeling much better. Others said he clearly had a lot of built-up stress and hoped he would eat something good afterward. Then a large donation appeared in the stream, and Hikari reacted with delight. She responded to the commenters and thanked the generous donor. She thought happily about the loyal audience that had formed around the channel. They had already reached monetization, which meant advertisements were now running alongside the content. She thought to herself that when she eventually made a real fortune from all of this, she would hand every bit of it to her uncle, so he could quit his job and spend the rest of his days living freely. She chuckled at the thought, and suddenly there was a flash from somewhere above, and something came hurtling down and struck the ground near Keita. It was a spear. Keita looked around, trying to figure out where it had come from. A moment later, the spear released a powerful sphere of destructive energy. Keita reacted instantly and leapt out of the way, barely avoiding the force of the blast. He made a quick decision and swung his bat directly at the sphere, producing a thunderous roar of impact. The force of it disrupted Hikari's live stream, cutting the feed entirely. She was shocked and could not understand why it had gone down. The comment section erupted in confusion, with viewers asking what had happened and whether the drone had been destroyed, debating whether the man was in trouble, and concluding that he was far too powerful to be in any real danger, and begging for the stream to be restored. Hikari began to wonder with some anxiety whether her uncle had somehow figured out that she had been streaming him. When the dust settled, the spear that had embedded itself in the ground was suddenly gone. Keita noticed this with surprise. It had returned to the hand of a woman who was standing behind him. The woman moved swiftly, dashing behind him and swinging at him in one fluid motion. But Keita was already alert and managed to dodge the slashing strike. As their weapons made contact with each other, Keita called out for her to stop, and the woman froze in place. Keita looked at her. The woman's expression became troubled. She was surprised to realize that she was looking at a human being. She bowed and apologized sincerely. Keita told her carefully to please be more mindful of her surroundings. She apologized again and said she had not expected anyone else to be there. Nearby, Hikari listened from her hiding place, keeping herself absolutely still and silent. She thought that her uncle had not noticed her presence, which meant her SSS stealth skill was doing its job. She reasoned that the live stream had cut out because her familiar spirit drone had been caught in the area of effect from the attack a moment ago. But she found herself completely baffled by something else entirely. She could hardly believe what she was seeing. Standing there in the Incubus Palace was a woman who was, by any measure, an enormous figure in the streaming world. She was a top-tier Doom production streamer on the same level as Swearin, a platinum-ranked female streamer known as the strongest physical solo attacker currently active, and an artist known as a spear dancer. Her name was Senna, and she had over 1,023,000 subscribers. The spear dancer Senna was the brightest star in Doom Productions roster. Unlike Swearin, whose public persona was fairly well known through social media and mainstream outlets, Senna kept her private life completely hidden from the public, making her an enigmatic and extraordinarily popular dungeon streamer. Her latest music video had surpassed 300 million streams, and she was performing the theme song for a major film called 10 Piece. She was a lone genius who never formed parties with other adventurers and refused tips even during dungeon quests. Even when her music videos and promotional content went viral, she chose not to use any advertisements or monetization features. Her only sources of income were merchandise sales and music. Hikari could barely comprehend what one of the top athletes and artists in the country was doing in a place like this. She thought to herself that this was absolutely going to go viral, and that her uncle was going to become a legend for having crossed paths with both Swearin and Senna. She was determined to get the stream back up and running. That said, she realized she needed to be careful. Since Senna was appearing in the middle of her official stream, she would need to blur Senna's face and silence their conversation to avoid getting into serious trouble. The familiar spirit drone made a small, purring sound. Keita thought he heard something and paused for a moment, but dismissed it. The stream came back online. The viewers reacted with relief, asking whether the man was all right, and then immediately erupted into disbelief as they caught sight of the woman standing near him. Even with her face heavily blurred, some viewers recognized something familiar about her. The comments section exploded with people insisting it could not possibly be who they thought it was, asking each other in frantic disbelief whether it was real. The hardcore fans who recognized Senna began sending large donations in their excitement. The whole chat had descended into chaos. Senna asked Keita whether something was the matter. Keita said it was nothing. He thought privately that he had felt as though someone was watching them, but concluded it was probably just his imagination. He then asked Senna whether he was to take her attack on him as a simple mistake. She confirmed that it was and apologized genuinely. She explained that her eyesight was poor and that she had mistaken him for a monster. Keita told her plainly that attacking him with a legendary weapon had the very real potential to kill him, and that she should never do that again. The weapons used by adventurers were mostly found inside dungeons, and typically appeared in large enough quantities that replicas could be produced and sold through guilds. However, there were certain weapons that could not be replicated with any modern technology. Ever since the dungeons had first appeared in the world, adventurers have been searching urgently for items known as legendary treasures. The spear Senna was carrying was one such legendary weapon, known by the name Gi Ball the Destruction. Keita was putting things together in his mind. The woman in front of him had to be Senna, one of the highest-ranked streamers in Doom production. He thought to himself that he seemed to keep running into famous streamers, and he was fairly certain he had seen Senna performing on a popular television program during the previous New Year's Eve. He quietly hoped she was not currently live streaming. Looking around, he noted that there did not appear to be anyone else nearby. He asked Senna about what she had said regarding her eyesight, specifically whether she was nearsighted. He also asked why she did not simply wear glasses or contact lenses. She answered that she was afraid they might break during combat. Keita listened and then decided she was lying. Without any further warning, he moved swiftly and launched an attack at her. She managed to block it and was pushed skidding backward by the force. Senna's expression shifted and she became serious. Keita simply looked at her, giving nothing away. Senna responded by launching a rapid succession of slashing attacks, combined with quick and fluid footwork. Keita shifted entirely into a defensive stance. She swung again with full force. The viewers watching the stream were completely stunned by the sudden shift, marveling that the two of them had broken into a genuine fight. The comment section filled with awe as people recognized what they were watching, describing it as an extraordinarily high-level confrontation between the spear dancer and the Shinjuku batter. Senna swung her leg in a sweeping kick, but Keita repositioned his bat to meet it. He stopped the movement with the tip of his bat held just in front of Senna's face. Senna went completely still. As the dust settled around them, Keita lowered his metal bat and stepped back. Senna said quietly that she could not sense any magical power coming from his bat at all, and asked with some disbelief whether it was actually a commercially available product. Keita confirmed that it was a rental item from the batting cage. Senna remarked with dry astonishment that her legendary weapon would weep to know that something like a rental bat had been enough to stop it. She asked whether his fighting style was based on staff combat techniques. Keita said no. He explained that what he was doing was more like imitation, and that he'd spent a great deal of time practicing alone during late-night overtime breaks at work. He mentioned that there was a kung fu film he was particularly fond of, and that he had used movements from films and manga as reference points when developing his way of fighting monsters. With that said, he returned to the matter at hand and told her directly that he knew she was not telling the truth about having poor eyesight. Keita pointed out that Senna kept her eyes closed throughout the entire fight, which explained why she could not tell the difference between friend and enemy. Senna asked whether he had actually picked a fight with her just to confirm that. Keita explained that the first attack he had launched was a move that required a reaction faster than what the eyes could process, meaning it could only be defended against through instinct rather than sight. He acknowledged that it was none of his business, but said he had figured she must have a reason behind the way she fought, and he had wanted to understand what it was. Senna asked whether he had really gone to all that trouble simply to make that point. Keita said yes, and then said something more serious. He told her that people often said adventurers were not afraid of death because they always came back to life, and that their lives were therefore treated lightly. But dying was frightening, he said, regardless of whether the body recovered. Even if a person's physical form emerged unharmed, the spirit could be broken. He had seen many people fall apart that way. The fear of death, once experienced deeply enough, never fully left the mind. When a person was helplessly overwhelmed by a monster far beyond their strength, the terror that came with it operated on an entirely different level from ordinary fear. He told her that if she continued the way she was going, even if it did not happen immediately, eventually something would break. He said he hated preaching at strangers he happened to cross paths with, but that he would regret staying silent. He apologized for interfering. Senna thanked him and said she did not mind at all. She then told him the truth. She was simply too frightened to open her eyes. Her main skill was something called the mind's eye, a skill so rare and without comparison that had been classified at a rank beyond standard rankings, designated as extraordinary or EX. When she activated the skill, her perception shifted to something resembling a third-person view, as though she were watching herself from above like a character in a video game. The skill also appeared to sharpen her reflexes and reaction speed, creating the sensation that time around her had slowed down considerably. Keita remarked that it sounded extremely useful, and noted that it must also be effective for detecting stealth abilities. Senna confirmed that she could reliably detect any stealth skill up to rank A without fail. Hidden nearby, Hikari quietly exhaled with relief upon hearing this, knowing that her own skill was ranked SSS and was therefore safely beyond Senna's detection threshold. Senna then shared that she had acquired her skill 18 years ago when she was only 4 years old. Keita thought back and recalled that 18 years ago was when the dungeon disaster had struck. Senna explained that on that day, she had been separated from her parents and had been attacked by a large horde of monsters that had poured out of a dungeon and into the city. The memory of that day surfaced in vivid and painful detail. Goblins had been chasing a small child through the streets. The child cried out as one of the goblins' claws grabbed hold of her. Another slashed directly across the little girl's eyes. The goblins closed in around the screaming child, surrounding her completely. Then a man had appeared, tearing through the monsters one after another while cursing furiously at what they had done. He had wrapped his arms around the little girl, blaming himself for not arriving sooner and wondering aloud what the point of becoming stronger was if he still could not make it in time to protect anyone. He had covered the child's injured eyes gently with a handkerchief and told her in a reassuring voice that everything was going to be all right, that he would protect her no matter what. Those words had stayed with Senna ever since. She found herself wondering quietly where that man was now. He was the kind soul who had carried her to safety that day and had fought desperately to keep her alive while she was on the verge of death from eye injuries. He had even gone out of his way to hunt down monsters in order to find a healing potion for her. Keita asked what had happened to her parents after that. Senna caught herself and apologized for dumping her painful past on someone she had only just met. She told him that a great deal had happened, but that both her parents had ultimately survived. Keita said he was glad to hear it. Senna turned the question back to him and asked how things had been for him during that time. Keita said simply that he had gone through a rough period as well. Inwardly, however, a much darker memory surfaced. He had not been able to help anyone, he thought. He had only managed to survive. The boy he had tried to protect, by the time Keita had learned that the shelter had been attacked by monsters, it had already been too late. He had not been able to save even a single child. He tightened his grip on his metal bat. But then Senna told him sincerely that she was glad he had survived, and she smiled at him with genuine warmth. Keita was caught off guard by it. Senna then told him the truth about why she had become an adventurer. She had done it to find and thank the person who had saved her life. After reuniting with her parents, the chaos that followed had made it impossible to track the man down, and she had lost contact with him entirely. She had reasoned that if she became famous enough, The person who had helped her might one day notice her and reach out. Keita said he understood. Senna added that ever since that day, she had been too frightened of monsters to fight them with her eyes open. She could not coordinate with other people in a party setting, but she was able to manage on her own. Keita acknowledged this, but pointed out that she had still picked up on his fighting style remarkably quickly. Senna said that she could do something similar through instinct alone. Keita responded with quiet understanding, and then said, though he recognized he was once again pushing into matters that were not his concern, that someone had gone to considerable lengths to save her life, and she ought not to throw it away by overdoing things. If something happened to her, the person who had saved her would be deeply saddened by it. He added with a hint of dry humor that it was simply hard for him to watch young people get hurt, being the delicate older man that he was. Senna smiled. She thought to herself that he was a genuinely interesting person. She asked him what had brought him to the Incubus Palace in the first place. He said it was his hobby and that he had come to practice batting. Senna thought about this, and then found her mind drifting to something else. A face was surfacing in her memory. She looked at Keita more carefully and wondered quietly whether he bore some resemblance to the man from that day. She also thought that Keita looked similar to a man she had seen involved in an incident on the train earlier. But that person had not been nearly as physically imposing as Keita. She dismissed it, concluding that Keita probably just had a common sort of face that reminded people of others. In the comments section of the stream, viewers were observing that the two figures on screen appeared to be in conversation, but that the audio was muted so nothing could be heard. Someone dropped a large donation simply because seeing them both looking so energetic and alive made them happy. Another commenter joked that the man was probably giving the girl a lecture for being too slow. Hikari watched all of this and thought privately that the conversation had been going a little too smoothly and comfortably for too long. This was becoming a problem. With both faces blurred and the conversation completely muted, there was very little for viewers to engage with, and she was worried about losing their attention. She was trying to think of what to do when a sharp voice suddenly cut through the air and a man holding a camera stepped out from somewhere nearby and announced that he wanted to talk to them. He walked forward and Keita asked him directly who he was. The man introduced himself as Dan, a freelance cameraman who was responsible for shooting Senna's content. The comments section immediately erupted in recognition. Viewers knew who he was, describing him as a highly regarded behind-the-scenes professional. Some noted that while he did not interact much with Swearin, he was considered the only real choice for filming in the deeper dungeon layers. Others pointed out that he preferred shooting promotional and music videos over live streams, as the pay was considerably better. Dan smiled and greeted Keita pleasantly. One viewer in the comments wondered aloud how everyone else seemed to know so much background information about him and where they were finding it all. Keita asked Dan whether his camera was currently broadcasting a live stream and requested that he be left out of it. Dan dismissed the idea entirely, saying he had no interest in live streaming whatsoever. He considered himself an artist and had no patience for a format that left no room for editing. A viewer noted in passing that Dan was fully Japanese despite his distinctive appearance. Senna explained that Dan was a professional videographer and that she always called on him to shoot her music videos. Keita remarked that Dan must be genuinely fearless to be willing to shoot footage inside a dungeon like this, and assumed he must be using a drone of some kind. Dan said he could hold his own in a fight reasonably well too, and expressed amazement that the world had produced someone capable of going toe-to-toe with Senna. He had never expected to encounter such a person. Senna apologized for not introducing herself sooner and told Keita her name, explaining that she had come to the Incubus Palace that day to shoot a music video for a new song. Keita questioned the expression Dan had used and told them not to try to give him language lessons. Dan explained that the original plan had been for Senna to perform alongside a newcomer who was about to make their debut. Keita said he was impressed that a newcomer existed who could keep up with someone at Senna's level. Dan immediately shot back that no such newcomer existed, and that the people at the top of the company simply had no understanding of what things were actually like on the ground. He added bitterly that a freelancer like him could not say that out loud, or he would find himself blacklisted immediately. Senna said that would be a disaster because nobody else came close to Dan's level of talent. Dan thanked her, but told her she really ought to try working with other videographers every now and then. He groaned about the scheduled newcomer, who had not even been able to make it into the Incubus Palace in the first place. Keita remarked that it was a completely unreasonable demand, the kind of situation where management issued instructions without any real understanding of what was actually required on the ground. Dan agreed wholeheartedly, and Senna observed that Keita seemed to relate to the situation very personally. Keita said simply that something similar had happened to him recently. Senna sensed that something unpleasant had occurred in his life and left the thought unspoken. Keita asked whether the newcomer was all right. Dan said they had fled long ago and were almost certainly sitting somewhere outside enjoying a warm drink. He complained that amateurs were always like that. He then turned to Keita and asked whether he would be willing to appear in the promotional video in the newcomer's place, pressing his palms together in a gesture of earnest pleading. Dan said he was certain that with Keita's participation, they would be able to produce the finest promotional video he had ever made, and he asked with genuine desperation. He immediately recognized from Keita's expression that the answer was not going to be enthusiastic and acknowledged that his approach had been a little abrupt before apologizing and asking if he could make a proper formal offer instead. The viewers in the comments section were dying to see whatever expression Keita had made and were sending large donations begging for it. Dan laid out his proposal. He said that Keita's name would naturally be listed in the official credits and that Doom Production would provide compensation. Before he could finish discussing the specifics, Keita cut him off and said that money was not the issue. He explained simply that he did not like being in the spotlight. Dan immediately pivoted and said that in that case, they would not reveal Keita's face or name at all. Everything except his actual movements would be replaced with a computer-generated character. Dan added that he would keep Keita's involvement completely secret from the company and pay him out of his own personal funds. Keita asked with some uncertainty whether Dan was truly willing to go to such lengths for someone who was not even affiliated with Doom Production. Dan said absolutely, and that he was so captivated by what he had seen that he would spend every last penny he had to capture Keita and Senna performing together. It was his commitment as a professional videographer, and he meant every word. Senna then turned to Keita and said softly that if he did not mind, she would also like to ask him to be in the video. Keita was surprised. Senna explained that with Keita as her partner, she could truly give everything she had. With the originally scheduled performer, she would have had to hold herself back considerably, and that was not something she was willing to accept. For the sake of the people waiting for her music and her performance, she wanted to give her absolute best, and she asked him sincerely to consider it. Keita adjusted his glasses and thought it over. He glanced at his watch and mentioned that the bat he was using was a rental, costing 500 yen per hour, and that he had only about 30 minutes remaining. Senna apologized for keeping him. Keita said he would work through the dungeon in the remaining 25 minutes, and he was already taking his first step forward. Senna lit up and agreed with excitement. Keita added that he did not need any compensation, and that if they wanted to simply join him and capture whatever happened, that was perfectly fine with him. Dan was fired up and told him to leave everything to him. He immediately deployed what he called his automatic interception, background music, and video recording drone swarm, named Albacore, and announced the deployment was complete. He called for the music to start. As they moved into the dungeon, Keita remarked that he liked the song playing and asked whether it was new. Senna said yes and thanked him warmly. Keita thought to himself that the song seemed to carry some kind of energizing effect, as he found himself becoming genuinely pumped up by it. Monsters began appearing and moving toward them. Keita moved quickly and dispatched them with swift and decisive swings of his bat, sending each one flying. He exclaimed with satisfaction at the sound each impact made. Senna laughed beside him, genuinely amazed that she could go all out without holding back at all. Keita confirmed that she absolutely could. She raised her spear, and a magic circle materialized above her. She chanted the name of her technique, and enormous emerald shards came raining down from above, piercing through the monsters below. Keita thought privately to himself with some embarrassment that here he was, an old man completely caught up in the fun of pairing up with a young woman at her invitation. He found it painfully awkward to admit, even to himself, but he simply had not been able to turn her down. The two of them exchanged a glance as they moved in rhythm with the music. Senna and Keita continued through the dungeon together, and at one point Keita swept her up and launched her into the air. He thought to himself that people who took genuine pride in their craft were something he could not help but deeply admire. From midair, Senna unleashed her technique again, raining another wave of emerald shards down on the monsters below. In the comment section, the reactions were coming in fast and thick. Viewers noted that they had cleared the second stage in exactly 13 minutes and cheered for Keita. Others pointed out that a certain high-profile streamer had taken 8 hours with a party of 36 people to do the same thing, and others responded that that had apparently been an intentional joke at the party's expense. Someone remarked that Keita was fortunate to be so strong, saying if they had his power, they would not need to hold down a regular job. Another viewer praised the fact that Senna's new song was being recorded live and sent a large donation. Hikari was astonished at how quickly everything was picking up momentum. It was going viral. Back in the dungeon, Keita and Senna pressed deeper into the Incubus Palace until they came upon something that stopped them. Looking upward, they found themselves staring at the dungeon's boss. The enormous demon hovered above them, gripping a vehicle in its massive claws. A loud creaking sound filled the air, and both Keita and Senna looked up toward the source of it. The vehicle that the boss was gripping still had its engine running, its wheels straining and spinning as though trying to push forward despite being held in the air. The boss lurched and let out a thunderous roar. The comment section exploded in reaction, with viewers expressing disbelief at how suddenly and randomly such an enormous boss had appeared, complaining about whoever was responsible for managing the dungeon and comparing the absurdity of it to something out of a poorly designed video game. Others noted with dismay that the boss was surrounded by a poison swamp, making the entire area a nightmare to navigate, and several viewers declared that getting anywhere near the creature would be essentially impossible. Keita turned to Senna and asked if she was ready. She said she was. The boss roared again, and the vehicle's wheels began screaming against its grip. A tremendous crash followed. More comments poured in saying the boss was completely unbothered by the unstable and treacherous ground beneath it, and that defeating it seemed out of the question. Others pushed back and said it would be fine because the man in the suit was there. As the smoke and debris cleared, viewers could make out Keita moving quietly and carefully behind the boss. He came in close and struck it firmly across the back with his metal bat. The boss crashed to the ground. Viewers asked in excitement whether the old man had taken it down. The answer came quickly as the creature began hauling itself back upright. It was not finished. Senna was already moving, leaping rapidly from one piece of debris to the next with practiced precision. She brought her spear to bear and called out the name of her legendary weapon, unleashing an immense surge of power directly into the boss's head. The creature let out a howl of agony and retaliated by breathing fire in a wide and devastating arc. Keita barely managed to counter the blast in time. The flames filled the entire live stream screen, and viewers anxiously asked whether Keita had been caught in it, with some barely able to watch and others wondering whether he had survived. One viewer sarcastically asked why everyone seemed to be cheering for the monster. Then someone in the comments pointed out with alarm that Keita's clothing did not appear to be proper dungeon equipment, questioning with disbelief how that was even possible. Both Senna and Hikari stared in surprise as a shoe stepped out from the settling smoke and Keita emerged, completely unharmed. He spoke calmly, making an observation about how even intangible things had a core at their center. The comment section erupted all over again, this time with viewers reacting strongly to the sound of his filtered voice, with some declaring it unreasonably attractive and others expressing heated agreement. Large donations appeared alongside the flustered comments. Hikari was thrilled to see how deeply her uncle's fanbase was responding to him. Other viewers noted with amazement that Keita appeared to be gathering and winding up the flames themselves, pulling them inward rather than simply avoiding them. Keita dragged his bat along the ground and swung with everything he had. He remarked that if a person could identify and strike the core of something, they could knock absolutely anything out of the park regardless of what it was. He called out the name of his technique as he connected with the captured energy, compressing it into a concentrated ball of power. The ball grew larger and more intense as it traveled toward the boss. At that moment, the vehicle the boss had been holding revved its engine once more and lurched forward. As it rattled and shook, Keita swung at its wheels and redirected its trajectory directly toward the boss. Senna launched herself upward at the same moment, and by the time the boss looked up toward her, it was already far too late. The vehicle and the ball of compressed power collided with the creature simultaneously and detonated in a massive explosion. Jewels and coins rained down through the air as the blast settled, and when the smoke finally cleared, there was nothing left of the boss at all. Dan erupted with applause and shouted that it had been extraordinary, declaring them the greatest combination he had ever had the privilege of filming. Keita adjusted his glasses quietly. Senna turned to face him and asked what his name was. Keita said he should have told her sooner and invited her to simply call him K. Senna repeated the name with a smile and asked whether it was like the word for small and cute thing. Keita clarified that it was written with the Chinese character meaning firefly, explaining that fireflies shine brilliantly and briefly before fading away. Senna said she did not like the sound of that at all, even if it was meant as a joke. She turned the name over in her mind, quietly, thinking about the image of a firefly. She then looked at Keita with genuine sincerity and thanked him from the heart. It had been a performance she said she would never forget. Keita smiled. Nearby, the familiar spirit drone let out a soft purring sound. Hikari jumped slightly at the noise. The comment section surged once more with intensity. Viewers praised the extraordinary quality of what they had just witnessed and begged for the mosaic over Keita's face to be removed. Others declared with obvious emotion that Senna appeared completely taken with the man and sent increasingly large donations while admitting their minds had been utterly broken by what they were feeling. Other viewers laughed at the state of Senna's fans and called them completely unhinged in the best possible way. Someone pointed out that what they had just watched was essentially the behind-the-scenes making of Senna's new music video, captured live. Others simply sent money along with messages of gratitude for having been shown something so unexpectedly wonderful. Hikari stared at her phone in amazement. The channel had surpassed 140,000 subscribers. She could barely believe it. Senna's influence was on an entirely different level, and the donations were still coming in wave after wave. Hikari mumbled to herself in giddy disbelief, quietly thanking both her uncle and Senna for what they had just made possible. Inside the Shinjuku Kabukicho dungeon at the respawn point, the group walked together through the area. Senna observed that since it was late at night, there were very few other adventurers around. Dan remarked that every time he came to this particular spot, it reminded him of a fountain square back in Yamita, specifically the third-generation one, and that it carried a somewhat melancholy atmosphere. Keita was mildly surprised to learn that Dan was from the Kansai region. Keita thanked both Dan and Senna for helping him collect the item drops, which he referred to casually as picking up trash. Dan received the city-designated garbage bag, full of collected items, and remarked with some amusement that he had never heard anyone describe gathering dungeon drops as trash collection before. Senna asked Keita whether he was truly comfortable with splitting the haul evenly between them, given that he had done the overwhelming majority of the work. Keita said it was fine and told them he was heading off. As Keita walked away, Dan commented to Senna that Keita was either remarkably free of greed or simply a very unusual person. Senna said she could not even begin to estimate how much all the collected items would amount to in value. The laws governing dungeons were still not fully established. Questions about who owned the land where the dimensional distortions had occurred remained unresolved. Technically speaking, the treasures and monsters inside dungeons did not legally belong to anyone. In the legally ambiguous areas that remained, items collected by adventurers were treated as their personal property, but it was impossible to know when or how the law might change and begin to be enforced differently. Even if everything were sold, the maximum a person could realistically hope to get was around 1 million yen at most, which was hardly a life-changing sum. On top of that, legally converting dungeon drops into cash required being registered as an adventurer, and doing so would conflict with his company's rules against holding a second job. Keita had thought through all of this and had tried listing something on an auction site once, only to have it reported as a scam and his account banned as a result. The whole thing was simply more trouble than it was worth. A little while later, Keita went back to the batting cage and paid the small late fee for having gone slightly over his allotted time. The staff member told him it had only been 10 minutes, but Keita insisted on paying. The man thanked him. For all practical purposes, the dungeon drops were essentially worthless to Keita given the complications involved in using them. He had made his way to a donation box designated for victims of the dungeon disaster. He thought to himself that it was technically a donation box, though it was helpful that it happened to be quite large. He felt a little bad about using a city garbage bag to deposit everything, but it would at least cover the disposal fee. He silently asked for forgiveness as he made the deposit and walked away, unaware that 2 women nearby had witnessed the entire thing. Hikari, who was still in stealth mode from earlier, had also seen what her uncle had just done. She was completely baffled, wondering what on earth he was thinking by donating all the dropped items without keeping anything. She briefly considered sneaking some of them back home herself, thinking it was an enormous waste. The 2 women who had witnessed the scene were having a very different reaction. One asked the other in disbelief whether she had just seen that, describing what she believed was a man dumping garbage into a donation box using a city garbage bag. The other woman was appalled and declared it utterly inexcusable behavior. She said she had no intention of letting it go and was going to report it to the organization responsible for the box. Her companion enthusiastically agreed that the man should be held accountable. The first woman placed a call and reported the situation, describing what she had seen to the person on the other end. She was taken aback when the response was that someone would come to the location immediately. An older officer arrived shortly after, slightly out of breath from hurrying. He confirmed with the 2 women that they had witnessed a man deposit a garbage bag into the donation box, and that the person had headed in the direction of the station. The women urged him to go after the litterer before he got too far away. The officer's response confused them entirely. He was not looking for the man to reprimand him, but to thank him. The women were stunned. The officer used his key to open the donation box, reached inside, and pulled out the garbage bag to show them. It was filled to the brim with shining and valuable items. The officer said the donation that night was a particularly generous one and expressed deep gratitude on behalf of the organization. He explained that the same man had apparently been making large anonymous donations ever since the dungeon disaster 18 years ago, and that based on the nature of the donations, he was almost certainly an adventurer with a personal connection to what had happened back then. The organization had given him a nickname among themselves, calling him something along the lines of Daddy Garbage Bag, a reference to the famous anonymous benefactor story, and from the occasional sightings they had gathered over the years they knew only that he was an older gentleman. Hikari, still hidden nearby in stealth mode, heard all of this and thought to herself that the nickname was thoroughly embarrassing. One of the women said she felt terrible for having misjudged the man so completely, and the other agreed that they had been dreadfully rude. Hikari thought quietly to herself that her uncle was truly an extraordinary person. The following morning, Keita came downstairs looking noticeably worn out. His older sister Hikari, Hikari's mother, immediately pointed out that he looked exhausted and asked whether he had not slept enough. Keita said it was something like that, and mentioned that some unexpected trouble had come up. He said he was glad to have the next 2 days off at least. Hikari pressed him to explain what had happened. Keita said it was somewhat complicated to explain. He told her that a person he had visited on business had lost his temper at him, and then later, while on his way to meet Hikari, he had narrowly avoided being falsely accused of groping someone on the train. Hikari was surprised to learn he had been meeting with Hikari, saying she had not heard anything about it. At that moment, Hikari appeared with great enthusiasm, carrying coffee and cheerfully asking Hikari whether she had everything she had ordered, playing the role of a waiter with exaggerated energy. Hikari told her that if she was going to play waiter, she could at least do it quietly, and then asked why Hikari had been meeting with Keita without telling her. Hikari explained that she had simply thought it would be nice to take her uncle out for a meal once in a while. Hikari asked why she had not been invited along. Keita then mentioned that he had been under the impression the whole thing had been Hikari's idea to begin with. Hikari immediately realized she had been caught. Hikari looked at her daughter and asked for an explanation. Hikari reasoned that her mother was always busy with work and that she had simply wanted to show her appreciation to her uncle who worked so hard every day. She looked up at the 2 of them with wide and slightly tearful eyes and asked sweetly whether that was really such a terrible thing. Neither her uncle nor her mother could bring themselves to say no to that face. Hikari told her that lying itself was the bad thing, and that if Hikari told her about such plans in advance, she would always make time to come along and ask to be included next time. Keita said he was genuinely touched by Hikari's thoughtfulness, but told her she did not need to worry about him, that he was perfectly fine. Hikari apologized and inwardly breathed a massive sigh of relief that the situation had resolved itself without things getting worse. Her mind then returned to what Keita had said about the false groping accusation. Keita filled them in on the details. Hikari reacted with immediate outrage, saying it was completely absurd and that there was absolutely no way Keita would ever do something like that. She fumed at the thought of someone making such a baseless accusation against him, and declared she could not forgive whoever was responsible. Keita told her to calm down. Hikari thought to herself with fierce indignation that Keita was a man who had been quietly donating to disaster victims for 18 years without telling anyone. The very idea of him groping someone was beyond ridiculous. Keita told her not to worry and mentioned that he had already exchanged contact information with the woman who had been present during the incident. Hikari was not satisfied with that and said it was not nearly enough, pointing out that there was no way of knowing when or where whoever was behind it might try something again. Hikari agreed firmly and said Keita should fight back without holding back. Keita thanked them both, but said that was unnecessary. He thought quietly to himself that there was something truly wonderful about family. They believed in him completely without needing to hear any explanations or justifications at all. Hikari then picked up her phone under the table and searched for the video the groping streamer had posted. She sent a message to her friend Mia, letting her know that her uncle was in trouble and asking her to look into the video on the channel called Pervert Repellent Mamoru. Mia replied that she was already checking it out. Hikari sat there silently resolute, determined to do whatever it took to protect her uncle. Hikari noticed Hikari looking at her phone during the meal and told her to put it away while they were eating. Hikari was completely determined to protect her uncle from whoever was targeting him. She sent a message to Mia, saying she would do absolutely anything in return for her help with the situation. Mia replied with a question about what exactly anything meant, and Hikari immediately felt a twinge of fear about what her friend might end up demanding of her. Hikari noticed Hikari looking at her phone again and told her to put it away during the meal. Hikari apologized and explained that she simply could not help checking social media. Keita remarked with a smile that it was wonderful to be young, and said that since he was not particularly familiar with that kind of thing, he actually envied her. Hikari said between mouthfuls that she thought Keita would actually do very well on social media if he ever tried it, because he was genuinely interesting and entertaining. Keita brushed it off and said he did not really have anything worth sharing with the world through social media. At that moment, his phone buzzed, and he excused himself from the table to take the call. He answered and asked whether something urgent had come up. The person on the other end told him that it was unrelated to the groping incident, and that Ukai had already been informed about a separate matter. Keita asked what this other issue was. His boss on the line informed him that Doom Productions Kachidoki had requested a meeting with Keita specifically, saying he wanted to make amends for his recent behavior. Keita's immediate reaction was that the prospect sounded deeply unpleasant, and he said he had no idea what Kachidoki was actually planning and would rather not go. His boss said she had considered leaving it entirely in the hands of their lawyer, but that the CEO of their company had issued a direct order. Keita was expected to go and personally ask for the deal with humility. Keita asked whether that did not constitute a form of power harassment. His boss acknowledged that he was right, but told him not to say it out loud. Keita then asked to confirm that refusal was not really an option. His boss told him that if he refused, she herself would lose her job, though she added that she thought their company would probably collapse before that actually happened. Keita expressed his exasperation. His boss told him the meeting was scheduled for Monday, 2 days away, and that she would send him the details by email. The call ended. Hikari asked him from the table whether everything was all right. Almost immediately, his phone buzzed again. Keita complained under his breath at the timing. Hikari remarked with amusement that he seemed to be very popular that morning. Keita said dryly that being popular at work only made him feel worse, not better. He looked at the caller and told the others he needed to step outside for a moment. Hikari started to get up to follow, but Hikari told her to stay and finish her meal. Hikari told Hikari that she could see she was worried about her uncle, but that Keita was a fully capable grown man and that she should trust him. Hikari sat back down, surprised that her mother had read her so easily. She fidgeted in her seat, very curious about who was calling and what was being discussed. Keita answered and addressed the caller by the name Shiratama, asking what the call was about. On the other end, the person was sitting at a table with a delicious-looking burger in front of her. It was the adventurer Swearin, whose full name turned out to be Swearin Shiratama. She apologized on behalf of someone from her company for what had been done to Keita. Keita was surprised that she had already heard about the situation. Swearin explained that there was a rumor circulating at the office about a salesperson from Adventure Book Company having gotten into a conflict with someone referred to internally as Doki. Keita quickly worked out that Doki must be the nickname Kachidoki had used back during his time as an active adventure streamer. Swearin warned Keita that Doki was a dangerous person and urged him to be careful. Sitting with her were two companions named Rindo and Amazuru, who were eating alongside her. Keita asked what she meant by dangerous. Swearin explained that Doki had a particular way of operating. He believed in starting off on the worst possible terms with someone, then turning that conflict into a friendship through one-on-one confrontation. In his mind, it was a bonding process. Swearin suggested Keita simply think of Doki as someone from a much more primitive way of thinking. Keita found it hard to believe that such behavior was actually happening in the modern world. Swearin sighed and added that whenever things did not go Doki's way, he had a habit of drawing people he had issues with in dungeon confrontations. Keita asked how someone like that managed to keep his position without being fired and questioned what kind of compliance standards Doom Production was operating under. Swearin said Doki had connections to someone higher up in the company. Amazuru added that according to the rumors among the office staff, those connections amounted to Doki apparently having damaging information on a person in a position of power, which was how he consistently avoided consequences for his behavior. Keita understood immediately how that dynamic worked and why it was so effective. Swearin then mentioned that there were also rumors about Doki having a streamer on his side who performed unofficial citizen arrests and helped suppress any trouble before it could become public. Keita connected this to what had happened on the train, telling Swearin that on the same night he had clashed with Doki, someone had falsely accused him of groping a woman in public. Swearin apologized and said she was certain that it had been Doki's doing. Everything was starting to make sense to Keita now, including why Doki had summoned him to a meeting. Swearin asked with concern whether Keita was all right, and offered that if he wanted she could speak to the higher-ups at Doom Production on his behalf, and that they could even arrange a proper collaboration together through legitimate channels. Keita thanked her genuinely, but said he could not ask her to take on that burden for him, especially given that it sounded like it could put her in a difficult or dangerous position as well. Swearin muttered quietly that Keita had already ended up collaborating with Senna, and that it was not fair. On his end, Keita was not paying attention to that remark. His mind was working through the problem. If his company went under because of this situation, the consequences for him personally would be severe. He was also well aware that changing jobs at a stage of life was not a realistic option, and that he had completely forgotten how to put together a proper resume. He needed to settle things himself. He told Swearin over the phone that the situation was this. He had been summoned by Kachidoki for Monday and would very likely be dragged into a dungeon confrontation. Swearin was about to offer help when Keita explained that he worked in sales. She had not been expecting that. He went on to explain that sales work was essentially about putting one older man across a table from another older man, and that those men came in all varieties, selfish, cowardly, unpleasant, and occasionally decent, but that most of the time they simply made reasonable demands of each other. Despite being adults in age, he said few of them actually behaved like adults. Swearin told him that the way he described it sounded rather frightening. Keita said that what he was really trying to communicate was that people in sales were fundamentally operating in a morally gray world, but that even people operating in that world had to do their jobs, or the systems that kept everything running would break down. Swearin asked whether he could honestly call a job if it involved being summoned by someone with the manner of a gangster and getting beaten up in a dungeon. Keita said that was perfectly fine as long as it happened within working hours, and told her there was no reason for her to worry. Swearin insisted that even so, she wanted to recommend him for projects and help create opportunities for him. Keita asked her not to mention his name in connection with any of that. He explained that if he were promoted on the basis of her efforts rather than his own, he would end up in a hollow management role with more responsibility and less actual pay. He groaned at what he described as the darkness of the modern professional world. After a brief pause, Keita asked Swearin whether she knew Senna personally. Swearin said of course, though they did not interact much outside of work, and she would genuinely love to spend more time with her. Keita said that worked out perfectly. He mentioned that he had happened to meet Senna the previous night and had come away with a business card from one of her staff members, and that he intended to ask Dan to reach out to Senna on his behalf. Swearin, hearing the name Dan, immediately recognized who Keita must be referring to. She asked him what exactly he was planning. Keita said that since he had no choice but to face Monday's meeting regardless, he would rather resolve everything sooner than later and handle it in the most straightforward way available to him. On Monday, Keita arrived at Shinjuku Station and immediately began taking in his surroundings with a careful and practiced eye. He noted a man carrying a guitar case that almost certainly contained a sword, and another nearby whose posture and the way he carried himself suggested a concealed weapon, probably a hammer. He glanced at his watch. It was 7 in the morning and right on schedule. He had spent the earlier parts of the day at work handling whatever had come up, and both his boss and Ukai had been genuinely worried about him before he left. He appreciated their concern. The two men positioned in front of him were almost certainly there to block any attempt he might make to escape. He walked forward calmly. The real threat, he reasoned, will be coming from behind. As if perfectly timed, someone behind him called out and accused him of being a pervert. A moment later, he felt the sharp press of a knife against his side. Keita thought to himself with mild disbelief that they were actually kidnapping him in broad daylight like this. He immediately reacted by letting out an exaggerated and dramatic scream. The man behind him told him to be quiet and to come along. The group began moving together through the station. Keita played the part of someone frightened and compliant. A surveillance device of some kind nearby appeared to activate and turn toward them. The man told Keita to pick up his pace. Keita responded by loudly complaining that he was being hurt and begging them not to hit him, making sure to be as audible as possible. Everything, he thought to himself with quiet satisfaction, was going exactly according to his plan. The group continued their descent into a dark, secluded alley. Keita pondered whether this passage was a secret gateway, completely unknown to the guild. If his suspicion was correct, anyone who entered would vanish without a trace, leaving no clues behind for rescuers. It seemed evident that this was the group's customary route, confirming their genuine and lethal intentions toward him. Eventually, they arrived at the designated zone for levels 15 through 20 of the Shinjuku dungeon. They walked further down a long hallway until they finally came to a halt. Upon entering a specific room, they encountered a man who was already seated inside. The man announced that he had been waiting for Keita's arrival. He offered to grant Keita the partnership he had requested, but specified that it would take the form of a direct, one-on-one confrontation against him. Doki Kenya. Keita reacted with open disdain, calling the proposition incredibly pathetic. This comment provoked Mamoru, who was standing right behind Keita. Mamoru grabbed Keita by his collar and angrily yelled at him to shut up, denying that the situation was pathetic at all. Mamoru boasted about his past success, claiming he had amassed 127,000 followers during his time as a live streamer, which he considered a major achievement. Keita countered this claim by asking if those followers had simply been purchased from an illicit online dealer. He further revealed that Mamoru had actually been forced to retire because of severe financial difficulties. Keita explained that Mamoru had abused his authority as a leader to swindle people by overcharging them for dropped items. Ultimately, Mamoru's own teammates exposed his dishonest actions, which resulted in a massive public scandal. Keita concluded that the entire history was deeply embarrassing. Furious at these revelations, Mamoru struck Keita directly in the face and ordered him to stop acting so arrogant. As he took the blow, Keita internally noted that the punch felt incredibly weak. He believed his insults had successfully provoked Mamoru, but perhaps the reaction was still not quite intense enough for his plan. To make the scene more convincing, Keita deliberately threw himself onto the floor with dramatic flair and began to groan as if he were in severe pain. He curled up in a fearful posture, whimpering and asking why they were treating him this way when he had done nothing wrong. Secretly, Keita felt satisfied with how things were unfolding. His primary goal now was to trick the man into openly stating his criminal motives, which would provide all the necessary evidence to implicate them. Keita begged his captors to stop using physical violence against him. Doki spoke up, pointing directly at Keita's submissive behavior. He stated that this exact attitude was precisely what infuriated him the most. He observed that Keita frequently presented himself as a helpless victim, yet possessed a surprising amount of resilience. Doki noted that Keita had confidently confronted him in his own office, yet was now allowing himself to be physically abused by a weakling like Mamoru. Doki commanded Keita to stand up and then delivered a powerful punch of his own. Keita continued to beg for mercy until the force of the blows caused his glasses to fly off and slide across the floor. Doki gripped Keita's collar tightly and expressed his deep disgust. He compared Keita to a terrifying monster that was merely pretending to be a normal human being. Doki pointed out that even in this dire situation, Keita showed absolutely no fear, and his face clearly betrayed the fact that he felt capable of killing Doki at any given moment. Inside his mind, Keita realized that Doki was more perceptive than he had initially credited him for. He acknowledged that such observation skills were quite impressive for a mid-level content creator. Doki then challenged Keita's masculinity, suggesting they settle their dispute like men in a solitary combat. He sarcastically suggested they become friends before drawing his weapon, the flambe sword. The sudden intense heat radiating from the blade caused Mamoru to flinch and complain. Keita calmly inquired about the consequences if he chose to reject the challenge. Doki threatened that a refusal would result in his immediate death and instantly lunged forward to attack. In response to the assault, Keita immediately triggered his primary ability, the SSS rank water magic known as Megaton Pump. A massive torrent of water erupted and slammed directly into Doki, catching him completely off guard. As the water drenched the area, Keita quietly noted how incredibly useful the allied army setting was, as it perfectly prevented his large-scale spells from harming his own teammates. Doki coughed violently as he tried to clear the water from his lungs, staring in absolute disbelief at the high-level magic that had just been deployed against him. At that moment, the female allies made their entrance. Emizuru announced that she had successfully recorded the entire incident, including the abduction, physical assault, and unlawful confinement of an ordinary citizen. She stated that the footage provided all the definitive proof they required. Rin chimed in, emphasizing that these actions constituted a major felony. Another familiar individual stepped forward, expressing mock disappointment in Doki, addressing him by his real name, Kenya. Doki was stunned to recognize Suerun and demanded to know why she was present. He turned his anger toward Keita, asking if the entire scenario had been a trap from the very beginning. Keita adjusted his glasses and confirmed that it was indeed a setup. He explained that while dungeons are often viewed as lawless territories, there are still strict legal boundaries. He warned that even though the crime took place inside a dungeon, exposing these actions to the public would strip them of any special legal immunities usually granted to adventurers. Mamoru desperately tried to defend himself, asking Keita what he was talking about and claiming they were merely punishing Keita for being a pervert. Mamoru begged Swearin to believe his version of the story. Swearin openly wondered how anyone could possibly fall for such a transparent lie. Just then, another young woman stepped forward to contradict Mamoru, stating clearly that he was fabricating the entire narrative. Mamoru recognized her as the plain-looking girl from the train incident a few days prior and demanded to know what she was doing there. The girl asserted that she was the only one who could truly verify the truth of the situation. She then activated her transformation ability, revealing her true identity as Sename Zono. She was the famous public figure who had been widely reported as the victim of the harassment scandal, famously known as the spear dancer Senna. Both Mamoru and Doki were completely paralyzed with shock. Doki fiercely grabbed Mamoru by the throat and cursed at him, demanding to know why he had chosen to target someone as prominent as Senna. Mamoru defended himself in a panic, claiming he had absolutely no way of knowing that the unfashionable girl on the train was actually the famous celebrity, realizing he had been completely deceived. Senna explained that she deliberately preferred to keep her personal life completely separate and unnoticeable. Keita adjusted his glasses once more, thinking to himself that it was perfectly understandable why the villains were in such denial. He recalled that he had been equally shocked when he first discovered her true identity, never imagining that the two personas belonged to the same individual. He viewed it as a remarkable twist of fate, though it ultimately proved highly beneficial for executing their plan perfectly. He reflected on how adventurers have access to distinct alternate appearances called avatars. However, creating an avatar that completely distorts a person's natural features is generally impossible. Even if someone understands how drastically appearance can be altered, recognizing her in her civilian form would be an unrealistic expectation. Senna interrupted his thoughts, suspiciously asking Keita if he was thinking about something offensive regarding her looks. Keita quickly denied the accusation and suggested they focus entirely on the matter at hand. Keita then cast enhancement spells upon himself, causing his physical frame to expand significantly. Doki and his accomplices watched in absolute horror as his suit stretched tightly over a massive surge of muscle. They instantly recognized the legendary figure standing before them, realizing with terror that they were facing the Shinjuku batter. Keita let out a heavy breath, grumbling about how exhausting it was to constantly hold his stomach in at his age. Senna found his complaining completely ridiculous given the dangerous situation, muttering that Keita seemed like far more of a deceptive con artist than she ever could be. When she sought agreement from the others, both Rin and Swearin nodded in complete alignment. Ignoring the commentary, Keita tightened his fist and confronted Doki, reminding the streamer that he had just demanded a one-on-one showdown to settle their score. Doki immediately panicked and denied everything, claiming he had absolutely no memory of making such a challenge. He desperately tried to deflect, arguing that Keita's deceptive identity made him just as bad as anyone else, and asserting that he never would have initiated this conflict had he known who Keita truly was. Keita remained unmoved, throwing Doki's own logic back at him by noting that a solitary duel was supposed to be Doki's special way of forging a friendship. Once again, Doki frantically backpedaled, but the surrounding women instantly shut down his denials, loudly confirming that they had all heard him make the claim. Swearin then looked at Keita and inquired about the whereabouts of his signature weapon, but Keita calmly dismissed the need for it, stating that his bare hands would be more than enough to handle the opposition. This display of confidence infuriated a white-haired man among Doki's lackeys. He accused Keita of merely showing off in front of the women and told him to drop the arrogant act. Stepping forward to protect a shaken Doki, the white-haired man mocked Keita for believing he could actually win a battle completely unarmed. He condescendingly asked if Keita would mind if they used their own weapons, to which Keita casually replied that he didn't care at all, even inviting all four adversaries to rush him simultaneously. Insulted by the lack of respect, the white-haired man drew his blade and activated his primary lightning skill, quickly following it up with a sweeping sub-skill attack. However, before the strike could land, Keita delivered a direct, devastating punch straight to the man's face. Keita openly called the attacker foolish, advising him that he should focus entirely on fighting rather than wasting time on useless banter. Mamoru watched the instant takedown in absolute horror. Rin noted how incredibly brutal the counterattack was, prompting Swearin to ask if Keita was utilizing formal karate. Knowing Rin had extensive experience in the sport, Swearin asked for an expert analysis, but a stunned Rin told her not to be ridiculous, explaining that Keita's power existed on an entirely different, incomparable tier. Keita turned his attention to the next accomplice, who tried to maintain his composure. The second man analyzed that Keita relied strictly on speed and raw power, and he pulled out a specialized glass bottle. Keita instantly recognized the item as a club disguised as a wine bottle, imbued with water and freezing air elements specifically designed to shatter durable armor. The man boasted that Keita's physical attributes would mean nothing once he was completely frozen solid. Yet, before the bottle could even be hurled, Keita closed the distance and brutally struck the man across the face. Mumbling that the enemy was simply too slow, Keita reiterated his demand for them to attack as a group. Witnessing his companion's face get utterly shattered, Mamoru lost all his courage and began to screech in terror. He fell to his knees, weeping and begging for mercy, falsely claiming that Doki had manipulated him into the entire ambush. Recognizing that Mamoru had completely lost his will to fight, Keita instructed the girls to secure him. Rin let out an annoyed groan as she complied. Doki stared in absolute disbelief, wondering if Keita was some sort of hidden martial arts grandmaster. Keita merely shrugged, explaining that he had only picked up a bit of the sport because his sister used to practice it, rendering him a total amateur. Swearin pressed Rin for more thoughts, bringing up Rin's impressive fourth-place rank in the National High School League. Rin explained that Keita's physical strength was so monstrous that it felt like being struck by a superhero, where a single blow would instantly knock anyone unconscious. When Swearin gave a proud, knowing look, Rin asked her why she was acting so smug about another person's strength. Finally, Keita locked eyes with Doki, asking him how he planned to proceed. Pushed into a corner, Doki charged forward with his flaming sword, unleashing a high-tier fire skill meant to incinerate his opponent. The girl stood back and watched the assault unfold. Doki convinced himself that even if this man truly was the legendary Shinjuku batter, no one could possibly survive a direct elemental blade strike completely unarmed. However, the moment the roaring flames neared Keita, the entire attack was suddenly neutralized. To everyone's absolute shock, Keita caught the attack, compressing the raging fire into a compact, glowing sphere between his bare hands. Keita casually explained the physics of the magic, noting that while raw heat cannot be physically grasped, shaping fire into a tangible blade gives it form, and anything with a defined form can be blocked. He admitted that free-flowing, formless fire was much harder to catch because one had to pinpoint the exact core of the energy. Doki was paralyzed with fear upon realizing his ultimate skill had been effortlessly contained. Keita explained that the technique was a circular block he had copied from an old comic book during his youth, noting with surprise that the fictional move worked incredibly well against modern threats like arrows, bullets, and even flamethrowers. As Doki spiraled into a panic, unable to comprehend the impossible feat, Keita shifted his focus and muttered a phrase about drawing a trajectory line. Remembering a past piece of advice about visualizing the exact path of a projectile, Keita wound up his arm. He announced the counterattack as an advanced-level fastball throw, recalling old instructions about the necessity of mastering such projectile manipulation due to his unique dual-wielding capabilities. Keita hurled the concentrated sphere of magical energy directly back at its creator. The blast struck Doki squarely in the chest, causing him to cough up blood from the immense impact. As the female companions stood entirely speechless at the display, Keita turned back to them with a calm smile, suggesting they all head over to the designated resurrection point, where Doki was about to respawn. At the designated resurrection zone, Doki materialized back into existence, completely disoriented and terrified. He curled up, sucking his thumb and weeping for his mother in a state of absolute regression. Keita observed him and noted with relief that the man was indeed alive. He explained the mechanics of the dungeon, noting that whenever an adventurer perishes within its confines, they inevitably reappear at this specific point. This survival is due to the fact that every explorer is shrouded in an avatar, which is essentially a duplicate physical vessel formed entirely out of magical mana. When an individual sustains physical trauma inside the dungeon, it is this mana-based avatar that absorbs the damage and undergoes destruction. Consequently, when an explorer dies, only their soul experiences the sensation of death, while their actual body remains perfectly unharmed, allowing them to recover completely upon revival. Doki continued to cry out for his mother, prompting Keita to reiterate how pleased he was to see that no permanent physical damage had occurred. Senna, however, looked at the weeping man with deep skepticism, questioning if Doki could truly be considered fine given that he was currently behaving like an infant. Keita reassured her that this regression was merely a temporary psychological side effect resulting from the trauma of experiencing death, promising that Doki would return to his normal state in a matter of days. He added that he genuinely despised using pointless violence because it left him feeling completely unfulfilled and disheartened. Senna immediately called him out on this claim, pointing out that Keita had been wearing a rather large, visible smile during the entire altercation. Shifting the topic, Keita inquired if he could leave the final processing and disposal of the captured men to Doom Production. The restrained accomplices immediately began to shout and object to this arrangement. Internally, Keita knew that while the proper course of action would be to hand the criminals over to the police, doing so publicly would force law enforcement to interrogate him extensively about his own illicit presence inside the dungeons. Furthermore, because this entire scandal directly involved individuals tied to the entertainment agency, a public broadcast of the crime would inevitably tarnish the professional reputations of completely innocent employees like Swearin and Senna. He felt it would be entirely wrong to repay their vital assistance with actions that could harm their careers. Swearin eased his worries by revealing that she had already contacted their chief executive officer, meaning Keita could safely hand the captives over to their corporate security. Senna added that the company would take full responsibility for organizing proper care and restitution for the past victims, while ensuring that all the content creators who had assisted in these unlawful activities faced severe professional consequences. Keita then confronted Mamoru directly, demanding that he immediately delete the fraudulent video that had falsely accused Keita of inappropriate touching on the train. He also ordered Mamoru to issue formal apologies and provide financial restitution to all the other victims he had previously framed with false allegations. Terrified, Mamoru quickly agreed to the terms. However, when Mamoru opened his mobile device to check his broadcasting channel, he was horrified to discover that his account had been completely and permanently banned. Realizing that his professional career was entirely ruined, Mamoru despaired. Keita remarked that the punishment was entirely deserved, though he found the sudden timing of the ban rather surprising. Senna wondered aloud if some of Mamoru's previous victims had simultaneously filed official complaints with the Adventurers Guild. Even so, she noted that an immediate account suspension and total ban was an exceptionally harsh penalty that effectively ended Mamoru's viability as a professional streamer. Swearin concurred, explaining that the guild never hands down such an extreme penalty unless someone submits undeniable, ironclad evidence alongside a formal report. This explanation caused Keita to recall a recent conversation where he had shared the details of Mamoru's false accusations with his niece, Hikari. He remembered that Hikari had become incredibly angry upon hearing the story and had immediately started furiously typing away on her mobile phone. However, Keita quickly dismissed the thought, reasoning that Hikari was merely an ordinary young girl without that kind of power. A short while later, Swearin guided the entire group out of the dungeon and back to the main surface exit. Rin loudly complained about how hungry she was and proposed that they all grab something to eat, an idea that Amazuru enthusiastically supported. Rin then extended the invitation to both Keita and Senna, suggesting they should all celebrate their victory together once the captured men were officially handed over to the authorities. Senna turned to Keita to see what he wanted to do. Expressing his gratitude for their immense help throughout the day, Keita announced that he would gladly treat the entire group to a meal. Swearin happily thanked him for the generosity, but Keita quickly added a strict condition, requesting that he sit at an entirely separate table from them and that they communicate strictly via text messages if they needed to talk. Swearin gasped in disbelief, arguing that his bizarre demand completely defeated the social purpose of dining out together. Keita merely flashed a self-satisfied smile, explaining that he absolutely refused to be seen in public looking like an older benefactor funding a group of young women. Swearin angrily chided him for his vanity as they continued walking out into the open air. Unbeknownst to any of them, Hikari was actually lurking nearby, observing the group from a distance. She placed a phone call to her associate, Mia, informing her that the party was heading out to a celebratory dinner and asking if she could join in. Mia agreed but playfully demanded that Hikari would have to treat her to a meal next time in exchange, a condition Hikari gladly accepted, promising to splurge on her. Mia then questioned whether Hikari was secretly recording the group or planning to upload any footage of the day's events. Hikari scoffed at the idea, stating she was far too smart to make such a reckless mistake. Mia admitted she was genuinely impressed, noting that Hikari possessed far more common sense than she originally gave her credit for. Hikari took offense to this, demanding to know what kind of person Mia took her for. Mia jokingly replied that while Hikari was undoubtedly a very cute girl, she was precisely the chaotic type of person she would never want to have as a family member. Hikari yelled back in protest at the insult. Mia then shifted the conversation to a more serious note, asking if Hikari intended to keep her uncle in the dark about the fact that the two of them were the real mastermind behind the sudden ban of Mamoru's streaming channel. Hikari admitted that she would love nothing more than to boast about her success to Keita, but she simply could not explain the highly illegal methods they used to achieve it. She confessed that she had used Mamoru's social media footprints to track down his actual residential address, trespassed into his home, and accessed his personal laptop directly to harvest the incriminating data. Despite the illegality, Hikari justified her actions by claiming it was completely acceptable from the standpoint of vigilante social justice. Mia dryly pointed out that using such flawed logic to justify a crime made Hikari no better than Mamoru himself. Later that evening, the group gathered at a restaurant known as the Royal Hall, where Keita and the women were finally seated around a dinner table. Reflecting on the day's bizarre events, Swearin remarked that Keita was truly an extraordinary and eccentric individual. Keita flatly denied the description, maintaining the stance that he was merely a conventional, run-of-the-mill office employee whom one could find anywhere in the corporate world. Senna strongly disagreed, arguing that Keita's personal understanding of what constitutes a normal person was completely warped. Swearin supported Senna's point, stating that conventional corporate workers certainly do not spend their free time broadcasting live video streams to the public. Keita looked at her with genuine bewilderment, stating plainly that he does not participate in video streaming at all. This revelation left Swearin completely paralyzed with shock, as she had been entirely convinced that Keita was a famous online content creator. As the next chapter begins, Swearin directly asks Keita if he is the legendary figure known as the Shinjuku Batter. Before he can answer, Hikari suddenly appears at their table, loudly commenting on what a wild coincidence it is to run into them. She cheerily asks what they are all discussing. Keita is completely startled by his niece's sudden arrival and demands to know what she is doing at the restaurant. Hikari brushes it off as a simple chance encounter. Swearin turns to Keita to ask about the newcomer's identity, and Keita explains that the young girl is his niece. Hikari puts on a theatrical display of shock, pretending to recognize both Swearin and Senna from their public profiles. Senna quickly tries to deflect the attention, claiming that Hikari must have mistaken her for someone else. However, Hikari counters by pointing out that while Senna's current makeup is quite different, her facial features are unmistakably the same. Hikari then reveals to the group that she is actually a content creator herself, presenting them with a fellow professional. Pulling out her mobile device, she proudly displays her personal broadcasting channel, which currently boasts exactly 1,504 subscribers. Internally, Hikari celebrates, noting that she is successfully utilizing the classic ninja art of changing the subject to completely distract them from the investigation into her uncle. Keita decides to excuse himself, standing up from the table to walk away. Hikari immediately calls out to him, asking where he is heading. Keita replies that he is merely going to get a refill for his beverage and tells them all to pay him no mind, suggesting that the young people should simply enjoy their own conversation. As he walks off, Keita reflects on how conversations between young women never seem to end well whenever he tries to intervene, concluding that he would much rather enjoy his beer in complete isolation. With Keita out of earshot, Swearin locks eyes with Hikari and directly asks if she is the secret mastermind pulling the strings behind the Shinjuku Batter persona. Hikari is caught completely off guard. She tries to deny the accusation by nervously whistling a tune, but Swearin instantly shuts her down, stating that her whistling is far too terrible to be convincing. Swearin lets out a heavy sigh, realizing it now makes perfect sense why Keita himself seems completely oblivious to his own online fame. Senna expresses genuine shock upon realizing that Hikari has been broadcasting footage of her uncle without obtaining his legal permission. Swearin agrees that such behavior is highly inappropriate, calling it a massive betrayal to sneak around and expose him to the internet. Senna presses further, asking Hikari if she is simply exploiting Keita's physical talents for her own personal financial gain. Hikari is horrified by the harsh accusation and fiercely denies it, insisting that she is not using her uncle at all. The women demand a clear explanation of how her actions are any different from exploitation. Suddenly, Swearin notices that Keita has already returned from the beverage station and is standing right beside them. A panicked Hikari asks her uncle if he has overheard their entire argument. Keita looks down at his niece and calmly asks if her activities are causing any genuine harm or trouble for other people. Startled, Hikari reassures him that she isn't hurting anyone. Keita nods and states that as long as that is the case, is perfectly fine with him. He admits to Hikari that while he has no idea what kind of scheme she is currently running, she has his full permission to go ahead and use him for her content. The entire group of women is left completely speechless by his casual response. Swearin immediately protests, asking Keita if he is truly serious and questioning if he even comprehends what his niece is up to. Keita firmly replies that he has absolutely no need to pry into every little detail of her life, explaining that his stance is rooted in his profound love for his family. He declares that he genuinely does not care if she chooses to betray his trust or live entirely off his hard-earned money. He goes so far as to say that if she ever desires a house of her own, he will gladly purchase it for her, and he will happily provide her with a regular financial allowance as well. Keita concludes that if these actions bring happiness to his family, he is completely content with the arrangement. Swearin remarks on just how incredibly indulgent and doting an uncle he is, causing Keita to let out a small laugh. Swearin admits she feels incredibly foolish for getting so aggressively worked up on his behalf. Keita acknowledges her protective anger and expresses his genuine appreciation for her concern. However, Swearin's expression grows anxious and flustered. She covers her face to hide her embarrassment, muttering that Keita sounds incredibly cheesy, while Senna and the other girls gaze at him in absolute admiration, thinking to themselves that Keita is incredibly cool. Swearin then turns her frustration back onto Hikari, scolding the trembling girl and pointing out that since her uncle completely spoils her, she needs to say something meaningful in return. Hikari, emotional, tearfully confesses just how much she truly loves her uncle. Watching the touching display, Swearin feels a wave of jealousy, reflecting on how wonderful it must be to have a supportive family. Keita then gently asks Swearin if she would mind sharing some details regarding her own parents. Swearin explains that her household consists only of her mother, as her father tragically passed away 18 years ago. The mention of that specific timeline causes Keita to reflect deeply. He remembers that 18 years prior, the entire world suffered immense devastation, and he carries the heavy burden of knowing he failed to save a single soul during that catastrophe. At the very least, he silently hopes that these young individuals can live blissful lives, sheltered by the sacrifices of old, worn-out men like himself. The following day at the office, Keita's company CEO bursts out laughing, attributing their sudden massive success entirely to his own sincere corporate approach. The executive expresses utter disbelief that Doom Production has officially reached out to request a formal collaboration. While walking alongside Keita, the CEO ecstatic boasts that this partnership will completely fill the pages of their publication, effectively securing their company's financial future while praising Keita for possessing such brilliant talent. Keita politely interrupts the celebration to agree that the outcome is indeed amazing. Suddenly, Keita's manager, Ukai, calls him aside to speak privately. She jokes that he should write a secret distress message on the famous bulletin board at Shinjuku Station. Keita chuckles and replies that while he understands a reference, the station no longer features a message board. Ukai then vents her frustration regarding their delusional CEO, mocking his belief that a sincere corporate approach won the deal when the entire situation was actually sparked by Doom Productions' own internal corruption. Ukai is surprised, assuming that Keita was the one who personally negotiated and settled the dispute. The manager clarifies that the sudden collaboration was entirely a result of the massive public scandal involving the channels run by Kinya and Mamoru. In exchange for Keita's party keeping the details of the dungeon assault strictly confidential, Doom Production pitched the joint venture as a form of corporate hush money. Thanks to this arrangement, the specific incident regarding Kinya's assault on Keita never became public knowledge. However, rumors regarding the group's other historical crimes began to leak to the authorities anyway, ultimately resulting in Kinya being completely terminated and ousted from Doom Production. Meanwhile, Mamoru and the rest of his violent henchmen seem to have vanished entirely from the scene. Keita secretly wonders if Doom Production used its immense industry influence to pull strings behind the scenes to make those men disappear. He finds the thought incredibly terrifying and reinforces his desire to avoid getting entangled with them any further. Ukai argues that the current narrative makes no sense, reminding Keita that he was the one who stepped up to negotiate directly with a rival company. She insists on telling the higher-ups that Keita deserves the full professional credit for saving the magazine. Keita immediately stops her, pleading with her not to reveal the truth. Ukai laments that his immense hard work will go completely unrecognized, but Keita reassures her that he is perfectly fine with the outcome, preferring to let the company executives remain in their misunderstanding. Ukai lets out a resigned sigh, while Keita smiles and explains that he has absolutely no need for their half-hearted professional recognition. This selfless attitude causes Ukai to think to herself that this modesty is the classic, defining trait of Keita's character, and she realizes she deeply admires that quality in him. With the major corporate crisis averted, Keita reflects that the magazine should be financially safe for the foreseeable future, allowing him to finally relax. Just as he finds peace, his manager summons him back over for an official update. She brings up the impending Doom Production joint project. Keita is startled, asking if Ukai is the one designated to manage the high-profile collaboration. The manager clarifies that she is not the one assigned to the task. Instead, Keita himself will be placed in complete corporate charge of the project, noting that this assignment is a direct, non-negotiable order from their company CEO. Keita's heart sinks as he realizes this promotion will only bring an immense amount of extra work to his doorstep. Keita sat up in his bed and clutched his head in frustration. Outside the residence, 3 men were lurking in the shadows. One of them confirmed that this was indeed the house they had been assigned to target for their mission. Another accomplice commented on how run-down and shabby the property looked, deducing that it was highly unlikely to contain anything of significant value. The third intruder, who wore a black helmet, dismissed this concern, stating that the prize inside was actually far better than stolen gold. He checked his mobile phone to monitor a live feed of the house and focused on Hikari. The criminal wearing a black cap gasped in surprise, noting that even though Hikari was over 40 years old, she still possessed an incredibly stunning physique, making her highly desirable for a woman past her prime. The final accomplice, who wore a black mask, asked if Hikari was the one the man in the black cap was after, suggesting that Hikari's young daughter looked far more appealing. The man in the black cap explained his dark philosophy, arguing that taking risks to explore dangerous dungeons was completely foolish when they could target unawakened, normal citizens without any risk at all. He noted that this method allowed them to easily acquire both money and women. The others quickly agreed with this logic. They discussed their disturbing plan, noting that if they kidnapped a regular girl and forced her to slay a low-level goblin inside a dungeon, she would automatically awaken as an official dungeon adventurer. Under dungeon laws, this meant that no matter what horrific acts they committed against her, or if they killed her, she would endlessly reappear at a resurrection point perfectly unharmed, allowing them to bypass modern criminal laws entirely. The man in the black helmet concluded that it would be idiotic not to exploit such a legal loophole for their own twisted gain. While popular dungeon streamers represented the heroic light of this new adventurous era, these men embodied its absolute, lawless darkness, operating a dangerous underground business to satisfy their criminal desires. As they climbed over the property gate and dropped down to the ground, one of the men mentioned that their intelligence reported only a skinny, ordinary old man living on the property, making the break-in seem like an absolute piece of cake. The man in the black cap assumed that an old man like that must be hoarding a massive amount of secret cash. The accomplice in the black helmet proposed that they torture the old man until he surrendered all his financial passwords so they could drain his life savings. Standing directly outside the entrance, the man in the black helmet placed his hand on the door mechanism and activated his specialized thief skill for lockpicking. The heavy door let out a sharp creaking sound. However, when the men pushed against the frame, the door refused to budge. A tense silence fell over the group until the man in the black cap angrily demanded to know why his companion was taking so much time to unlock a standard residential door. The lockpicker grew nervous, stating that something felt entirely wrong with the house, wondering if the structure was protected by powerful defensive magic or a mystical barrier. Suddenly, a calm voice called down to them from above, asking if there were only 3 intruders in total. The men looked up to see Keita standing on his balcony, looking down at them. The criminals instantly recognized him as the old man they had been explicitly instructed to physically assault. The masked intruder declared that they would simply eliminate the old man first before moving on to trap the women inside. Gripping a sturdy iron handle, Keita's tone shifted drastically as he asked the man to repeat what he had just said. The immense pressure behind his words caused all 3 intruders to shudder with sudden terror. The man in the black cap frantically turned to his companion, asking if their commander hadn't explicitly stated that this old man was just a regular, unawakened citizen. The lockpickers stuttered in fear, confirming that was what they were told, while questioning the terrifying, malevolent aura radiating from Keita, which closely resembled the presence of a high-level dungeon monster. As the criminals trembled in place, a sudden swishing sound cut through the air. In the blink of an eye, Keita materialized directly in front of them on the ground. The masked intruder was completely frozen with shock, failing to react to an incoming open palm strike. Keita delivered a powerful blow straight to the man's chest, resulting in a heavy thud. Keita calmly observed that the criminal was wearing a safety vest reinforced with thick steel plates, noting that a strike had been aimed directly at the heart. He remarked that since adventurers possess highly enhanced physical durability, the man would survive the blunt trauma, though he would undoubtedly suffer immense pain. Keita then informed the remaining 2 that he was going to call the police, suggesting it would be much easier for everyone involved if they surrendered quietly and waited for law enforcement to arrive. Refusing to surrender, the criminal in the black cap charged forward blindly, screaming that he would murder Keita. Keita effortlessly neutralized the assault by delivering a swift kick directly to the attacker's leg. The bone immediately snapped with a loud crack. Keita openly commented on how fragile the man's body was, mockingly asking if the criminal suffered from a severe calcium deficiency. Terrified by the effortless display of violence, The lockpicker labeled Keita a literal monster and quickly activated a specialized tool that emitted a blinding flash of light. Keita was momentarily blinded by the sudden brightness. Seizing the opportunity, the criminal in the black helmet dashed away at full speed, mocking Keita to his face as he made his escape. However, Keita calmly reached for a nearby baseball bat. With a precise swing, he launched a discarded helmet through the air, sending it flying across the yard until it struck the fleeing criminal squarely in the back. The impact made a loud thud, dropping the man instantly. Keita walked over and asked if the man was still breathing, adding that he had consciously tried to strike him with the absolute minimum amount of force possible. The defeated criminal stuttered in absolute disbelief, accusing Keita of being a secret, elite adventurer and cursing their commander for lying to them about the old man's status. Keita flatly corrected him, maintaining that he was nothing more than an ordinary corporate salaryman who had been rudely awakened in the middle of the night, especially frustrating since he had a full day of office work ahead of him the following morning. The criminal internally rejected this explanation, unable to comprehend what kind of normal office worker could effortlessly demolish a trained thief utilizing advanced skills while wielding nothing but a cheap baseball bat. Suddenly, Hikari burst out of the house, shouting fiercely about a home invasion and declaring that she would eliminate the intruders herself. Hikari followed closely behind, calling out to her uncle and expressing concern over the loud, chaotic noises echoing outside. Keita reassured both of them that he was completely unharmed and advised them to lower their voices so they wouldn't disturb the neighborhood in the dead of night. Hikari marched over to the criminal in the black helmet, shaking him aggressively while asking Keita if this was the pathetic thief who had dared to target their home. Keita explained that the incident appeared to be one of those illegal underground side hustles operated by rogue explorers. Curious, Hikari inquired how her uncle had managed to detect the stealthy intruders while he was fast asleep inside. Keita revealed that their safety was entirely due to a specific ornamental item positioned right by the main entrance. He explained that the decorative wooden bear was actually an incredibly rare magical artifact obtained exclusively from defeating a high-tier boss monster in the deepest layers of the Shinjuku dungeon. The artifact possessed the unique ability to project a massive defensive barrier around a property, while instantly alerting the creator whenever an intruder crossed the perimeter. Keita then thanked Hikari for her past recommendation to display the item prominently. Hikari admitted that she had panicked when she initially saw Keita attempting to throw the valuable artifact into the trash, realizing it was an exceptionally rare find. She suggested that there might be even more highly useful magical treasures hidden away inside the massive piles of junk stored in their warehouse. Keita turned his attention back to the bound criminal, demanding to know why their specific household had been targeted and asking for the true identity of the mysterious commander they had mentioned earlier. The man in the black helmet pleaded for mercy, insisting that he genuinely did not know who the leader was. When Keita questioned if he was simply lying to protect his boss, the criminal nervously swore that he was telling the absolute truth. He explained that the shadowy commander never revealed his actual name or uncovered his face to his subordinates, promising them nothing more than a highly lucrative financial payout for completing the raid. Despite the criminal's lack of information, a clear suspicion regarding the true mastermind behind the ambush had already formed inside Keita's mind. Keita's manager approached him, explaining that she had already received an update from the police regarding the recent incident at his home, expressing that the entire ordeal must have been an absolute nightmare for him. She then asked if Keita planned to state in his official daily corporate report that he was delayed because he had to fend off a group of dangerous underground criminals. Keita admitted that when the situation was put into plain words, it sounded exactly like the wild fantasy of a dramatic teenager. However, since it was the absolute truth, he confessed he had no other realistic way to describe his tardiness. The manager inquired if the intruders were simply motivated by money, quickly adding her suspicion about whether the assault was tied to a direct retaliation from Doki Kenya. Keita agreed that revenge from Doki was highly likely, though he noted that the hired criminals themselves seemed completely clueless about the mastermind's identity. Concerned for his safety, the manager asked if he was truly going to be fine or if he needed to relocate to a new home. Keita reassured her, stating that the local authorities had promised to increase surveillance around his neighborhood, and his sister had already agreed to stay at his residence for the time being. The manager grew anxious, pointing out that even though Hikari held a black belt in martial arts, their adversaries were still rogue adventurers, and she was ultimately just a regular woman. Keita calmly clarified that he had already given his sister strict instructions not to accidentally kill anyone outside of a dungeon and to treat any future attackers gently. This revelation deeply shocked the manager, who realized with astonishment that Keita was actually worried about the physical well-being of the criminals rather than his sister's safety. She then told Keita to reach out to her immediately if any further complications arose, Noting that since the conflict was likely connected to their publication work, she wanted to assist him in any way possible. Keita expressed his gratitude for her support and stepped out of the office room. As he walked out, Ukai was waiting nearby and immediately intercepted him. She suggested that if he was genuinely considering moving to a safer location. Her own apartment complex featured advanced self-locking security doors and currently had several open vacancies. Keita thanked her for the thoughtful recommendation, but his attention was quickly captured by the strange object she was cradling in her arms. He curiously inquired if she was holding a regular stuffed animal. Ukai asked if he wanted to know more about it, proudly revealing that the object was actually a highly advanced, cutting-edge artificial intelligence robot, emphasizing how adorable it was. Keita cast a questioning look toward his manager, who quickly intervened to clarify that the incredibly expensive device did not belong to her. She stated that there was absolutely no way she could ever afford such a luxury on her salary. When Keita asked about the actual price tag, his manager explained that the robot cost a staggering 1 million yen up front, accompanied by a hefty 50,000 yen monthly subscription fee. However, she added that if a customer chose to pay 2 million yen immediately, the recurring monthly subscription cost would be completely waived. Both Ukai and Keita were visibly paralyzed with shock upon hearing the astronomical 2 million yen figure. Looking closely at the charming robot, Keita thought to himself that the outrageous price was definitely not cute at all. The manager explained that because their publication contract with Doom Production had been finalized, an additional corporate loan was approved and the necessary hush money was paid out. Consequently, their company CEO had instantly gone on a wild spending spree using the newly acquired corporate funds. Keita complained that if the company suddenly possessed that large amount of money, the executive should have allocated those funds toward their own department's tight operational budget. He reminded his manager that just a few days prior, the CEO was desperately claiming the business was on the absolute brink of total bankruptcy, yet he was now throwing money away on luxury items. The manager fully agreed with his frustration, but noted that since he was the highest-ranking executive, she had no power to criticize his spending habits. Shifting back to their pressing business responsibilities, the manager asked Keita how his official corporate meeting with the representatives from Doom Production had turned out. Keita visibly trembled with stress before answering that the discussion had gone so incredibly well that their department was now completely doomed. He explained that the young executive placed in charge of the project by Doom Production was an exceptionally driven and highly competent professional who had brought a massive list of business proposals to the table. The executive suggested a complete and aggressive overhaul of their main flagship magazine, Adventure Stance, proposing that they leverage their network of famous, top-tier streamers to rebrand the publication as official fan merchandise for Doom Production. Keita dumped a heavy stack of documents and prototypes onto the desk, explaining that the items were the new project outlines and merchandise samples. The plan involved launching a completely revamped monthly issue and drastically expanding their retail distribution channels by including exclusive bonus collectibles with every single magazine purchase. The manager gasped in surprise at the sheer scale of the plan. Keita continued detailing the project, explaining that they would also be formatting and serializing brand new comic books and light novels directly based on the real-life personas of the streamers, with concrete future plans to expand into both digital ebooks and traditional print publications. The manager frantically tried to interrupt him, begging him to slow down as she processed the massive workload. Keita added that their own department would be entirely responsible for making all the necessary corporate arrangements to execute these goals. Ukai was initially amazed by the news, commenting that the massive project would undoubtedly generate an incredible amount of corporate profit. Suddenly, an intense, heavy silence fell over the room as Keita stared blankly into space. Confused by the abrupt quietness, Ukai asked what was wrong, but neither Keita nor the manager responded to her. She nervously tried to get their attention again, but Keita merely stood frozen, completely overwhelmed. He finally began to mutter in a defeated tone, listlessly checking off the endless new responsibilities that had been dumped on his shoulders. He realized he would now be personally forced to handle complex contract negotiations with temperamental, high-profile streamers, host expensive business dinners to keep them satisfied, and accurately convey all of their specific, demanding requests while completely taking over the grueling daily responsibilities of the company's entire sales department. In addition to those heavy burdens, they would be forced to make stressful, last-minute textual adjustments right before tight print deadlines, as well as replacing promotional photographs on demand regardless of the hour or the day of the week. They would also need to directly handle relentless sales calls to various bookstores, manage manufacturing factories for the massive merchandise productions, and closely coordinate with professional illustrators and prototype sculptors. Because their publication operates on a strict weekly schedule, all of these grueling tasks would come rushing at them without a single moment of rest. Keita listlessly asked the room how they could possibly expect their small sales department to handle this massive corporate operation all by themselves. Ukai froze in place before exclaiming that executing such an enormous plan was completely impossible. Keita's manager looked at him grimly, warning him that he should absolutely not expect to leave the office on time for the foreseeable future. Keita stared blankly at the expensive AI robot on the desk, watching it squeak and spin around in circles as he silently calculated that he might only have 1 or 2 weeks of endurance left inside him. 2 weeks later, the office clock continued to tick away late into the night, and Keita was still trapped at his desk working under the bright fluorescent lights. He realized with deep exhaustion that he had not been able to return to his own home in 3 consecutive days, feeling as though the intense labor was physically killing him. Suddenly, his mobile phone began to buzz, displaying an incoming call from Hikari. When he answered, his niece asked if he was doing all right and joked about whether he was even still alive. Keita replied in a weak tone that he was barely surviving, though he believed he might finally be able to leave the office and make it back home later that evening. Hikari noted that his voice sounded completely drained of life, comparing him to a wandering zombie, and she earnestly questioned if he was truly fine under such immense professional stress. Keita explained that while their daily workload had easily increased tenfold, their corporate staffing levels remained completely unchanged, leaving him with absolutely no time to sleep. Hikari warned him that he was going to completely ruin his physical health at this rate, begging him to take a temporary break from the office. Keita glanced over at his supervising manager before replying that pausing was simply not an option for him, and he then shifted the topic to ask how things were going back at the house. Hikari reassured him that local police officers were coming by to check on the property every single day, and high-level adventurers from the neighborhood vigilante group seemed to be keeping a constant watch on the streets as well. Keita noted that since 2 full weeks had passed without any further incidents, the local security alert level would likely be lifted very soon, advising Hikari to remain extremely cautious on her daily commute to and from school. Hikari happily replied that she felt incredibly cared for by his constant worrying. She then brought up a specific residential listing she had noticed on a real estate application, asking her uncle if he was genuinely suggesting that she should pack up and move away. She flatly rejected the idea, stating that there was absolutely no way she would ever agree to be separated from him. Keita argued that because their current home address had been thoroughly exposed to dangerous criminals, remaining there posed a major ongoing safety hazard for the family. However, Hikari remained completely firm in her refusal, declaring that she would never leave him to live all by himself, and stating that her decision was entirely non-negotiable. Keita accepted her stubborn response, feeling deeply touched in his heart by his niece's fierce loyalty and affection. At the same time, he realized with a sense of dread that as long as this brutal office work completely consumed his life, he lacked the time and energy to properly relocate and protect his loved ones, feeling as though invisible corporate chains were binding him to his desk. Hikari asked one more time if he would truly be able to make it back to the house tonight, pleading with him to keep his mobile global positioning system activated so she could track his safety. Keita promised that he would, but mentioned that he wanted to drop by a quiet area first to clear his crowded mind after work, meaning he would likely arrive quite late. Hikari agreed to the plan, cheerfully telling him that she would make sure a hot bath and a fresh dinner were waiting for him the moment he stepped through the door, no matter what time that turned out to be. Keita thanked her warmly, admitting that her support was a massive help to him. Meanwhile, back on Hikari's computer screen, she was privately reviewing an unreleased behind-the-scenes video clip of the legendary Shinjuku batter. The video analytics showed it had gained 59,000 views since she uploaded it 5 days prior, and the public comments section below was filled with noisy speculation from anxious internet users. One viewer questioned why there was still no official content update, while another openly wondered if the mysterious old man had actually passed away. Other commenters debated whether the Shinjuku batter was truly dead, with some users pointing out that while adventurers routinely reappear at a resurrection point inside dungeons, dying in the real world was entirely permanent. Another comment concluded that the mysterious hero must have met his end outside of a dungeon due to extreme occupational overwork, offering a respectful rest-in-peace message, while a final user remarked that the man had gone completely missing and was undoubtedly deceased by now. Hikari sighed to herself, knowing very well that Keita was simply trapped working late at his regular day job, but she felt stressed that the internet community was rapidly concluding the Shinjuku batter had vanished from the earth. She realized that merely slicing up and recycling old video footage to maintain channel engagement was quickly reaching its absolute limit. Elsewhere in an unknown location, a brooding man was staring intensely at that exact same internet video on his own screen. He muttered darkly to himself, demanding that the elusive fighter stop hiding and come out into the open. Refusing to believe the online rumors of the hero's demise, the challenger declared that he would personally track the Shinjuku batter down and defeat him in combat, just to prove to the entire world that he was the absolute strongest warrior alive. One of Doom Productions' most famous elite groups was a trio of top-tier streamers known to the public as the Blueberry Paladin, or Blupera for short. This incredibly popular unit consisted of 3 skilled adventurers from the agency named Kajaniko, Soma, and Kurinai. Originally, Soma and Kurinai performed as a simple duo, but their fame skyrocketed to unimaginable heights the moment Kajaniko joined the team. The upcoming relaunch issue of the magazine, Adventure Stance, had generated a massive amount of public interest because it was set to include an exclusive, limited edition Blupera figurine as a bonus gift. Keita clicked his computer mouse to check the manufacturing metrics, noting that while their minimum required printing order had been locked in at 12,000 copies, the online pre-orders had vanished and sold out almost instantly. Looking at the data, Keita's manager reflected on how vast the commercial difference was compared to their past work with a lesser-known group like Vergood. She remarked to Keita that the sheer drawing power and influence of industry-leading streamers existed on an entirely different level. Keita added that the vast majority of the available copies were unfortunately being hoarded by automated online resellers, leaving social media platforms flooded with cries of despair from genuine consumers. As a result, their office was currently being inundated with bitter complaints from angry fans. The manager admitted that she had a bad feeling this would happen. Ukai chimed in to explain that the situation was even worse because the bonus figurine was being distributed randomly across 3 distinct character variations, which was fueling a massive resale frenzy online. The manager insisted that they had to take immediate action, arguing that it was completely ridiculous for all of their grueling department labor to end up merely serving as profitable merchandise fodder for greedy scalpers. Keita turned the discussion toward their operational progress, asking Ukai how the editorial department was managing its current tasks. Ukai suddenly burst into tears, crying out that the entire project was completely doomed and hopeless. She explained that Kajaniko was fiercely objecting to the planned photo shoot intended for the magazine's opening multi-page spread. Sobbing heavily, Ukai explained that their production schedule was already packed incredibly tight, and she was completely at a loss for what to do next. The manager asked for clarification on why Kajaniko was resisting the shoot, to which Ukai explained that the streamer was throwing a massive tantrum because he found the creative concept deeply embarrassing. The idea called for a cross-dressing cosplay theme. The manager commented that the concept was certainly a bold and daring creative choice, admitting that she personally would love to see the final results. Ukai enthusiastically agreed with her assessment. The manager noted that while cross-dressing was a classic and proven marketing trope, it was only natural for a young man to feel a high amount of initial psychological resistance toward it. Ukai mentioned that she had truly believed it was a great pitch, especially since the executives at Doom Production had readily given the idea their official green light. However, she suggested that to save the project, they might need to play it safe and pivot to dressing the streamers in casual attire or standard school uniforms instead. The manager sighed, noting that while it was a great shame to lose the original concept, there was simply nothing they could do to force the talent. Watching this interaction, Keita thought to himself that everyone has their own personal preferences. Even though his manager clearly harbored a secret fondness for cross-dressing boys, he possessed the professional decency to keep his mouth shut about it. The manager then redirected her focus toward the scalping crisis, asking Keita if he believed the ongoing resale problem could be effectively solved by simply increasing their overall manufacturing and production volume. Keita replied that expanding production would certainly help, but he suggested that a superior alternative would be to switch entirely to a made-to-order manufacturing system, at least for the specialized figurines. The manager closed her eyes tightly and resolved to go directly to the executive suite to negotiate an increased budget with their supervisor. She noted that doubling their printing and toy production would obviously require them to hire twice as many staff members. Otherwise, the current team would literally die from physical overwork. She ordered Keita to accompany her to the meeting. They marched straight into the CEO's private office, but the current executive flatly rejected their request, stating that it was absolutely out of the question. The CEO coldly argued that hiring additional personnel would directly cut into the company's net profit margins, patronizingly asking the 2 managers if they understood basic business economics. Keita's manager was visibly shocked by the blunt refusal. The CEO asserted that their department already possessed a perfectly sufficient number of staff members, suggesting that the team simply wasn't trying hard enough or applying enough effort to their daily tasks. The manager fiercely pushed back against the insult, stating that there was absolutely no way they could work harder, as the current team was barely keeping the publication afloat by sacrificing all of their personal days off and putting in grueling overtime hours every single day. The CEO brushed off her concerns, stating he was completely confident they would find a way to pull through the crisis, mockingly adding that they clearly still possessed plenty of extra energy if they were able to march into his office and complain to him in person. As Keita stood there listening to the heartless lecture, his mind began to contrast this man with the firm's previous leader. He fondly remembered a time years ago when he had to apologize for being absent from work for an extended period due to a major crisis. The former CEO had warmly told Keita not to worry about the lost time at all, expressing that after Keita had been dragged into that horrific dungeon disaster, he was just profoundly grateful that Keita had managed to make it back to the surface alive. The old boss had explicitly told Keita how deeply thankful he was for his safety, and he had even continued to pay Keita's full salary throughout his entire absence, topped off with a generous financial get-well bonus. Keita realized that the only reason he had chosen to remain loyal to this specific publishing company for all these years was because of the profound kindness and respect the former CEO had shown him back then. Yet, as he stared at the greedy and arrogant executive currently sitting in front of him, the present CEO added a final, condescending remark, stating that simply having a job in this economy was a grand privilege they should be grateful for. The current executive continued his lecture, self-righteously asserting that it was only natural for employees to dedicate themselves entirely to their company as their number one priority in life. Listening to these words, Keita felt a surge of rage and seriously considered whether he should just physically beat the arrogance out of the man. Sensing his dangerous shift in mood, Keita's manager quickly gestured for him to restrain himself and hold back his anger. Forcing his emotions down, Keita tightly clenched both of his hands behind his back and calmly gave his compliance to her silent command. The manager then turned her attention back to the CEO, firmly explaining that under their current constraints, their department was nowhere near meeting the strict operational standards demanded by Doom Production. She warned him that if they failed to deliver, the entertainment agency would likely terminate the joint contract entirely and withdraw all of their corporate funding. The CEO gasped in shock, angrily demanding to know if she was trying to threaten him with such a ridiculous claim. The manager smoothly countered that she was merely seeking his superior management expertise to solve the issue. Unwilling to face the reality of the situation, the CEO simply looked away in silence, prompting the two managers to officially excuse themselves from the office. As they walked down the quiet hallway together, the manager told Keita to hold off on physically killing the executive just yet, explaining that she planned to destroy the man socially instead. Keita apologized for nearly losing his temper. The manager revealed that she had secretly recorded the entire conversation on her device, just in case, though she admitted it might not serve as ironclad evidence in a court of law since it was an unauthorized hidden recording. Keita remarked that the audio was essentially just a definitive proof of the executive's sheer stupidity rather than an explicit criminal act. The manager agreed, but noted that the recording was more than enough to report the CEO to the Labor Standards Office for multiple workplace violations, confidently stating that the man was definitely guilty of mistreating his staff. Keita added that they should also look into auditing the accounting records, expressing his absolute certainty that they would find financial regularities there as well. Stopping by a nearby vending machine, Keita purchased a mixed coffee and handed it over to his manager. She thanked him warmly and promised to reimburse him for the beverage later, but Keita insisted there was no need and told her to accept it as his treat. The manager smiled, noting that he always seemed to know her exact personal tastes. Keita reasoned that because their office desks were positioned so close together, he had easily picked up on her daily habits over time. Secretly, Keita felt a wave of sympathy, reflecting on how his manager was just as much a victim of this toxic corporate environment as anyone else, and he realized their publishing firm was in serious jeopardy. Later that evening, the workday finally came to a close, and Hikari bid Keita a pleasant night as she prepared to leave. Keita wished her well in return, telling her that he would see her at the office tomorrow. Walking away from the building, Keita internally noted that he was completely starving and desperately wanted nothing more than to sleep in his own bed after taking a long, relaxing bath. However, he realized he could not simply go home in his current state of mind. The immense, pent-up corporate stress from the past few weeks was completely overwhelming him, and he knew he needed a proper outlet to release all of his pent-up frustration before he could truly rest. To clear his mind, Keita traveled to the deeper, highly dangerous territory of the Shinjuku dungeon, specifically entering the level 140 border zone. As he stepped into the dark cavern, he quietly mumbled to himself that he had deeply missed this environment, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction at finally making it back to the depths after being away for so long. The peaceful silence was suddenly shattered by the echoing sound of heavy footsteps. A massive armored soldier monster materialized from the shadows, letting out a terrifying, deafening roar as it lunged forward to launch a brutal ambush from behind. Keita, however, did not even flinch. He spun around with lightning speed and delivered a devastating counterpunch straight into the creature's chest. Commenting that the monster was simply too slow, the sheer force of Keita's blow instantly shattered the creature's thick ribs, causing the armored soldier to violently cough up blood. The heavily wounded monster cursed in agony. Keita calmly lowered his fist and scanned the surrounding darkness of the cavern. Looking toward the hidden corners of the rocky terrain, he called out to the figures lurking in the shadows, announcing to the hidden observers that he could see them perfectly clear. Keita made it known to the figures lurking in the shadows that their concealment was entirely useless against his sharp perception. Before any of them could respond to being spotted, a dark-skinned female mage swiftly invoked her light magic, unleashing a skill called Rescue Heal. A blinding flash of radiant magic engulfed the fallen armored man, instantly revitalizing his body. Reinvigorated, the heavy warrior surged back onto his feet, flexing his immense physique with unrestrained, boisterous laughter while declaring his return to the fight and urging his companions forward. Observing the tactical positioning of the two, Keita immediately deduced that the hulking warrior was deliberately placing himself in front to serve as a living shield for the supporting healer. Almost simultaneously, a masked attacker materialized at Keita's side, letting out a wild laugh as he lunged forward into the air. Mid-leap, the assailant invoked a dark skill known as Shadow Magic Armor Curse, casting a glowing magic circle directly beneath Keita's feet. Keita instantly identified the spell as a debuffing technique, recognizing it as a foundational maneuver in group player-versus-player combat. He knew that if he attempted to brute force his way out of the magic circle to avoid the weakening effects, the resurrected tank, backed by the mage's continuous healing, would step in to absorb his attacks. That move would effectively buy enough time for the rest of their allies to stack even more status afflictions upon him. Maintaining an unbothered and serious demeanor, Keita realized that the airborne mass caster and the armored tank were nothing more than a coordinated distraction. Without turning his body, he delivered a sudden, bone-shattering rear punch directly into the face of another covert attacker who had been silently creeping up behind him. The sudden counterattack sent shockwaves of panic through the enemy group, while the newly struck assassin reeled back in complete disbelief, loudly wondering how his stealthy approach had been detected so effortlessly. Keita coldly noted that the strategy was far too obvious, following up his initial blow with a heavy, devastating strike straight into the assassin's abdomen. Doubled over in agonizing pain, the enemy spat out a breathless gasp, completely stunned that his subtle movements had been read so thoroughly. Keita calmly explained that whenever debuff spells like armor or defense reduction are deployed, the standard follow-up is almost always a high-damage surprise attack launched from the target's blind spot. His intense gaze swept across the remaining group, instantly striking fear into the dark-skinned mage, the armored giant, and the masked caster. Internally, Keita was deeply familiar with every conventional tactic utilized in high-stakes combat of this nature. His mind flashed back 18 years to the catastrophic events of the Great Disaster. During that terrifying era, monsters flooded the city streets and unleashed utter chaos, forcing newly awakened adventurers to hone their survival instincts through brutal, lawless skirmishes against other human survivors for basic resources, money, and supplies. His flawless combat instincts were not built from casual entertainment, but were the brutal byproduct of enduring a literal hellish player-versus-player reality. Shifting his weight to drive his momentum forward, Keita declared that this encounter was far from a harmless game, delivering a brutal, full-force kick squarely to the stealth attacker's head. The crushing blow left the man's face severely battered, knocking him completely unconscious in an instant. Standing firm amid the tension, Keita casually adjusted his glasses and took stock of the situation. He pointed out that one of their allies was now standing on the precipice of death and desperately required immediate healing, directly challenging the remaining attackers on whether they truly possessed the resolve to continue their assault. The surviving group froze, paralyzed by hesitation and growing dread. Suddenly, the tense silence was broken by slow, deliberate applause as a new figure made his presence known. The newcomer's entire body crackled and glowed with an intense, surging energy. This man was Leo Shishido, a high-profile content creator boasting over 100,000 subscribers. Clapping arrogantly, Leo praised Keita, referring to him as the legendary Shinjuku batter and admiring his impressive combat prowess. Keita immediately recognized that the man had confused him for someone else. He was aware of a prominent streamer whose online persona and physical appearance heavily overlapped with his own, a constant misunderstanding that frequently annoyed him to the point of wanting to confront the individual directly if they ever crossed paths. Leo proudly introduced himself as a platinum-ranked adventurer and former professional heavyweight boxer, questioning whether Keita recognized his stature. In truth, Keita had never possessed any interest in combat sports or televised fighting, rendering Leo's professional fighting history entirely unfamiliar to him. However, as he scrutinized the man's features, a memory clicked into place. He recalled seeing that arrogant face flagged on the live streaming industry's high-risk watch list. Leo Shishido was the notorious leader of the controversial streamer group known as Jailbreak, widely infamous across the platform as the villain boxer and a notorious troll creator. Keita directly called him out as the infamous disgraced athlete who had been permanently expelled from professional boxing following severe doping allegations, only to pivot into the adventurer lifestyle. Ever since his ban, Leo had used his platform to relentlessly attack traditional sports organizations for prohibiting performance-enhancing drugs and regulating combat. Joined by a collective of radical followers, Leo actively advocated for absolute, uninhibited combat, regularly engaging in chaotic, rule-free battles against other adventurers inside hazardous dungeon zones. Leo brazenly embraced the label, insisting that his actions were simply a quest to demonstrate pure, unadulterated strength. Clashing his heavy fists together with explosive force, he yelled out that modern sports were absurdly soft for restricting athletes and banning chemical enhancements, maintaining that absolute, unregulated violence was the only authentic way to fight. Suddenly, razor-sharp metallic claws extended from the gauntlets on his fists. Leo taunted Keita, questioning why anyone would refrain from using every available weapon and magical enhancement to maximize their lethality, asserting that concepts like honor and fair play had no place in a true battle to the death. As Leo's surrounding entourage burst into loud, celebratory cheers over their leader's aggressive display, Keita simply stood his ground in silent, mounting annoyance. Leo clenched his clawed fist and boisterously declared himself the ultimate strength, demanding that Keita witness it for himself. Keita calmly dismissed the outburst, remarking on how utterly embarrassing it was for a grown man to spout such childish nonsense. Infuriated, Leo lashed out in anger, but Keita held his ground and reasoned that while debates regarding whether awakened adventurers should participate in professional sports were common, clear boundaries were necessary. He explained that magical skills and physical abilities were far too unbalanced, requiring distinct categories similar to divisions for gender or awakened status. He added that the concept of an unregulated battle with no rules was simply boring. Annoyed, Leo accused him of trying to change the subject, but Keita countered that he was doing no such thing. He pointed out that all the grand talk about a lawless free-for-all and rejecting fair play was merely a series of cheap excuses used by a sneaky old man trying to justify cheating just to get a win. Meanwhile, online viewers began noticing that Leo Shishido's stream had finally gone live after a 2-week wait. As Keita openly questioned how anyone could find such behavior anything other than pathetic, the chat erupted with amusement at seeing the streamer get provoked so easily. Viewers lamented that they still couldn't see the legendary Shinjuku batter's face on camera, while Leo, pushed past his boiling point, roared in rage and swore to kill his opponent. Leo unleashed a violent strike that shattered the dungeon floor, prompting scared comments from the audience about the sheer speed of his fists. Online commenters commended the staff who risked their lives taking turns monitoring such a dangerous zone, noting how fans had managed to identify the dungeon's exact location through the background scenery and surrounding monsters, even manipulating information behind the scenes so the Shinjuku batter would take the bait. Watching the broadcast from various places, people began debating the fight. A viewer on a laptop admired the strategic setup, while pedestrians tuning in via their smartphones questioned if the man on screen was truly the Shinjuku batter, considering he hadn't used a bat once since the fight began. Another viewer working at a desk countered that no other muscular, suited businessman could possibly fit that description. Over at the Doom Productions headquarters break room, Team Swearin returned from their own dungeon run, where Amazuru alerted Swearin that a stream from the Shinjuku batter's side had just gone live as well. Expressing her excitement and giving a shout-out to his niece, Swearin tuned in, only to grow increasingly irritated by the hostile chat room. Hardcore fans and disgruntled viewers flooded the comments, annoyed by the sudden influx of female supporters in the chat, while others admitted they simply wanted to see a popular figure get crushed and humiliated by Shishido. Leo Shishido was far from weak, a truth made abundantly clear by the single video that had originally thrust him into viral stardom. By combining his signature weapon, a pair of brass knuckles, with his primary physical skill known as Fist Fighter AA, the disgraced athlete could transform his heavyweight boxing blows into hypervelocity, ultra-heavy physical projectiles. With that explosive combination, he possessed enough sheer destructive power to reduce a 4-story building to a pile of rubble in approximately 30 minutes. Observing his opponent's movements, Keita internally acknowledged that Leo was genuinely strong, mentally reinforcing the fact that the man before him was by no means a weakling. Leo suddenly unleashed a sharp, powerful kick, aiming to break through his opponent's defenses. Keita brought his arms up to shield himself from the strike, but the sheer force of the impact swept through his side. Smirking in triumph, Leo celebrated what he believed to be a successful hit, only for his facial expression to instantly twist in agony. The kickboxer collapsed onto the ground, rolling over in pain while crying out in distress. Unfazed, Keita dusted off his clothing and casually inquired if the man was all right. Observing that Leo seemed to be hiding protective shin guards beneath his denim jeans, Keita noted that the man's leg bones likely shattered upon impact, even offering to provide a healing potion. Gritting his teeth in furious disbelief, Leo accused Keita of being a coward who was secretly wearing concealed armor beneath his clothes, claiming that striking him felt impossibly hard. Keita dryly reminded him that he was not wearing any special equipment, pointing out that Leo himself was the one who had insisted on absolute, rule-free combat. Consumed by rage, Leo screamed at him to shut his mouth. High above the ongoing chaotic confrontation, Hikari's invisible familiar spirit hovered silently through the cavernous air, capturing every moment on video. Stealthily following the fight from a safe distance, Hikari whispered into her phone to thank Swearin for reaching out to her so quickly, curious as to how the agency had anticipated Shishido's sudden ambush. Swearin explained over the line that Leo Shishido was infamous throughout the online industry for picking unprovoked fights, prompting their talent agency to constantly monitor his active movements. When the villain boxer publicly declared the Shinjuku batter as his next content target, Swearin had immediately dispatched an urgent warning directly to Keita, though he had not even opened the message yet. Checking her own screen, Hikari felt a wave of anxiety wash over her as she realized her uncle was actively being targeted by such a dangerous, high-profile internet menace. Because the vast majority of direct messages sent to the Shinjuku batter account were unsolicited requests for deep-layered dungeon explorations or channel collaborations, she had fallen into the habit of ignoring incoming notifications entirely. That oversight had left her completely blind to the mounting threat, allowing a dangerous situation to unfold without her knowledge. While reviewing her ignored messages, Hikari found herself wondering why Keita seemed so utterly detached from online attention. She quickly rationalized that because she was secretly recording his dungeon runs without his explicit knowledge, maintaining a layer of distance was the only logical course of action. The mere thought of him discovering her secret filming terrified her, as the possibility of earning his contempt was far more horrifying than any physical dungeon monster. Still, she could not understand why he held such a low opinion of his own abilities, constantly appearing as though he were carrying a heavy, invisible shadow from his past. She wished he possessed a deeper awareness of his incredible talents, hoping that if she could demonstrate his worth through the substantial channel profits he generated, he might finally recognize his own heroism. Refusing to back down, Leo surged forward once more, throwing a barrage of rapid-fire punches directly at his opponent. Keita remained remarkably composed, effortlessly deflecting and blocking every single incoming blow with calculated precision. As the aerial drone broadcasted the intense clash straight to the internet, the live stream chat erupted into a frenzy of mixed reactions. Some viewers praised the display as utterly incredible, while newcomers asked if this was where the legendary home run derby streamer was fighting. Skeptical onlookers questioned what made the suited man so special when he seemed to be taking a beating, only for informed fans to correct them, pointing out that Keita was not taking damage at all, but was effortlessly absorbing every strike. Enthusiastic supporters cheered on the Shinjuku batter, marveling at his overwhelming resilience. Finally running low on stamina, Leo pulled back, gasping heavily for air as his frustration boiled over. He screamed in complete confusion, demanding to know why the suited man refused to collapse under his assault. Stretching his muscles casually, Keita replied that he was simply absorbing the hits without issue, dismissing the intense attack as no big deal. Outraged by the nonchalant response, Leo shrieked in disbelief while Keita let out a weary sigh, shaking out his hands and adjusting his glasses on his face. Internally, Keita was reaching the end of his patience. His mind drifted back to his relentless, exhausting routine, endless days consumed entirely by monotonous corporate work. It had taken him 2 full weeks just to squeeze a rare moment of leisure time out of his packed schedule to come into the dungeon for fun, only to have his short break ruined by aggressive internet weirdos. Feeling his stress levels skyrocket past their limits, Keita stood firm as a terrifying, pitch-black aura suddenly burst from his frame. Fixing Leo with a chilling, bloodthirsty stare, he declared that the streamer would make an adequate outlet for his frustration. Sensing the sudden, lethal shift in the air, Leo immediately dropped into a defensive guard, but Keita closed the distance in a blinding blur, driving a crushing, devastating punch deep into the boxer's torso. Keita's heavy fist sank deep into Leo's chest with devastating force. The sheer impact hurled the disgraced boxer backward, forcing him down onto one knee as he clutched his side in agonizing pain. Turning back toward his opponent, Keita issued a calm warning before reaching down to grab the metal bat resting beside him. A subtle smile touched Keita's face as he advised the streamer to quit while he still had the chance. Struggling through the intense pain, Leo refused to yield, arguing that a strike of that caliber could easily be managed by his passive toughness skill and demanding that Keita not underestimate him. Keita clarified that his warning was not about physical injuries, but about Leo's ultimate fate. He cautioned that if Leo continued down this reckless path as an adventurer, a day would come when he would never return. Keita recounted how, 18 years ago during the Great Disaster, he had witnessed that exact sequence of events unfold countless times. Individuals would awaken to new powers, become adventurers, grow arrogant, and continuously stir up trouble, dying repeatedly until one day, they vanished entirely, failing to return to the respawn point. Watching the live broadcast from afar, Hikari reeled in shock at the grim revelation. Advancing slowly toward the grounded boxer, Keita remarked that simple words likely meant nothing to someone like him, concluding that the only way to convey the lesson was through direct physical force. Leo braced himself in utter shock and growing panic, dreading the terrifying display about to unfold. Keita calmly explained the mechanics of his next move, noting that swinging a bat with sufficient velocity generates a massive shockwave driven by air resistance. With a single fluid motion, Keita unleashed a devastating swing, sending a tremendous blast of pressurized air surging across the battlefield and slamming straight into Leo's face. The violence of the impact launched Leo high into the air, sending him flying across the room amidst a cloud of soaring debris and shattered rock. As he drifted through the dust-filled air, he clung to the belief that absolute freedom meant there were no rules or boundaries holding anyone back. Moments later, his body slammed violently against the solid wall, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood as the force of the crash settled. As the surrounding smoke slowly began to clear, Keita was revealed standing in the center of the room. Keita strongly felt that keeping adventurer skills separate from regular sports was not merely a matter of preserving old-fashioned tradition. In his eyes, turning athletic competition into a simple contest of skill matchups drained all the genuine fun and meaning out of it. He believed that people should never forget the fundamental power of human growth and the dedicated refining of personal physical technique. To Keita, the very moment someone forgets the natural beauty and effort of human achievement, they completely forfeit their right to talk about the spirit of sports. Meanwhile, the live broadcast of the incident was attracting widespread attention, and the comment section was rapidly filling up with reactions from viewers. A viewer using the name Mr. Know-It-All questioned whether the incredible attack they had just witnessed was merely a practice swing or something akin to a dry fungo drill. Another viewer named Appraisal Team 01 pointed out that, unlike the famous vacuum slash technique used by sword saints, Keita's swing carried no actual sharp cutting properties. Seeing this comment, a user named Wandering Informant expressed genuine surprise at the presence of the Appraisal Team, remarking on how significantly the channel had grown to attract such notable viewers. A viewer named Red Bean Machi chimed in to warn everyone that engaging in close-quarters combat with Keita was practically suicidal, given his overwhelming physical strength. Another curious viewer asked for clarification on what the term matchup game actually meant, begging the experts in the chat to explain the concept to him. Helpful viewers immediately jumped in to clarify that in high-stakes adventure battles, individual skills play a decisive role in determining the outcome. While it was not always as simple as water counteracting fire, the final result of a fight almost always depended heavily on how well specific skills synergized against each other. One viewer noted that for a fighter like Shishido, who relied almost exclusively on close-range physical skills, an opponent wielding a bat like Keita represented an exceptionally difficult and unfavorable matchup. Others quickly agreed with this assessment, continuing to debate whether Keita's devastating hit was an actual activated skill or just raw power. Most concluded that it had to be a skill, as a standard physical swing could never produce such incredible structural destruction. Viewers reflected on the harsh reality that certain physical advantages and skill matchups simply could not be overcome by high character levels or clever strategy alone, concluding that sports were particularly brutal when skill choices heavily dictated the winning outcome. Back on the field, Keita walked deliberately toward the heavily armored man who had been recording the entire scene. Without hesitation, Keita reached down, grabbed the man by his feet, and lifted him completely off the ground. Keita confronted him about streaming the event without ever obtaining permission to do so. The terrified man shook violently in midair, apologizing profusely and explaining that the broadcast was already shut down and that his mobile phone was likely broken from the impact anyway. Accepting this explanation, Keita instructed the man to delete all recorded footage immediately and keep the event completely private, warning him sternly against posting anything on social media. Unknown to Keita, Hikari was secretly hiding nearby, watching the entire interaction unfold. Keita cast a terrifying, lethal glare toward the armored man, making it clear that breaking this agreement would bring severe and painful consequences. Driven to tears by pure terror, the armored man agreed instantly, promising to ensure that Leo was also informed of the strict conditions. Shaking uncontrollably, the man bowed deeply toward the ground in complete submission. Keita let out a weary sigh at the sight, turned his back on the trembling man, and calmly walked away. Elsewhere, watching the live feed from their screens, Hikari, Swearin, and Senna all blushed simultaneously, completely captivated by how effortlessly cool Keita looked during the confrontation. Sometime later, Keita found himself walking alone through the dark passages of a dungeon. As he stepped through the quiet corridors, he reflected deeply on his recent actions. He realized that while knocking out dangerous monsters brought him a clear sense of satisfaction, doing the same to fellow human beings left him with a deeply unpleasant aftertaste and a sense of growing frustration. Pausing in his tracks, he raised his bat and stared at it thoughtfully. He admitted to himself that while knocking out malicious villains felt somewhat justified, there was still a fundamental difference between monsters and human beings. He worried that if he continued down this path, he would eventually turn into nothing more than a mindless, violent brute, especially since receiving fearful apologies and desperate bows from others made him feel intensely awkward. Feeling an overwhelming sense of emotional weight, Keita sat down on the ground, overwhelmed by a wave of lingering disgust. The uncomfortable feeling reminded him of being forced to consume terrible food long past the point of being completely full. He lapsed into absolute silence, lost in his own dark thoughts. Watching her uncle secretly from a hidden distance, Hikari felt a surge of deep concern for his emotional well-being. Eventually, Keita decided to shake off the gloomy mood. He pushed himself up from the ground, forced a bright smile onto his face, and decided that a relaxing visit to the local bathhouse was exactly what he needed to clear his mind. Just as he turned around to head toward the exit, Keita paused for a moment, wondering if he had heard a subtle noise behind him or if his mind was simply playing tricks on him. Deciding it was nothing, he resumed his casual walk. Hiding nearby, Hikari breathed a quiet sigh of relief, reflecting on how remarkably sharp and perceptive her uncle had become lately, aware that she had barely managed to avoid being caught. Meanwhile, the chat room on the stream continued to flash with a non-stop stream of incoming comments from viewers across the globe. Recognizing that the situation had finally settled down, Hikari made the final decision to end the broadcast. A short moment later, a formal notification popped up across the screen confirming that the live video stream had officially ended. With the broadcast complete, the narrative shifted its focus entirely away from the dungeon, moving across the vast distance toward the desolate and ancient ruins of Alta, the legendary city at the end of the world. Keita walked alone through the quiet corridors, scanning his surroundings with a critical eye. He reflected on how low the difficulty was in this particular area, offering no real challenge or reason for him to visit often, especially given how frequently other people passed through. He continued wandering until a poster on the wall caught his attention. Stopping to glance around and confirm that he was entirely alone, he knocked firmly against the poster while playfully reciting the phrase, "Here we go, Iron Blood drink." Right on cue, a sudden burst of brilliant light illuminated the wall as a hidden entrance materialized. Keita offered a casual greeting as he stepped through the opening, and the moment he crossed the threshold, the passage vanished, leaving the poster looking completely ordinary once again. Hiding nearby, Hikari watched the entire exchange in utter shock. She was stunned to realize that her uncle had just uncovered a hidden area, one completely absent from any online wikis or databases. Rushing over to inspect the poster, she panicked upon seeing that the door was already gone, leaving her with no obvious gimmick or mechanism to gain entry. Unable to linger in the public space for too long, her thoughts drifted back to her home situation. Ever since the recent incident involving a shady side hustle, her mother had been staying home constantly. Hikari had managed to slip out only by casting a shape-shifting spell on a stuffed animal to act as a body double, but she knew that if her mother touched it, the illusion would crumble instantly. While Hikari appreciated her mother's protective instincts, the constant oversight made sneaking around far more difficult. She strongly suspected that the true masterminds behind the illegal side hustle were the Tokyo Four Heavenly Kings, the four major adventurer clans that controlled the large dungeons situated across the city's east, west, south, and north sectors. Although they received official support as vigilante groups tasked with capital defense, they had effectively devolved into a network of organized crime. In particular, the faction controlling the Katsushika Shibamada area was known as Heavenly Hell. They actively harbored criminals like Daki Kenya and systematically siphoned off illegal profits. Hikari pondered the reality of the situation, realizing that while she knew Daki was connected to Heavenly Hell, that link alone was not enough to officially tie the entire clan to the illicit side hustle. Even though the Heavenly Hell gang was currently facing exposure due to the extra crime she had reported, the organization could easily frame the entire scheme as Kenya's solo operation, severing ties with him to escape liability. Without a definitive smoking gun, taking down the entire syndicate seemed impossible. She knew her uncle possessed the raw strength to crush the gang single-handedly, but vigilante justice was still a crime. Clenching her fists, she resolved to protect her uncle and her family at all costs, determined to keep him from being branded a criminal. Realizing she had pushed her luck far enough for one evening, especially with her uncle going viral online once again, she turned and sprinted back home. Meanwhile, inside the newly revealed facility, Keita paid a modest fee of 220 yen at the entrance. Slipping off his coat, he noted how entirely empty the space was. The hidden recovery spot he had randomly stumbled upon was actually an old, traditional public bathhouse that had been swallowed by the dungeon and forgotten by time. Because the facility provided no towels or soap, he always had to bring his own supplies from home, which was a minor inconvenience. Pausing for a moment, he examined the towel in his hands and wondered if he had accidentally grabbed his sister's towel by mistake before deciding it was not worth worrying about. After washing himself thoroughly, Keita washed away his fatigue, reveling in the liberating feeling of the quiet facility. He stepped into the steaming hot spring with a contented sigh, feeling the soothing warmth soak directly into his muscles. However, completely unbeknownst to him, a dark, mysterious shadow of a girl was silently towering directly behind his back. Keita was relaxing inside a hot spring, letting the soothing warmth wash over him as his thoughts drifted to the impressive layout of the bathhouse. It was a surprisingly well-equipped and spacious facilities section for men, featuring a slightly smaller secondary tub meant for herbal and yuzu-infused baths, a refreshing waterfall shower, and even an inviting jacuzzi. By contrast, the women's side of the bathhouse suffered from a completely collapsed wall, rendering it entirely unusable. Even so, he had assumed he would be the only occupant at this hour, yet he could not help but feel a lingering sense of alertness. It struck him as deeply strange that the spring water remained consistently hot and crystal clear, despite the total absence of a visible boiler system. Suddenly, the soft sound of someone humming echoed into the room, causing Keita to tense up immediately as he wondered if someone had just walked inside. A young woman stepped into the moist, steam-filled sanctuary, happily assuming she had stumbled upon a completely private bath all to herself. Keita's heart dropped in sheer disbelief as he realized a woman had just entered the room, instantly recognizing the absolute disaster of the situation. The young woman quickly noticed his presence, and the two of them froze, staring at one another in total silence. As he looked closely at her face, a jolt of recognition hit him. He had seen this exact face a million times lately, and he realized with growing panic that she might actually be Kajuniko from Blueberry Paladin. Upon realizing she had been spotted, the girl fell to her feet in complete shock, letting out a startled cry before desperately trying to deny her identity, stammering that he must have mistaken her for someone else. Keita immediately averted his gaze, his mind racing to process the chaotic scene unfolding before him. Worse still, as an employee running into one of their clients' top talents, he knew he was facing an ominous, career-ending disaster where he could easily be accused of sexual harassment through no fault of his own. He knew that Kajuniko was supposed to be a young male VTuber, carefully marketed to the public as a prince-like and dashing young swordsman. Yet here she was, standing in front of him as a girl. Realizing that staying meant total social annihilation, he understood he needed to get out right away before the situation destroyed his life. Keita stood up to leave, prompting another wave of shock from Kajuniko. With his eyes firmly closed to show respect, Keita offered a quick apology for startling her and explained that he would be out of her way in just a second. Having navigated plenty of pitch-black dungeon environments in his spare time, he was confident he could easily navigate his surroundings even without his sight. Peeking up at him timidly, Kajuniko apologized as well, admitting she had never expected to find anyone else in the bath. As Keita prepared to take his leave, she suddenly paused and inquired whether he was the person who had left behind the towels and shampoo sitting in the room. Keita confirmed that he had brought those items about 6 months ago, prompting Kajuniko to apologize sheepishly, confessing that she had been using his supplies the entire time. Keita reassured her that it was fine, asking only that she refrain from turning this awkward encounter into a massive ordeal. Kajuniko reassured him that it had all been an honest accident, and that she bore no ill will since she had failed to check the bath beforehand. Keita explained the heavy anxiety that middle-aged men felt regarding false accusations, noting that being branded a harasser meant complete social ruin. Hearing his candid explanation left Kajuniko temporarily stunned, but her cheeks quickly flushed red as she remarked on what an interesting fellow and true gentleman he was, comparing his mature demeanor to that of the professor. When Keita politely asked her to stop making such misleading statements and step aside so he could leave, she frantically urged him to wait, asking if they could just sit down and talk for a little while. She confessed that this secluded bathhouse was her absolute secret hideout, a hidden gem she had never even shared with her closest friends. Because of that, she felt that encountering him here for the very first time was an undeniable stroke of fate. Keita, now breaking into a cold sweat while keeping his eyes tightly shut, tried to brush off the idea, but Kajuniko refused to drop the subject. Looking past his modesty, she suddenly recognized the distinct bat sitting in the locker room outside and began to ask if he was actually the famous Shinjuku batter. Before she could finish her sentence, Keita swiftly cut her off to deny the claim, insisting she had the wrong person, that he did not stream, and that he was merely an ordinary citizen who visited dungeons purely as a hobby. Determined not to let him slip away, Kajuniko reached out and grabbed hold of Keita's towel, her face blushing bright as she declared that she could not possibly let him leave after he had uncovered her big secret. Keita silently pleaded for his freedom in his head, but despite his best efforts to make a clean escape, he found himself utterly trapped. Teasing him playfully, Kajuniko asked why he would not just open his eyes and look at her while they talked, to which Keita firmly replied that he was keeping them shut simply because he possessed a strong sense of morals. Keita questioned what her underlying motive could possibly be for holding his entire social standing and future hostage in such an absurd situation. Panic-stricken, Kajuniko adamantly denied having any such malicious intention, suddenly blurting out that she was actually a man after all. Keita merely offered a calm, detached acknowledgement, which only frustrated her further as she desperately begged him to say something more, complaining that she had gone out of her way to make a joke to lighten the mood. Keita calmly pointed out her exact words, asking whether her claim meant she was simply a male individual utilizing a female avatar. She quickly retracted her statement, whining that she had just been joking around with him. Taking a moment to unpack the reality of their world, Keita reflected on how all awakened adventurers were constantly enveloped in an invisible, protective force field known as an avatar. This protective field existed as a specialized layer superimposed directly over an individual's physical body, absorbing a significant amount of incoming damage on their behalf. Humanity believed this miraculous power was born directly from the deepest human instinct for survival, the desperate, innate desire to avoid death at all costs. It served to dramatically enhance humanity's inherently fragile ability to survive hazardous environments, meaning that whenever an adventurer sustained a fatal wound while exploring a dungeon, the avatar acted as a total substitute, absorbing the lethal blow and instantly returning the adventurer safely back to their designated spawn point. This protective force field served as an adventurer's ultimate lifeline. Yet the specialized skills required to alter and modify it had only recently become commonplace throughout society. It all stemmed from an unknown, legendary virtual streamer named Isekai, who possessed a unique skill known as avatar sculpting. This extraordinary ability literally allowed the user to sculpt avatars by shaping, manipulating, and coloring raw mana to form an entirely new physical body that the individual could wear like clothing. Through the direct cooperation of Isekai, the inner mechanics of this unique skill were fully analyzed by researchers, ultimately leading to the commercial release of a specialized item that allowed virtually anyone to customize their avatar's appearance. Although this new customization item instantly became a massive, global hit, the process was far from easy for untalented amateurs to master. The actual range of personal customization heavily depended on an individual's personal level and various other complex factors, making failure a very common occurrence. Dangerous accidents occurred frequently, with inexperienced users regularly fainting from excessive mana exertion while attempting to modify themselves outside of dungeon zones. Because of these hazards, a strict government licensing system was eventually established, dictating that only certified and highly trained professionals were legally permitted to perform avatar customization services. Naturally, the process became quite expensive, coming to resemble high-end cosmetic surgery. Furthermore, because the societal demand for gender-bending modifications and virtual beauty enhancements was virtually endless, the entire industry had transformed into a massive, highly lucrative moneymaker. Turning his attention back to the young woman beside him, Keita asked if she was even listening to his explanation. Sinkingly deeply into the water, Kajuniko timidly clarified her true nature, admitting that she was simply a girl who made her living streaming while dressed up and presenting as a guy. Keita could only let out a heavy sigh, uncomfortably noting just how close she had drifted toward him in the narrow bath. Kajuniko tried to explain her complex feelings, confessing that she simply felt like a boy sometimes anyway. She added that because she had never actually experienced romance or fallen in love with anyone yet, she never felt traditional butterflies around boys. However, whenever she looked at other girls, she genuinely found them incredibly cute and felt a strong, protective instinct over them. Hearing this, Keita inquired whether she was simply attracted to the same sex in a romantic sense. Kajuniko quickly countered his assumption, explaining that she would not go quite that far with her feelings. She pondered her own motivations, guessing that she simply enjoyed being fawned over by others or perhaps just possessed a deep, insatiable desire to be universally popular. In Keita's mind, that was easily the shallowest, most tedious, and utterly superficial answer he could have possibly imagined. He bluntly asked if her unconventional approach had actually made her popular, to which Kajuniko enthusiastically confirmed that she had become insanely popular beyond her wild expectations. She admitted that while she had only been messing around casually at the very beginning, her persona ended up blowing up way more than anticipated, leaving her in a position where there was absolutely no turning back. Keita pointed out the severe reality of her situation, warning her that if her true identity ever leaked to the public, she would likely be torn to absolute pieces by her massive, passionate fan base of young women. He then asked what her talent agency had to say regarding the whole secret. To his utter disbelief, Kajuniko casually admitted that she had not actually told her agency about her true gender either. Keita recoiled in shock at the sheer recklessness of her secret, internally panicking as to why she would choose to confide such a dark, career-ruining secret in a total stranger like him. Realizing the tight corner he had been pushed into, Keita accepted that he had no choice left but to come clean about his own identity. It hardly seemed fair to keep hiding his background now that she had shared her biggest vulnerability, making them bizarrely intertwined accomplices from this day forward. He could not help but think what a truly terrifying girl she was to entangle him so effortlessly. Connecting the dots, he asked if her secret was the real reason behind the rumors that she was so adamantly against participating in cross-dressing photo shoots for her brand. Kajuniko froze in complete shock, demanding to know how he could possibly possess information that was supposed to be strictly confidential between industry professionals. She frantically asked if he was somehow connected to her talent agency's industry. Keita formally introduced himself as Keita Sato from the sales department at Adventure Book Company, explaining that his direct colleague Hikari had been working very closely with her management team on various projects. Politely bowing his head while remaining in the water, Keita offered a courteous apology, mentioning that since he was merely enjoying his personal time off, he did not have his formal business cards on him, but he nonetheless expressed his gratitude for her ongoing business with his company. Both individuals fell completely silent, holding the quiet atmosphere for a long moment. Kajuniko blushed deeply, letting out a soft exclamation of surprise over such an incredible coincidence. She expressed complete amazement that this situation was taking place right before her eyes. Paused for a moment. A sudden thought crossed her mind regarding whether her companion was secretly creeping off into dangerous dungeons without his company's knowledge. Keita offered no verbal reply to her suspicion, choosing instead to remain entirely quiet. Observing his reluctance to speak, Kajuniko let out a confident smirk, declaring that her instincts were entirely correct. She boldly wagered that his primary employer maintained a strict corporate policy explicitly forbidding employees from engaging in outside side jobs. Keita gave a simple nod of confirmation, explaining that he would gladly accommodate some of her personal requests as long as she promised to keep his secret safe. Kajuniko stepped in extremely close to Keita, assuring him that if he agreed to safeguard her secret as well, then the two of them would be completely even. Inside his own mind, Keita recognized that his current situation was exceptionally precarious, realizing she held absolute leverage over him. Despite the tactical disadvantage, he could not ignore the fact that she was standing far too close to his personal space. Shifting slightly to create some distance, Keita apologized for his direct question, asking if she truly refrained from taking regular baths with her father or brother. Kajuniko looked entirely bewildered by the inquiry, asking him to clarify his meaning. She questioned whether he felt deeply lonely whenever he took a bath all by himself. Keita mentally questioned if she was being serious with her line of questioning. Kajuniko continued explaining her perspective, sharing that whenever she requested her father or younger brother to join her in the bath, both of them firmly declined her offer every single time. She complained that despite being immediate family members who bathed together regularly until she entered elementary school, their current refusal struck her as exceptionally rude behavior. Keita corrected her perception, stating that she ought to be deeply grateful for her father and brother's sensible boundaries. Kajuniko gasped in utter disbelief, loudly asking why she should feel grateful for such treatment. Keita internally noted that her personal views and boundaries were far too naive and childish. He quickly reminded himself that continuing down this particular line of conversation was extremely risky, fearing that stepping on any further emotional landmines might prove disastrous for him. Keita excused himself, claiming that he felt somewhat lightheaded from the heat, and suggested they pause their conversation until he had properly cooled off. Kajuniko cheerfully agreed, asking him to ensure he would not peek while she finished up. Stepping completely outside the area, Keita assured her that he had no intention of looking, stating he was simply cooling his senses. Once fully outside, Keita wiped his body dry, retrieved his folded clothing, and carefully put on his official uniform piece by piece. He methodically adjusted every detail of his outfit to ensure it was properly fitted. Watching him closely from behind, Kajuniko remarked on his impressive physical build, declaring that he looked amazingly cool. Keita politely thanked her for the compliment, though he added that staring so intently at a member of the opposite sex was hardly appropriate behavior. Kajuniko offered a cheerful apology, impulsively suggesting that as a gesture of goodwill, he was free to look at her body in return while attempting to loosen her towel. Keita immediately declined her offer, requesting that she simply inform him once she was fully clothed. Stepping further into the living area, Keita commented on the unfortunate situation with the broken refrigerator, expressing disappointment that it could no longer keep household items cold. However, his eyes caught sight of a bottle of cola resting on the counter. Grabbing the container, he noted with pleasant surprise that the drink remained thoroughly chilled. Noticing his reaction, Kajuniko explained that she had deliberately placed an ice-light item inside the compartment. Keita acknowledged the clever trick, admitting he had never considered utilizing the item in such a practical household manner. He reflected on the fundamental mechanics of dungeon exploration, considering how eliminating monsters causes their remaining life force to transform into raw mana that settles directly into the adventurer. This accumulated mana functions essentially as experience points, making the individual progressively stronger as it builds up. While a portion of this energy converts directly into personal experience, the rest condenses into physical forms known as dropped items. An ice light is a specific dropped item harvested directly from defeated monsters that harbor cold elemental mana. Keita realized that beyond its standard tactical application of being thrown to trigger an ice-based magical attack, the item possessed alternative daily utility. He remarked on its convenience, deciding he would test the method himself in the future to chill his personal beer. Kajuniko questioned his surprise, assuming that basic information regarding item usage was standard curriculum taught during entry-level adventurer training workshops. Stepping into the room fully dressed, she completed her thought just as Keita processed her words. Being an unlicensed amateur operating outside official channels, Keita had never received formal instruction and possessed no prior knowledge of these standard practices. Keita offered a quiet smile and a subtle sigh, contemplating the modern existence of formal training workshops for aspiring adventurers. In the current era, structured educational programs existed to prepare newcomers, making such practical knowledge widespread. That reality made it all the more difficult for him to comprehend why anyone would willingly choose the path of an adventurer. Although individuals possess the unique ability to return to life after perishing inside a dungeon, there remained zero absolute guarantee that a fallen explorer would successfully return every single time. He wondered if these young adventurers felt any true fear regarding their chosen career, fully aware that following an endless cycle of killing and being killed ultimately led toward the dark, inevitable fate of transforming into a monster themselves, a terrifying reality that nobody knew 18 years ago. Modern youths continue to dive recklessly into hazardous dungeons, fully aware of the grave dangers and the grim ultimate fate that await them. In his earlier days, surviving those treacherous depths meant learning to adapt instantly to unpredictable threats, learning to hit a curveball, so to speak. Otherwise, he never would have made it back alive. He finds it entirely impossible to understand the mindset of today's young adventurers. Reaching for the bottle, he chugs the cola in deep gulps before letting out a loud, satisfied breath. The rich, soothing sweetness washes over his parched throat, tasting exceptionally refreshing. Watching him drink, Kajuniko looks noticeably thirsty and asks if she can have some as well, offering to pay for the beverage. Keita declines her money, proposing instead a simple trade. In exchange for the drink, he asks if she would consider helping his company out with their upcoming photo shoot. Kajuniko hesitates, expressing reluctance about the request. Keita explains that his colleague is under immense stress over the project and asks her to show some compassionate consideration. Surprised, Kajuniko admits she was merely throwing a minor fuss because she disliked the idea. Keita plainly warns her that in the professional adult world, even a small fuss can push a stressed worker past their limit. He reflects inwardly that if his colleague's stress continues to build, she might slip into subtle acts of self-sabotage, like piling a mountain of pickled ginger onto an extra-large beef bowl, or squeezing an entire tube of mayonnaise into her stir-fried noodles. Horrified by the vivid description, Kajuniko asks if his co-worker would genuinely go to such extreme lengths. She voices her core concern, noting that revealing her female identity would cause major issues, while cross-dressing carries too much risk. Keita resolves the issue directly, promising to clear the entire room of staff so she can change in complete privacy, while personally guaranteeing a discreet photographer who knows how to keep silent. When Kajuniko questions whether this photographer is truly trustworthy, identifying the photographer as a top-tier operative working on the front lines of the dungeon, Keita holds up his phone to display a photograph featuring himself alongside high-ranking figures, Senna and Dan. Examining the image, Kajuniko bluntly remarks that Keita looks positively awful in the shot, to which he dryly replies that he simply detests taking commemorative photos. Recognizing Senna in the picture, Kajuniko realizes Keita must be the legendary Shinjuku battler. The realization suddenly clicks in her mind, and she enthusiastically proposes a deal. In exchange for completing the photo shoot, he must team up with her to clear a dungeon just as he did with Senna. Keita agrees to the partnership on the strict condition that no live streaming takes place. Thrilled by the arrangement, Kajuniko points out that she has no staff accompanying her today, urging him to take her directly to his favorite dungeon. Keita considers the request, knowing immediately which location fits that description. They travel deep into the Shinjuku dungeon, descending all the way to level 150. The subterranean environment violently rumbles, rattles, and spews dense smoke around them. Nauseated and nervous, Kajuniko points out that they are standing in a high-level zone that no adventurer has ever successfully cleared. Keita casually replies that if he attempts to conquer the entire floor completely on his own, he will run out of time on his bat rental. Completely bewildered by his mundane concern, Kajuniko gasps in confusion. Keita suggests clearing the entire area within 5 minutes to stay on schedule. Kajuniko bursts out laughing, claiming such a feat is fundamentally impossible. Keita turns to her in absolute silence. Her confident smile quickly fades into total shock as she realizes he is completely serious. Keita stood directly face to face with a massive dungeon dragon monster. Upon recognizing him, the gigantic beast released a deafening roar and expressed utter shock at seeing him again after their previous encounter. Keita casually remarked that it had been quite a while since they last met, and noted that the creature appeared to have grown a bit larger. The furious dragon declared that its return was solely to avenge the deep grudge it held against Keita for slaying it with such minimal effort in their former battle. Concealed nearby, Kajuniko sneaked up from behind the scenes, completely stunned by the unbelievable sight before her eyes. Without a moment of hesitation, Keita surged forward, swinging his bat with incredible power at the surrounding horde of monsters, sending them instantly flying away into the distance. Kajuniko watched the display in absolute amazement, her mind racing as she struggled to comprehend the absurd velocity of his actions. She realized that before she could even register what was happening, Keita had already swept through every single opponent at an insane speed and arrived straight at the final boss chamber. What shocked her even further was the fact that not a single elite adventurer had ever managed to defeat this legendary SSS-rank boss monster. It was a terrifying entity that had only recently appeared and was just officially classified by the authorities. Although Kajuniko considered herself fairly strong and brave, she knew deep down that she stood absolutely no chance against such a monster. Listening to their brief exchange, she was forced to confront the wild truth that Keita had actually fought and defeated this ultimate beast in the past. Gathering immense power inside its wide mouth, the dragon generated a glowing ball of destructive energy. The beast proudly boasted that it had relentlessly fought its way through the dungeon's most powerful adversaries and evolved specifically to crush Keita. Unfazed by the terrifying display, Keita adjusted his glasses and expressed genuine excitement, claiming that this was precisely the kind of thrilling battle he was hoping for. Dropping into a firm combat stance, he admitted his fond appreciation for dragons, praising their straightforward nature for favoring direct, head-on showdowns that made fighting simple and incredibly fun. The dragon slammed its heavy foot down, warning the human not to dare underestimate its strength, and challenged him to try and block its incoming ultimate attack. The creature then unleashed a massive, roaring energy beam known as the beam breath straight toward him. Keita simply shouted in excitement as the devastating beam hurtled in his direction. With perfect timing, he swung his bat in a motion he dubbed his perfect pitch, striking the magical blast head-on. The returned attack bounced directly back toward the dragon with incredible velocity, piercing cleanly through the beast's massive shoulder. Blood instantly spurted from the creature's jaw as it gasped in complete disbelief at its sudden, overwhelming defeat. As the legendary monster collapsed, a huge mountain of valuable reward coins and rare items spilled across the stone ground. Turning around to face the stunned Kajuniko, Keita casually noted that the entire battle had taken exactly 5 minutes. He reflected that they had performed reasonably well and asked for her thoughts on the fight. Still thoroughly shaken, Kajuniko screamed that she had not even been given enough time to process the sheer absurdity of what she just witnessed. Keita simply dismissed her panic, explaining that the encounter was actually quite straightforward. He clarified that despite the extreme speed, the dragon's breath was essentially just a simple fastball that targeted a predictable strike zone, meaning anyone could make solid contact as long as they swung at the correct moment. Perplexed by his bizarre logic, Kajuniko asked if this was the kind of extraordinary power everyone achieved once they mastered the game of baseball. Keita chuckled and confessed that he did not actually play baseball at all, explaining that he merely used the sport's mechanics as a form of combat practice. He shared that whenever he was in the mood to hit a blazing fastball, hunting dragons was his favorite method, whereas if he was feeling somewhat grumpy, he preferred fighting demons or the undead instead, strongly recommending the routine to her. Kajuniko dryly remarked that he spoke about terrifying dungeon bosses as if they were items on a daily restaurant special menu. Smiling back, Keita agreed that it was simply his preferred lifestyle and asked if she was satisfied with the outcome. Intimidated and feeling shy, Kajuniko looked away, admitting to herself that Keita existed in a completely different league from normal human beings. Keita then sat down comfortably on the ground and kindly asked Kajuniko if she would mind helping him clean up the vast pile of scattered loot, offering her a large bag and telling her to keep whatever items she desired. Kajuniko immediately refused the offer in disbelief, insisting that she could never accept such impossibly valuable treasures. Keita explained that keeping the items would only take up unnecessary space in his home, adding that filling the local donation box to the absolute brim after every run was becoming a nuisance for the city staff. Curious about his strange lifestyle, Kajuniko asked why he did not simply become an official adventurer and sell the rare drops. pointing out that he could easily make an absolute fortune. Keita replied that he simply disliked that line of work, stating that if he ever needed money, he preferred earning it through a normal, regular job. He further noted that if his personal income skyrocketed too high, his tax rate would dramatically increase. Dumbfounded by his practical reasoning, Kajuniko asked if mundane taxes were the actual reason he had refrained from making his grand debut as a professional hero. Keita concluded that while the financial aspects played a role, his main reasons were simply that he found the entire registration process far too much of a hassle and truly had no desire to turn dungeon exploration into a full-time career. Kajuniko brought up a rumor she had heard recently regarding a platinum-ranked adventurer party that claimed to have been rescued by a mysterious office worker in the dungeon, asking if that savior had been Keita all along. Keita recalled the incident, admitting that he had nearly crossed paths with those adventurers a few days prior. He explained that after waiting patiently for 30 minutes while watching the party struggle, he realized none of them were capable of taking down the boss monster. Seeing that the entire group was on the brink of being completely wiped out right before his eyes, he stepped in and defeated the creature himself. To avoid being accused of stealing their kill, he intentionally left all the dropped loot behind and quietly walked away, though he worried that abandoning the rewards might have left a bad impression. Reflecting on the event, he admitted that when he watches from the sidelines and senses a group is about to lose, it is hard not to intervene, even though he continuously reminds himself to stay out of trouble and enjoy his private time peacefully. Thoroughly exasperated, Kajuniko shouted that his perspective on the situation was entirely warped and ridiculously far off the mark. Keita conceded that he was well aware of his disconnect, assuming that the generational gap between himself and the younger crowd was simply continuing to widen. Kajuniko immediately clarified that she was not talking about a generational difference, pointing out that even a skilled combatant like herself could never hope to solo a massive dragon like the one he had just easily dispatched. Keita expressed genuine surprise at her reaction, privately wondering if modern adventurers were far weaker than he had originally assumed, or if there was a slight possibility that he was exceptionally strong. However, he quickly dismissed the thought as pure nonsense, reasoning that he had simply been exploring dungeons for a longer time and merely possessed a bit more experience. He reminded himself that back when he was younger, he had never once managed to beat his older sister in a fight, proving in his mind that he was nothing special. Suddenly struck by a brilliant idea, Kajuniko's eyes lit up as she excitedly proposed that the two of them start hosting dungeon exploration live streams together. Keita instantly turned down the offer, stating that he had no intention of quitting his standard day job. Unwilling to drop the subject, Kajuniko pressed on, asking why he would refuse when she was offering to assist him with all the heavy lifting. Keita reiterated that dungeon crawling was strictly a personal hobby for him. Annoyed by his rigid boundary, Kajuniko asked why he was so stubbornly fixated on keeping his incredible talents as a mere pastime. Keita hesitated, noting that the reason was a very long story. Sensing a deep revelation, Kajuniko leaned in with bright, eager eyes, staring at him intently in complete silence. Keita fell silent as well, carefully considering her silent pressure. He ultimately decided that sharing his past might serve as a valuable life lesson for her growth. Opening up about his dark history, he confessed that a long time ago, he had committed the ultimate sin and killed someone. Kajuniko gasped in absolute shock at his sudden confession. Keita maintained a solemn expression as he continued his story, revealing that the fatal event had occurred 18 years ago, back in the year 2007, amidst the bustling streets of Shinjuku. Everyone continuously reassured him that he had simply lacked any real choice in that dire situation. And while Keita Sato supposed their words were technically true, the terrifying memory still haunted his dreams to this very day. He spent endless nights reflecting on how different things might have been if only he had possessed greater physical strength and sharper intelligence on that fateful day in Shinjuku. In his vivid memory of the past, he stood outside a secure facility, instantly frozen in total shock as his eyes landed upon a lifeless body lying motionless on the ground. Horrified by the grim sight, he cried out in disbelief, demanding to know what kind of terrible tragedy had occurred in that place. A deep, agonizing guilt washed over him because he felt entirely certain that there were still innocent lives present that he could have saved if he had only acted sooner. The suffocating, iron-rich stench of warm blood hanging heavily in the air made him sick to his stomach, serving as a brutal reminder that the surrounding carnage was an absolute reality rather than a nightmare. The nightmare was unfolding right in the heart of Shinjuku back in the year 2007. Standing completely alone amidst the chaos, Keita scanned his terrifying surroundings, desperately trying to comprehend how a full-scale dungeon disaster could possibly be erupting in such a bustling metropolis. Without any warning, a bloodthirsty monster released a violent roar from directly behind him and lunged forward to attack his exposed back. Spinning around in sheer panic, Keita questioned if these hideous creatures had already slaughtered everyone in the area, and if he was their next target. Overwhelmed by a primal wave of fear and a desperate refusal to die, He gripped his bat with both hands and swung it with brute force into the monster's head, sending blood spraying into the air. He roared loudly as he channeled all his strength into the heavy swing, launching the creature backward until it crashed violently into the side of a nearby building. Gasping heavily for air, Keita hastily wiped the sweat and blood from his face, frantically checking if he had eliminated every immediate threat. Nearby, the bodies of slain beasts lay still upon the pavement, but a short distance away, a fresh horde of monsters gathered tightly together to feed on something on the ground. Catching sight of their menacing, twisted faces as they tore through their meal, Keita looked closer and was instantly struck with sheer horror upon realizing that the creatures were viciously devouring human beings. Sneaking carefully behind cover to observe them, he was so utterly repulsed by the unspeakable sight that his stomach turned and he violently vomited onto the ground. Clenching his bat tightly until his knuckles turned white, he cursed in sheer frustration and took off running frantically through the chaotic streets, searching desperately for any safe haven. During his panicked flight, Keita suddenly spotted a young child crying helplessly all alone. Heartbroken by the sight, he thought about how unbelievably cruel the world was to subject a mere child to such horror. He rushed over immediately, wrapping his arms around the boy in a protective embrace and promising to shield him from danger at all costs. Acting quickly, he wrapped a piece of cloth around the boy's face as a makeshift bandage to cover his injuries before scooping the child into his arms and sprinting onward. As he ran through the crumbling cityscape, agonizing shrieks and desperate screams echoed from every direction. Keita's mind raced in complete confusion as he tried to figure out which street they were on, where the nearest train station was located, or where on earth he was even supposed to flee, realizing with growing dread that he had no idea where to find safety. Suddenly, a group of terrified people appeared ahead, screaming and running as fast as their legs could carry them, desperately trying to outpace the monsters closing in behind them. Among the crowd, a man wearing glasses clicked his tongue in pure frustration and made a cold, calculated move. Wanting to create a distraction to save himself, the man violently shoved a woman carrying a small child, sending them crashing heavily to the hard ground. The man in glasses flashed a cruel smirk, laughing aloud and offering a fake, insincere apology as he used the defenseless mother and child as living bait. Keita watched the horrific betrayal in absolute disbelief, just as the pursuing monsters swarmed the fallen woman. Furious at the man's absolute wickedness, Keita charged directly into the fray, shouting insults at the coward while swinging his bat with lethal force, completely shattering the head of the lead monster. Stepping heroically in front of the mother, Keita urged her to get up and run immediately if she wanted to survive. The woman scrambled to her feet, clutching her child tightly, and fled for her life. Keita took off running once again, but his heart sank as he looked at the shattered buildings and unrecognizable terrain, completely lost in the urban wasteland. Moments later, he heard desperate screams for help nearby. Looking over, he spotted a man pinned to the ground, being brutally beaten by a pack of monsters. The victim cried out in agony, begging for anyone to step in and save him. Keita instantly recognized the man as the vicious coward in glasses who had sacrificed the mother and child just moments earlier. When the man noticed Keita, he frantically begged him for mercy and assistance. Keita paused his stride for a brief second, looked at the hypocritical coward, and coldly turned his face away, choosing to resume his sprint and leave the man to his fate. Behind him, the man in glasses screamed in absolute terror as the monsters repeatedly stabbed him, crying out that he did not want to die. As Keita continued his desperate run through the apocalyptic streets, his eyes took in scene after scene of overwhelming human misery. He saw a young girl who had been separated from her parents, a high school couple clinging to each other in terror, an office worker running blindly, a panicked family, a group of frightened friends, and lost tourists. Stripped of their normal lives and sharing nothing but a desperate, primal will to survive, these strangers huddled tightly together like a school of fish fleeing a predator. Keita recognized the dark reality of their behavior. In a large group, individuals instinctively clumped together because as long as the monsters paused to devour one unfortunate person, the rest of the group gained precious seconds to escape. Keita paused in place, horrified by the cold truth of human nature, and forcefully shook his head to clear the dark thoughts from his mind. Just as he tried to move forward, a man trapped in the middle of a monster horde pointed directly at him, screaming at the top of his lungs for the man with the bat to save him, but the plea came too late as the beasts dragged the victim down into the violent crowd. Keita continued to run alongside the desperate crowd, plagued by the heavy realization that he was abandoning lives and arbitrarily deciding who would live and who would be left to die. This painful memory was something he relived in his dreams over and over again, and he was convinced it would continue to haunt him for the rest of his lifetime. Stopping in his tracks, Keita turned to Kajuniko with a solemn, deeply serious expression on his face. Kajuniko remained completely silent for a moment before quietly offering that the entire tragedy was far beyond any human control, gently reassuring him that he had not actually killed anyone. Keita acknowledged her words, noting that everyone else had told him the exact same thing and that no one had ever placed the blame on him. However, despite the lack of external condemnation, he explained that he still could not bring himself to forgive his own actions. He revealed that he had managed to safely transport the young boy he rescued to an emergency shelter, but that shelter was tragically attacked shortly after he left. By the time the official rescue team finally arrived at the scene, there was not a single survivor remaining. In the end, throughout the entire 3 agonizing months he spent trapped inside the terrifying dungeon disaster, he had failed to save a single soul. He somberly remarked that his past was nothing more than a deeply pathetic story. Listening to his heavy confession, Kajuniko was left entirely speechless, unable to find any words to comfort him. Keita went on to explain that he was simply not the kind of heroic person who deserved praise, nor did he have any right to turn the terrifying reality of the dungeon into a public spectacle or entertainment. For him, simply blasting away a few monsters on occasion to relieve his stress and feel a little better was more than enough. Breaking the heavy atmosphere, a faint, gentle smile appeared on Keita's face as he asked Kajuniko if she finally understood his reasons for keeping his dungeon visits purely as a private pastime. Kajuniko remained completely quiet, casting her eyes downward toward the ground as she processed the immense weight of his tragic past. Then, out of nowhere, she blurted out that the only reason she had decided to become a professional adventurer in the first place was because her childhood sweetheart had dumped her. Caught completely off guard by her sudden, absurdly petty confession, Keita could only let out a confused grunt of surprise.